Hello, I'm Jennifer Joy, author of The Remarkable Miss Darcy. Please stay all the way to the end so I can give you access to a special interview between Darcy and Mr. Tanner at the end of the series. Happy listening.
The Remarkable Miss Darcy, a Pride and Prejudice variation, A Meryton Mystery, Book 5, written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Nancy Peterson. Prologue. Georgiana Darcy tiptoed down the hall to her father's study. The room still reeked of spirits, polished leather, and cigar smoke, a blend of aromas she would forever associate with him. She hoped her brother had opened the windows to air the room. The smoke made her cough. Fitzwilliam Darcy, recently in possession of the inheritance left to him by his father, an inheritance he did not want in its entirety, for all that it contained consequences, aside from the properties and accounts bestowed upon him, sat behind the solid mahogany desk where his father had formerly reigned over Pemberley. Neatly stacked ledgers lay unopened at his side, casting a shadow over Darcy's clutched hands. "Mr. Hutchins, am I to understand my father is responsible for the ruin of a family? That they were sent to debtor's prison because he chose to renege upon his word, letting them take the fall in his stead?" Darcy rubbed his hand over his face, the air in the room stifling and heavy. He opened the window, the earthy aroma of winter rainfall, a welcome respite from the disheartening disappointment forced upon him. That such a meeting was necessary was a pity, but Darcy had known it would come. However, he could not have realized the extent of his deceased father's selfishness. So well had he covered over his faults. Until now. Hutchins, whose own conscience had troubled him over the matter these many years, was both relieved to unburden himself and pained. His revelation caused Darcy to think worse of a father for whom he had long ago lost respect. But his pride in the more honourable reaction of the son eased his guilt in sharing his burden. And so he justified himself in its telling. "He was not the only one, sir. Other families were involved, namely Ham, Ramsay, Pringle, Summerson, and Lord Kendall," Mr. Hutchins clarified. "Thank you, Hutchins. But the involvement of other respected families in society in no way lessens my father's transgression, nor does it minimize the role he played in the family's ruin. I wished to know how they were affected, so I might make amends." Perhaps the gentlemen in the study would have spoken in more hushed tones had they realized Georgiana stood indecisively outside the closed door. She was much too polite to interrupt what she understood to be an important discussion, given the grave tones audible through the oak barrier. But her excitement in sharing her news was too great to give up so easily if the conversation was soon to come to an end. It was not every day she played Mozart's Fifth Sonata to completion, and while her father had required Georgiana to play her instrument quietly with her tutor, her brother enjoyed listening and often praised her progress. She lived for his praise, soaking it up like a kitten lapping cream. Unaware of the awkward position their conversation put her in, the gentleman continued. "A wealthy benefactor without an heir extended his protection to the son of the indebted family. He will do well for himself on his own merits in trade," Hutchins assured Darcy. "A gentleman's son in trade? His standing in society is lost to him. It is one thing for a tradesman to move up. They are content with the scraps society tosses them. as harsh as it is. But a gentleman born into privilege will not take kindly to having his position denied him when he is forced to earn his living. His peers will look down on him when he is undeserving of their scorn. I wish to meet with him." Hutchins's mouth drooped into a frown. "I am afraid that is impossible. He is currently on the continent. Might I suggest, sir, if I may be so bold as to speak plainly, that you allow bygones to be bygones? Many years have passed, and you might create more wounds were you to bring them up again. Surely a successful man of business is a step up from debtor's prison, even for a gentleman." Darcy pounded his fist against the desk, his voice dagger-sharp. "Drat it all, Hutchins. How am I to take on the legacy of my father when he has used it so poorly? Had he no care for others?" The restoration of the Darcy name fell squarely on his shoulders, but he was up to the task. Let it never be said Fitzwilliam Darcy acted dishonourably. He would hold himself accountable for his household, and take pride in the exemplary reputation he would take pains to restore. Pressing his lips together, Hutchins dared not answer. His master had taken a serious blow today, and time would reveal his father's other offences soon enough. There were many. Rubbing his temples, Darcy asked, "Have any of the other families attempted to make reparation?" "Forgive my impertinence, sir, but if you did not know of this before today, it is possible they are unaware of it as well. Of the families involved, only Mr. Summerson and Mr. Ham are alive still, and neither gentleman is in a position to be of assistance should they wish it. Mr. Summerson is in poor health, and Mr. Ham is a bit touched in the head." Georgiana sighed and stepped away from the door. Her sonata would have to wait until later in the day. Her brother was nothing if not honourable, and he would not be finished with the topic until he was satisfied he had reached a kind and just solution. A difficult task, given the details she had overheard, for one virtue did not necessarily complement the other. She would wait. She was patient. Chapter 1.
"Patience is highly overestimated. I have no use for it whatsoever," Lydia Bennet announced as she invaded Georgiana Darcy's bedchamber. Georgiana pressed her hand over her racing heart. Lydia's sudden appearance startling her so much, she disrupted the box of blotting sand over the papers she had been writing on. Chalky residue dusted her desk, her gown, her slippers, and the carpet that would now need to be cleaned. Shaking her skirts and scrambling to collect the papers without creating more of a mess, Georgiana said, "You startled me, Lydia. Could you not think to knock first?" She frowned at the page she had been writing. The ink blurred the words, smudging over her palms and fingertips. It was the one spot the pounce had not reached. Oh, bother. Lydia giggled, her chestnut curls bouncing as vivaciously as Chloe, her beloved spaniel, did at her feet. The pair's stay at Darcy House in London no doubt offered a welcome reprieve to Mr. Bennet, who would rather supply his library shelves with volumes now the rebuilding of Longbourn was complete. Not one to take pleasure in the contents of her father's bookroom, Lydia had been overjoyed to accept Georgiana's invitation to join her for the London season. What were books compared to marriageable gentlemen? Georgiana scrubbed her hands at the wash basin, although she did not know why she bothered. Her fingers were always stained, and she had been obliged to become a champion correspondent to her friends, to explain the constant indigo stains no amount of soap could remove from her hands.
Plopping her plump figure on the settee in front of the window overlooking the garden, Lydia flipped her tendrils over her shoulder.
"Have you ever known me to knock when I am in such a state? Would you not rather know why my patience has been so sorely tried?"
Georgiana smiled, shaking her head. She and Lydia had become surprisingly close since William had married Elizabeth 5 years before. 5 remarkable years. Not only had William found the love of his life in Elizabeth Bennet, but he had discovered a brother in Tanner, the one blessing to come from their father's many improprieties. Both of Georgiana's brothers had been blessed with women they adored. They conversed, debated, laughed, and teased each other, the perfect union of passionate lovers and trusted friends. It was beautiful to observe, and while Georgiana had determined in her heart to settle for nothing less, she was now 21, and very much unattached, much like Lydia. Georgiana did not need to ask Lydia to understand the source of her impatience. She felt it too. There were days her heart overflowed, and she longed to share it with another. But Georgiana was patient. She would wait for the right man, a gentleman who would cherish her, not for her fortune, but for her own merit. She had learnt from her mistake. Drying her hands, she sorted her papers and placed them carefully inside the desk drawer, out of sight. Then she joined Lydia. Her friend's eyes sparkled with tears.
"No one understands my despair. I am 21 and unmarried. My 4 other sisters have found marital bliss. Even plain and boring Mary married the heir to Longbourn, a baronet at that. I am the last unattached Bennet, and now nothing short of a title will do."
"Have you considered the Prince Regent?" Georgiana teased. If anyone were capable of setting their cap on royalty, it was Lydia.
"I considered him, but it would never do. Prinny is accustomed to the adulation of his peers, and I demand to be adored,"
she said with a sigh, as if she had discussed the matter at length with the monarch.
"I wish for so much," she added.
Like a dutiful friend, Georgiana asked, "What do you wish for in a husband?" Quicker than a wink, Lydia said,
"He must be handsome, titled, and horribly rich. Is that too much to ask?"
If some considered Lydia indecisive and flighty, she was at least constant. Her requirements were the same as they had been 5 years before, with the only distinction being that her intended be horribly rich.
"I think you have as much of a chance of meeting a gentleman to your liking as any other young lady,"
Georgiana said, attempting to calm her friend before she burst into tears and marred her complexion. Lydia would hate herself for putting her beauty at a disadvantage when they had a ball to attend that evening. To Georgiana's surprise, Lydia asked,
"What about you, Georgie? What do you seek in a husband?"
"I only wish for him to be sincere and kind, and not smell of drink or cigars," she thought. Lydia wrinkled her nose.
"And handsome. You must wish for that. You are wealthy enough in your own right. You do not need a fortune, as I do, nor do you require a title to outdo your sisters. But pray, do not marry an ugly man."
Georgiana laughed until Lydia pulled a flask from her pocket. What on earth was Lydia doing with a silver flask?
"I hope your despair is not so great for you to turn to drink,"
she half teased. Shaking the contents, Lydia said,
"I am determined to enjoy myself this evening, and you shall too. This is for Mrs. Wiggins. the tiniest dribble in her tea, and she will fall asleep in a corner. She will likely fall asleep in a corner without your help. Poor Mrs. Wiggins would have her work cut out for her that evening. She was an elderly woman with dull hearing and heavy eyelids. As a chaperone, she was hardly satisfactory. But William and Elizabeth did not have it in them to break the widow's heart by telling her as much. They had attempted once before to suggest she allow another, younger lady to assist her. It had taken 6 months of constant reassurance and several calls to the family physician for calming draughts before Mrs. Wiggins accepted they did not intend to toss her out into the street. The subject had not been brought up since. William trusted Georgiana to behave herself, despite the lack of strict supervision the chaperone was supposed to provide. He did not, however, trust Lydia. Lydia returned the flask to her pocket. "I am not content to leave my future up to chance. I will give fate all the help it needs to get things right. Tonight is the night. I feel it in my bones." Glancing toward the dressing room, she asked, "What are you wearing this evening?" "Green." Georgiana said the first colour to come to mind. She supposed it would do as well as any other colour. Dancing was enjoyable enough when your partner was not after your fortune, but disinterested gentlemen were few and far between, and Georgiana doubted she would meet one at a private ball. Therein lay her problem, for there were few other socially acceptable places for ladies and gentlemen to meet. Lydia gasped. "Green? Oh, but you must not wear green. Your complexion is too fair, and you will look sickly in the candlelight. No, pink is much more suitable for you, and infinitely more fetching. Green requires a darker complexion." Georgiana knew where this conversation was going. "Such as yours?" "Why, yes, now that you mention it," said Lydia, preening, while Chloe looked up at her in undivided affection. Georgiana refrained from rolling her eyes. "I am never certain who stands to gain more for your interest, me or you. But your advice is sound. I will wear pink, and we shall look like a rose in bloom standing beside each other." Lydia arched an eyebrow. "I do not aim to stand in one place long enough for anyone to observe anything other than how the green ribbon brings out the gold in my eyes and hair," she continued, fluttering to another topic with the ease of a butterfly in a garden. "You are too content observing others. You do not accept all the invitations extended to you. If it were me, I would go out every night." Lydia pointed to the desk. "Those pages are filled with passion, and yet you resist showing your true character to anyone." "For good reason," thought Georgiana. Aloud, she said sarcastically, "You know how well that worked out last time." Rolling her eyes, Lydia said, "You can hardly compare yourself to the naive child you were. Even I briefly fell under the spell of George Wickham's charm. Thank goodness he was murdered before I did something so foolish as elope with him." "How fortunate you were," Georgiana said dryly. "Indeed I am. He was deliciously handsome, but he had neither fortune nor title. We would not have been happy for long. But that is not the point. You are much smarter than I am, and if I have managed 3 whole seasons without ruining myself, then you can too. You must learn to trust yourself more." Lydia squeezed Georgiana's hand, her eyes brimming with earnestness. It was her most serious expression, and Georgiana suppressed her smile, lest she spoil one of the few moments when her dear friend showed concern for someone other than herself. Chloe wedged her nose between their hands. "Sometimes you are very wise, Lydia."
Georgiana squeezed her hand and smoothed Chloe's fur. Lydia huffed.
It must be your association. It has never been my inclination to seek wisdom when there is pleasure to be had.
She gasped, startling Georgiana once again.
I nearly forgot,
Lydia exclaimed, pulling out an envelope and handing it to Georgiana. Guilt spread through Georgiana when she saw the name on the envelope.
What are you going to do when he wants more?
Lydia asked, soothing Chloe with her caress. The question kept Georgiana awake at night.
After this, I have nothing more to give.
She opened the letter, her hand dropping to her lap after she had read the lines. It contained exactly what she dreaded. He wanted more. Georgiana would have to put an end to it. Perhaps it was for the best. William despised secrets. If he found out... Georgiana shivered. Lydia peeked at her through narrowed eyes.
You still have not told Darcy, have you?
Georgiana chewed on her lip.
It only gets harder to speak up the longer you remain quiet,
Lydia added. Wise words indeed. It had not started out as a secret. More like a joke that grew and grew until it became serious. William will see my secrecy as a betrayal of his trust. Again, he will be ashamed of my impropriety. Oh, why did she always get into these scrapes? Would she never learn? Lydia clucked her tongue.
Impropriety? You must get out more.
I have been waiting 3 years. Georgiana let her sentence trail off, unable to finish her thought without sounding pathetic.
That is your problem, you see. Patience is not the virtue everyone touts it to be. You must go out and snatch what you want. How perfect we are to go to the ball this evening. Who knows what might happen? The possibilities are delicious.
Lydia's enthusiasm nearly pulled Georgiana out of her guilty melancholy. Elizabeth, too, was excited for the evening. She had not left the house since Rosa's birth 6 months ago. Elizabeth was even willing to risk the mischief 3.5-year-old Ben was certain to get into while his mother was away. But she would not be denied a night of dancing and conversation. Not even William dared to suggest they stay in, when his wife so dearly loved to dance and laugh. Georgiana tried to summon an acceptable level of excitement, but she preferred to keep company with people deserving of her trust. The rakes and scoundrels, the Georges of the world, infiltrated balls like rats sniffing out their next meal. Georgiana despised them. Chapter 2. Michael Nelson trotted toward the building in which his apartment was housed, his pace slowing with each step that brought him closer to his door. The spring breeze would not have warmed the cold room in his absence, nor would it have filled the barren space with a hint of its sweet perfume. The warmth kindling in his chest would not be stifled. It begged to be shared. He had half a mind to turn around and go, instead, to Nathan's home. His childhood friend would delight in hearing his good news as much as Michael wished to tell it to him. But first he would leave the bread Mrs. Porter had given him inside. What a lovely family, deserving of their good fortune. It had been difficult for Michael to part from their company. Theirs was a home full of welcome and cheer, not an empty house, which was what awaited him at the top of the landing. Carrying the loaf in one hand, Michael pushed open the door to his small apartment and was surprised when a stream of warm air brushed against his face and a smile as familiar to Michael as his own greeted him by the lit fireplace. I took the liberty of letting myself in," Nathan Bradford said, poking at the fire with an iron. Michael looked at the table he used to write on and dine at by the window. It was laden with fruit, freshly baked bread, a hefty triangle of cheese, and a bottle of wine. Michael did not have to look closely to know it was French wine. Nathan never settled for second best. "That is not the only liberty you have taken, I see," Michael said, adding Mrs. Porter's gift to the spread. In 2 steps, he joined Nathan by the fire, sinking into one of the wing-back chairs angled to absorb the heat. Michael had not realized how sore his feet were until they no longer bore his weight. Resting his head against the cushion, he let his muscles relax. "I am glad you are here. I was on my way to see you." "You mean you did not wish to spend any longer than necessary in this shell you call an abode? Shocking," Nathan said, setting down the iron and occupying the chair opposite Michael. His friend knew him too well. Nonetheless, Michael defended his room, perhaps out of habit, for is it not the purpose of a dedicated barrister to defend the accused? "There is no sense making my apartment comfortable when I am so rarely home." "You are too busy helping others improve themselves to help yourself," Nathan said, leveling his firm look at Michael. "It is what makes me happy. You should try it." Michael bit his lips to keep from smiling. As usual, Nathan sported a new waistcoat, a fine satin, judging from the sheen of the texture, and a jacket cut in the latest fashion, with a narrow waist and padded shoulders. His Hessian boots were polished and tasselled. His cravat was the work of an artist who, no doubt, devoted hours to perfecting the intricate folds with which to better showcase the diamond sparkling from the centre of the delicate fabric. If Nathan gave half as much attention to a person in need than he did to himself, he could change a man's life. He had changed his life. Imagine what he could do now he had the means to better serve others. Nathan grinned, flicking an imaginary piece of lint off his shoulder. "Why should I go out of my way to help the helpless when you do enough for 2 men? But I will ask, because I know you are bursting to share your news, and I am in need of some cheer. What have you been up to today?" Leaning forward, Michael asked, "Do you remember the Porters?" Which ones are they? The drunk with the horde of children?" "No, they are the Wellers." Michael frowned. He had tried to help them too, but the temptation Mr. Weller found at the bottom of a bottle had been too much for him to resist. As miserable as Mr. Weller was when he was sober enough to notice his state, he had not wished to make the changes necessary to improve his lot. Nor would he accept the assistance Michael had repeatedly offered him and his family. Forcing his failure aside, Michael said, "Mr. Porter was the brickmaker with a sickly wife and 5 children. I met him during the last circuit assizes, when his employer was accused of theft and attempted to cast the blame on him. Seeing how diligent Mr. Porter was in his work and knowing he would soon be without employment, I recommended him to Mr. Gardiner. I thank you for suggesting him." Nathan nodded. "Gardiner has a reputation for kindness. He is a good man. Both tradesman and gentleman." The edge in Nathan's tone did not slip by Michael. As the son of a gentleman who had been forced into trade, Nathan resented the disdain with which the upper classes treated those who would improve their circumstances by engaging in business. Michael could not blame him. As the second son of a gentleman without 2 coins to rub together, he worked harder than most. But society saw Michael's profession as gentlemanly, and so they occasionally included him in their activities. They never invited Nathan. Mr. Gardiner gave Mr. Porter a job at his warehouse on the docks, a job with steady pay and an employer who will treat him fairly. I called on him and his family. They are faring extremely well. Once again, Michael's heart filled with joy at their change of circumstance. They are fortunate to have you as a friend. I hope they thanked you appropriately. The repeated thanks the dear family had bestowed upon Michael had not felt deserved, nor did he wish to hear Nathan's praise. My role was a trifling one. It was Mr. Porter's hard work and reliability which has ensured the security of his continued employment. All the same, you deserve to celebrate. Reluctantly, Michael said, I have been invited to a ball this evening. He hated to be included when his friend was not, but he knew Nathan would pry the information out of him one way or another. You sound as if you would rather have a tooth pulled out than go. If that is on my account, rest assured, I have other plans. Miss Gladden's family has invited me to join their dinner party. Nathan fell silent, a silly grin only a man without full possession of his heart could express. Could this day improve any more? Michael rejoiced in Nathan's good fortune. I am happy for you, Nathan. Mr. Gladden is proof there are gentlemen who place more value on the man than on his status. Nathan rubbed his hands against his breeches nervously. I have not asked him for her hand in marriage yet. But you intend to ask? Miss Gladden, insists her father will approve. Michael's heart was so full, he thought he might burst. I have no doubt you shall be the happiest of couples. Congratulations, my friend. I would like to see you settled in a proper home, Nathan said, his expression much too serious for the occasion. Just as he had feared, Michael had slowed enough for loneliness to catch up with him. It hit him with a force that left him breathless. He longed for a home, for a woman he could care for and give his heart to. But he did not know of any ladies who would be willing to live as he did. Constant movement, conversation with the lower classes, friendships crossing social boundaries. It was too much for a lady accustomed to quiet accomplishments and proper calling hours. She would resent the energy he expended on behalf of others, and he would be caught between his desire to please her and his need to be useful. Clucking his tongue, Nathan said, At the least, you need a manservant. It pains me to know you returned to this after an arduous day. He spread his hand and waved it over the apartment. Michael's eyes followed the direction of Nathan's hand. He could see every detail in the room in one blink. It would be a punishment to keep a manservant here, when the space was only large enough for one man. Nathan continued, And when was the last time you paid a call to the tailor? You are in desperate need of a new coat. If it is money you need, I would be happy to give you some. I have too much of it as it is. While Michael appreciated Nathan's generosity, he could not accept it. It is not money I lack, it is time. If you find a way to purchase ours, I would gladly buy them from you. Which does not change the fact that you need a new coat. My tailor is efficient. He will not waste your time. If you seek to do something worthwhile with your fortune, I beg you to extend your kindness beyond me. Open a factory and hire boys from the workhouse. Feed them good food, give them shelter. Grant them dignity by paying them a decent wage without being shackled to a machine that will eventually maim them. You are only just back from the circuit assizes, where you ought to have got your fill of helping the needy. And now you would involve me in your schemes? I know you mean well, and I know I would benefit immensely were I to allow myself to be influenced by you more fully. But I cannot be changed. Cannot or will not. There is a significant difference. Nathan scowled. Do you not have more work with which to occupy yourself from the chambers? Perhaps you should direct your attention in that quarter. Michael sighed. To the contrary, they are of the unanimous opinion I need some time away from my duties. He did not share their opinion. He would rather be busy. Nathan nodded. I am glad to hear it. You are a dedicated barrister, I will give you that. Of course, you stand to earn a great deal more if you took on the cases that actually pay. The poor deserve a proper defense, too. And you deserve proper remuneration for your efforts. It is not selfish to exchange payment for your time. It is good business. It is fine for you to defend the needy, but you often chase after errant children from wealthy families when they can afford their own inquiry agents. Why not use that to your advantage, so you may continue as the barrister of the beggarly? Michael would not trade his life for the world. I enjoy what I do, and my chambers benefit from the connections I give them. Nathan groaned. You and your selfless altruism. You would have me try to change the world as you do. But some people simply do not want your help. Few enough are grateful for it. Michael raised a finger. That is not the point. You cannot give, always expecting something in return. Seeing that his argument fell on disbelieving ears, he added, the few who do benefit are well worth the effort. Or do you believe Mr. Carstone was a fool for taking you under his wing? Mr. Carstone, not having an heir of his own, had shown kindness to Nathan when he most needed it. When he possessed nothing more than the clothes he wore, and had no prospect of ever having anything better than that in the debtor's prison. Nathan had nothing but gracious speech for his benefactor. Unlike the unethical men responsible for his situation, and of whom he did not deign to speak at all. You would use him against me to prove your point. I ought to know better than to argue with a barrister with as much experience in the art of persuasion as you have, Nathan grumbled good-naturedly. Michael inclined his head, accepting the praise with humour. Continuing with a chortle, Nathan said, If you seek to change the subject from the ball by bringing up a past we had best forget, I assure you I will not be distracted. I have made my fortune, and it pains me to watch you sing the happiness of others when you ought to see to your own. I am happy, Michael interrupted. You are lonely, Nathan corrected. Continuing, he said, It is settled. You must fall in love with a rich heiress at the ball tonight and convince her to marry you. Your views are romantic and your speech persuasive enough. I have no doubt of your success. You can live comfortably off her dowry, and she would be happy occupying herself with your care. Michael sighed at Nathan's ridiculous speech. He did not want a life of leisure when it was a partner he sought. You are full of advice. And I hope you will heed it for once in your life. Dance with a lady of fortune who would be happy to take you off my hands. Perhaps she would have greater success seeing you to the tailor. Michael doubted any ladies of fortune would be tempted to go beyond a brief exchange with him. One look at the frayed edges of his coat would be enough to send most to the opposite end of the ballroom, which made him all the more determined to don his coat as it was for the remainder of the season. A kind-hearted, sincere lady who would love him despite his humble and often disordered life and lack of family connections was an illusion. But Michael had a touch of the dreamer about him, and he was patient. If she existed, he would keep searching until he found her. The day had been such an exceptional one, Michael did not disregard the possibility, no matter how slight, of meeting her at the ball that evening. Chapter 3. Just as Michael had predicted, not one lady paid him any more attention than they did to the servants carrying glasses of champagne through the halls. In fact, the servants were more sought out by parched dancers seeking refreshments in the stuffy rooms than he was. Not that Michael minded. As much as he enjoyed conversing with friends and acquaintances, he was equally entertained by observing them. Even the chairs lining the outer walls were empty, which pleased Michael greatly. No lady should have to endure the humiliation of watching everyone else dance, while her lack of partners was made plain for all in attendance, due to some fault she was unusually powerless to change. The refreshment table beckoned Michael with its position near the windows and its excellent view of the occupants of the room. He would sip punch at ease while taking in his surroundings. People were diverting to contemplate, if one took the time to notice them. Each individual created a story of their own, which intrigued Michael with its endless possibilities. Was this her first ball? Would the gentleman propose to the lady with whom he had already danced a set? Would the widow find happiness again? How many balls would the father attend during his daughter's debut into society? Everyone looked so lively, it was easy for Michael to imagine contented childhoods and blessed futures for them. He wished their joy to continue long after the excitement of the ball wore off. He wished each of them a happy ending. Reaching for a glass, a puzzling sight captured Michael's vision. 2 satin slippers peeking out from under a curtain. The embroidery stitched on the tips of the toes proclaimed their owner to be a lady of favourable circumstances. But their lack of wear suggested the lady had danced as much as he had. Michael wondered if she had spent the entire ball behind the curtain. Who was she? Why was she hiding? An answer to Michael's inquisitiveness soon presented itself in the form of 3 young men conversing with all the enthusiasm of a pack of Corinthians engaged in sport. The slippers disappeared behind the curtain as the sound of their voices grew louder. They lingered in front of the table, thirsty from their hunt. One remarked, "I think she went that way." "I will wager she dances with me before you," said another. "Dance with her? I shall marry her. The betting book at White's promises a fortune to the man who—" "That fortune is mine." "Do you care to make a wager on that?" Tossing back the contents of their glasses, they proceeded down the length of the room, their voices fading as they disappeared into the crowd. Good riddance to them. Michael had no patience for those who held little respect for the future and reputation of anyone, much less a lady with whom they would attach themselves for a selfish purpose. To them, she was nothing more than the means by which to win a bet. Michael returned his attention to the curtain. He felt certain the lady of whom the gentleman spoke was the same lady who had ensconced herself behind the draperies. He sympathized with her. A long, dull evening awaited her, if she were to spend it behind the stiff silk panels. She must be shy. Picking up another glass of punch, Michael rounded the table as the lady peeked out from behind the curtain. His breath caught in his throat. Fair hair, the colour of summer fields framed porcelain skin with rosebud lips. Her eyes were larkspur blue. Michael recognized her immediately. She had been lovely when he had first met her 5 years ago, but Miss Georgiana Darcy was grown up now. She was stunning. Georgiana hated being forced behind the curtain, but desperation made the more sporting gentleman persistent, despite her repeated refusals. It had become a game to them to see how far they could press her patience, and she refused to play along. It injured her pride to be treated as if she did not know her own mind. They were the ones who acted in selfish ignorance, believing their flirtation so irresistible and her mind so weak, she would succumb to their empty flattery. Georgiana was patient and forbearing, but she had her limits. On the positive side, she could see the archway leading up to the hall, providing a constant stream of people coming and going. Watching them was nearly as satisfying as going to the theatre. For instance, she briefly saw Miss Morton don her wrap and glance worriedly over her shoulder, as if she feared being seen. Most likely she was only going out to the garden. Would her dance tutor meet her there? Miss Morton's dedication to her private lessons was remarkable, and Georgiana had noticed how the lady blushed whenever they were mentioned. The tutor seemed like a kind man, an opinion which was strengthened when Georgiana learned how he had given up a prestigious position on the continent in order to care for his elderly mother in town. Georgiana's attention returned to the pack of scoundrels lurking around the table when they started speaking of fortunes. Her body tensed when she learned her name was inscribed in the betting book at White's, the vile book that had ruined many a lady's good reputation by setting the wolves after her. A voice on the other side of the curtain said, "They are leaving. It is nearly safe to come out." Georgiana started, nearly knocking the glass of punch that appeared at her elbow with her clenched fist. That was Tanner's influence. He had insisted she learn how to defend herself. Should she accept the punch? Who was the man who offered it? She looked at his fingers surrounding the glass. Tanned hands suggested he was not a dandy, afraid of ruining his complexion out of doors. His fingernails were clean and cut. Was that a callus? The edge of his coat showed a bit of wear, but his shirt sleeve, peeking from underneath, was impeccably white. The man moved the glass closer to her. "I took the liberty of securing some refreshment for you. It is difficult work avoiding the unwanted advances of a persistent pack of sporting gentlemen. Please, do not be alarmed on my account. I only mean to offer you what little comfort I can provide before continuing on my way." His pleasant voice held no threat. She heard the smile in his tone. Georgiana took the glass. "I thank you, sir. I am rather parched." Curiosity got the better of her, and she reached for the curtain with her free hand. The kind stranger said, "Not quite yet, Miss Darcy." He knew her name. Who was this man? She dropped the curtain as he suggested, but her curiosity would not be denied. "It is unfair you know my identity when I cannot see you. I should like to thank you properly for coming to my aid." A smiling face appeared in the gap of the curtain. "As you wish. I always do my best to serve justice." Mr. Michael Nelson. How could Georgiana forget those hazel eyes, full of insight and warmth? His sandy brown hair was lighter than it had been last time she had seen him so many years ago. How long now? 4 years? 5 years? Where had he been all this time? His white shoulders filled out his coat admirably, and his body was as long and lanky as it had been the last time they had met. She wondered if he still skipped meals when he lost himself in his work. Georgiana remembered him well, and it pleased her to be remembered by him. Mr. Nelson looked about, saying in a conspiratorial tone, "Pray forgive my directness, but where is your companion? You cannot be without a chaperone in this crush, not when there are sporting gentlemen out to win a wager." True to her earlier threat, Lydia had tampered with Mrs. Wiggins's punch. The poor woman was no match for the contents of the flask. Georgiana pointed in the direction where Mrs. Wiggins sat, with her chin pressed down against her chest.
"Do you see the cluster of chairs past the doors leading up to the gardens?" she asked.
Mr. Nelson nodded. "Where the matrons gather to gossip and spy on the young couples going out to the balcony?" She smiled at his observation.
"Mrs. Wiggins is the one sitting in the corner."
His eyebrows arched when he saw her, but he calmed his shock masterfully, saying, "How sensible to choose the spot farthest from the draught of the open doors. It would be dreadful for her efforts on your behalf to be rewarded with a chill."
"Indeed,"
Georgiana observed. Mrs. Wiggins's chin lifted and her mouth fell open. From the disapproving glances the matrons nearby cast in her direction, she must have snored. He tisked. "The gossip must be very disappointing tonight." Georgiana chuckled. For a moment, she wondered why their paths had not crossed before. And then she remembered how relieved her brothers had been when they had learnt she and Mr. Nelson were not exchanging letters in secret. In fact, they would not have met at all if not for the misunderstanding. They had all laughed at the mistake, and Georgiana did not think ill of William or Elizabeth, or mistake her correspondence with Miss Michaela Nilsson, a friend from finishing school, with Mr. Michael Nelson. "It is safe to step out from behind the curtain now," Mr. Nelson said. She was grateful to leave the confines of the dusty drapery.
"Thank you, Mr. Nelson. You have been an excellent guard."
He bowed elegantly. "I am pleased you are satisfied. Might I inquire after your family?"
"They are well and happy. My brother and Mrs. Darcy are here, along with her sister, Miss Lydia Bennet. I am certain they will be pleased to see you."
Georgiana was certainly pleased to see him. "And I them. Mr. Darcy's concern for the welfare of others impressed me with his honourableness." She glanced around.
"Are you accompanied by family this evening?"
A pained expression crossed Mr. Nelson's face, but he covered it with a smile so quickly, Georgiana was tempted to think she had imagined it. "My brother is not in town," he said. Mr. Nelson only had a brother, just like her. Except she had Tanner, Arabella, Elizabeth, Lydia. There were so many in Georgiana's life who were as dear to her as William. Was Mr. Nelson alone?
"I am sorry," she began.
"Pray, do not trouble yourself, Miss Darcy," he interrupted, adding, "I am poor in relatives, but I am rich in friends." The comment on the tip of Georgiana's tongue dried up when Mr. Nelson tensed beside her. His jaw twitched much like her brother's did when they were displeased. Following the direction of his gaze, Georgiana saw the three gentlemen she had been avoiding. "You are much sought after this evening, Miss Darcy. It seems you have two options: resume your position behind the curtain while I provide a distraction, or dance with me." He extended his arm to her, making clear his preference, without imposing on her ability to choose. She rested her hand on his arm and stepped boldly away from the curtain.
"Although I am intrigued to see what sort of distraction you could manage on such short notice, I should very much like to dance."
Mr. Nelson's smile warmed Georgiana from the inside out, spreading flutters through her stomach. A lively quadrille played, and they joined a square lacking a second couple. Georgiana enjoyed the dance immensely. Mr. Nelson's eyes were as merry as the tune played by the orchestra. She nearly burst into laughter when she followed his line of vision to where the three sporting gentlemen stood. From the looks of consternation they wore, Georgiana supposed they had lost a bet, or feared they had more competition in their pursuit. Her cheeks burned at the thought. She had only just met Mr. Nelson after an absence of many years, and even then their acquaintance had been brief. Her hands tingled through her gloves when they met with his. She would have liked to have spoken with him longer, or danced a set more suitable for conversation, but it felt good to laugh and skip about. Too soon the dance came to an end. Mr. Nelson motioned toward the three gentlemen. "They are determined. Shall I accompany you to your brother, or would you prefer to take a turn in the garden? Or," he added with a mischievous gleam in his eye, "I can return you to the curtain." Georgiana liked how he offered her choices. There was nothing manipulative or conniving in his manners. It was an easy decision to make. Turning toward the balcony, she said, "It was too stuffy behind the curtain, and I do not wish to worry my brother when he ought to enjoy the evening with his wife before I return to them. A turn in the garden sounds like just the thing." If Lydia could see Georgiana now, she would have been proud. She would be cautious not to converse too long or stand too close, feeding the gossip's voracious appetite for impropriety at her expense. But she enjoyed Mr. Nelson's company, and she would not deny herself the pleasure of a few more minutes in conversation, just to avoid their suspicious looks. Chapter 4. Miss Darcy was enchanting. She was a gentle spring breeze, uplifting, refreshing, and inspiring, in the midst of the heavy crush of people. The years had added to her wit, and though her hiding behind a curtain would suggest otherwise, she had grown in confidence since he had last seen her. Michael had taken care to give her several other options, but he was elated she had chosen him, and he was determined to honor her trust. He hoped the candlelight did not make plain the frayed edges of his coat sleeves. He really must make time to go to the tailor. If she had already noticed, which Michael was certain she must have, her condescension in continuing in his company was all the more admirable. She did not fuss over superficial appearances. Michael walked on near to the corner where Mrs. Wiggins slumbered. He even bowed his head to the gossiping mothers they passed on their way to fetch the chaperone. Mrs. Wiggins snorted when Miss Darcy woke her, smacking her lips together and looking about for clues to her whereabouts. Then, as if the elderly woman had not spent the past quarter of an hour or more in obvious repose, she fell behind Miss Darcy, sweeping past the matrons whispering behind their fans with her nose in the air. She was clearly above their gossip. Paper lanterns lit up the pathways, leaving dark corners occupied by couples seeking privacy. Glancing over his shoulder, Michael saw the busybodies' fans fluttering, their glowing eyes narrowing at the new target of their sneers and idle talk, Miss Darcy. Not if Michael could help it. Perhaps the garden was not the best idea after all, but the view from the balustrade would suffice along with the companionship of an awake Mrs. Wiggins. The only trouble Michael foresaw was in keeping the conversation short. He sensed it would be easy to lose track of time in Miss Darcy's presence. She stood an arm's length away from him, resting her hands against the top of the balustrade and leaning forward. "This is a lovely spot from which to appreciate the gardens. I am pleased you suggested it." Michael applauded her caution. Miss Darcy would not be one to seek the shadows, and he thought more highly of her for it. It explained her choice of a companion. Were Miss Darcy not completely trustworthy, Mr. Darcy would never entrust her reputation with a woman capable of sleeping through a ball. He wished he could reassure Miss Darcy, to promise he would never put her in the position of having to choose between her reputation and his friendship. If Michael could be so blessed to count her a friend. But such reassurances must be proved, not merely professed. Turning to him, Miss Darcy said, "The last time we conversed at length with my brother, you had returned a young lady and her child to her family." Michael remembered the case well. A lady, much too young, had eloped with a gentleman officer who had left her once her father had disowned her in a fit of anger. The ne'er-do-well had abandoned her, though he knew her to be with his child. Miss Pembroke had thought he loved her, when what he had loved was the prospect of her fortune. She had been heartbroken, ill-prepared for her change in circumstances, and too proud to beg her family to forgive her. Michael was surprised Miss Darcy remembered. Then again, it was the kind of story to appeal to the sympathies of most young women. He doubted she remembered the lady's name or any other detail. Unfortunately, these cases are more common than you might believe. Of which lady do you speak? He asked, testing her out.
Oh, I believe they are common enough,
she said firmly. Michael heard the hurt in her tone, and he wondered if she or someone close to her had nearly fallen victim to a manipulative scoundrel. A pox on the villain who preyed on a gentle lady. She added, My relief was immense when you were able to find Miss Pembroke. Her family was anxious to seek her forgiveness and welcome both her and their grandchild home. Michael's jaw dropped. Miss Darcy remembered. She had genuinely cared beyond her own involvement, and Michael's initial misunderstanding that she was Miss Pembroke. He said, Then you can understand the immensity of my relief when Mr. Darcy did not crush me, when he thought I had been courting you in secret, and again when I went so far as to assume you were the ruined lady for whom I had been searching. He would have been justified, and I have admired his forbearance since. He rubbed his jaw. Miss Darcy chuckled. He takes my protection seriously, as does my older brother. As they should. Michael had read about Mr. Tanner in the papers. It had been a few years ago, but he remembered cheering for the Darcys and Mr. Tanner when society briefly turned against them. Now that was a united family. A gentleman would have to be the worst sort of fool to cross with them over their little sister.
Have you come to the aid of many other damsels in distress? I imagine fulfilling your duties as a barrister would keep you much occupied in court. However, I would think helping people in more personal matters must be deeply satisfying.
Miss Darcy's blue eyes bored into his, pleading for more. What a singular young lady! Michael's heart skipped in his chest. I feel I should warn you for the discussion sure to ensue. There are few subjects on which I am capable of speaking with more passion than that of upholding justice and defending the defenseless.
It sounds delightful. I can imagine no happier life than giving of yourself to help others. Of course, there are those whose pride prevents them from accepting any help at all, but the few who do benefit would make it worth it, I should think.
She looked down, endearingly self-conscious. She need not feel insecure in expressing her views before him. Michael felt, as he often did at the end of a cross-examination that revealed a key piece of evidence in his client's favor. He had not known such elation could be found at a society ball. The stars smiled upon him tonight, until a shadow fell across him, and Michael saw Lord Scargrave approaching with a hefty gentleman at his side. His eyebrows were drawn together in a deep V, and his pace urged Lord Scargrave forward. Miss Darcy saw them too.
Lord Scargrave and Mr. Morton look deeply troubled. I should return to my brother with Mrs. Wiggins.
Michael tried to look past the two gentlemen blocking his view of the ballroom. Their concern could wait until he returned Miss Darcy to her brother's side. Since the gentlemen were not eager to speak of the delicate matter which had prompted them to seek Michael's counsel before any witnesses, it was a simple matter to suggest they return inside, whereupon Michael saw Miss Darcy to her family. He would have preferred to renew his acquaintance with Mr. Darcy and his lovely wife, but Lord Scargrave was quick to beg Mr. Darcy's understanding and whisk Michael away into a quiet room where they could speak in confidence. After he had introduced his rotund friend, Lord Scargrave said, "I told Mr. Morton how you had assisted me last year when my niece was so nearly tricked into marrying that man who turned out to be a charlatan, and Mr. Morton insisted on speaking to you at once." Mr. Morton dabbed his ruddy face with a handkerchief. "I apologize for approaching you directly instead of through a solicitor, Mr. Nelson, as befits a gentleman. I am in a state and mean no offence." He wrung the linen between his thick hands. His distress touched Michael, and his resentment at being pulled away from Miss Darcy disappeared. "I am not easily offended, Mr. Morton. Pray tell me how I might be of assistance." "My daughter has been kidnapped." Georgiana paced in the hall, watching the door the gentleman had disappeared into 10 minutes before. She had seen Miss Morton. She had noticed her suspicious behaviour, and she had not thought to say anything. What if she was in danger? What if an impulsive decision divided her from her family? Not knowing what had happened brought up the worst in Georgiana's fears, and her guilt increased with each passing second. She ought to have said something. Elizabeth paced with her, having assigned Mrs. Wiggins to the impossible task of keeping watch over Lydia. "You cannot blame yourself, Georgiana. How were you to know she meant to go beyond the gardens?" Elizabeth said. "I could have prevented it. I should have spoken up, but I did not think my observations important." She had also forgotten Miss Morton when Mr. Nelson had appeared. It would have been easy to tell him, a gentleman known for restoring unity to families, whose discretion had earned the trust of the highest circles. She heard William's words echo through her memory as clearly as the day he had uttered them at Ramsgate. "Oh, Georgie, had you only spoken up sooner." The anguish in his tone had pierced her heart. The disappointment in his eyes had been unmistakable, though she knew he tried to conceal it to spare her. Mr. Nelson was bound to be disappointed in her, too. "You had no way of knowing they were," Elizabeth insisted, placing her hand on Georgiana's arm. The door opened and she rushed toward it, intent on righting her mistake. "Pray forgive me, gentlemen," she said, addressing the men. "Is Miss Morton well?" Mr. Morton's face darkened. Looking about to ensure they would not be overheard, he asked, "Is there talk already?" "If there is, I have not yet heard it. I only asked because I saw Miss Morton just before the quadrille played. She wore a wrap and looked about as if she wished to avoid being seen. At the time, I thought she meant to meet her dance tutor in the gardens." Georgiana breathed in and exhaled in a rush. "If you are suggesting my daughter ran off with a commoner, allow me to assure you that is not the case. She has been kidnapped," Mr. Morton said, the handkerchief in his hand shaking. Georgiana was stunned. Was he more concerned about his daughter's reputation than her safety? He would prefer for her to have been kidnapped than to have eloped with a lowly tutor. Elizabeth moved her arm in front of Georgiana. "Of course, you were wise to entrust Mr. Nelson with her recovery." Turning to Mr. Nelson, she added, "We wish you success in your endeavour." Georgiana felt weak and foolish. Would that she had thought to say what came so easily for Elizabeth. When Mr. Nelson turned to face her, she felt her cheeks burn in shame. He asked, "What is the name of the tutor?" Adding, for Mr. Morton's benefit, "I merely ask because he might be aware of another's evil intent toward Miss Morton." She hesitated, hating how her pause would appear like uncertainty. That could not be farther from the truth. It only took her a moment to adjust after she had been preparing herself for the rebuke that had yet to come. "Mr. Turvey, he is a kind man," Georgiana replied. Mr. Morton's flabby jowls shook in rage. Then I am certain he will prove helpful. Thank you, Miss Darcy. If you will excuse me, I must away, Mr. Nelson said, his smile warming Georgiana's heart and confusing her mind. He ought to be upset with her, but his appearance and manners gave no evidence of it. Elizabeth ushered Georgiana away from the apoplectic Mr. Morton. During the course of the evening, Georgiana felt her attention on her several times, confirming she was not imagining things when she caught Elizabeth looking at her askance. Georgiana thought of a dozen different ways she could have better managed matters that evening. No doubt Elizabeth could think of more, and her constant piques were trying Georgiana's patience.
What?
She finally asked. Elizabeth smiled coyly. I should not wonder if Mr. Nelson calls when he returns. It was a question Georgiana spent the remainder of the evening pondering. Chapter 5. Georgiana settled Ben on her lap, resting his chubby, sticky fingers on top of her hands as she pressed the keys of the pianoforte in the music room. She rubbed her cheek against his wispy brown hair and inhaled his sweet baby scent before he outgrew it. At 3 years, Ben was taller than many boys his age. He also got into more mischief than most. But his disposition was so open and playful, it was impossible to correct him without cracking a smile. Even William struggled to control his expressions when discussing his son's antics. Elizabeth rocked Rose, who was as serene as her brother was active. It was time for her afternoon nap, but Ben was intent on entertaining his little sister. He took her happiness seriously, viewing it as his personal responsibility to make Rose giggle. Crawling down from Georgiana's lap, he danced like a little monkey and made funny faces. Rose's hearty belly laugh filled the room. It was impossible not to join in her glee. Elizabeth covered her children's cheeks with kisses. Ben squealed, squirming until he occupied William's arms, then squealing in delight when William tickled him. Georgiana wrapped her empty arms around herself. Would she ever find the same happiness her brother had found with Elizabeth? They complemented each other perfectly. Elizabeth sighed contentedly. There is nothing like the sound of a child's laughter, she said, giving up her attempt to calm Rose to sleep. The only dark cloud in the room was Lydia. She had been in a surly mood since their return from the ball the evening before. Not even Ben's playfulness or Rose's laughter pulled her away from the window, where she peered outside with a gloomy expression that rivaled the rain clouds in the sky. With a huff, Lydia crossed her arms and turned to them.
How am I not yet engaged? I am far prettier than most of the other ladies. I danced with every gentleman present, even the toads, and yet I am as single now as I have ever been.
Chloe, sensing her mistress's distress, nudged Lydia's hand with her nose and licked her fingertips. Ben's eyes widened.
They had dancing toads at the ball, he said, shooting an acute look of disappointment at his mother for the marvels he missed because of his early bedtime. Georgiana held her peace. Lydia did not want for advice, but rather for the opportunity to air her complaints. Flailing her arms heavenward dramatically, Lydia continued her diatribe. Some ladies have all the excitement. Why does nothing exciting ever happen to me? Dancing toads are exciting, mumbled Ben, pulling a smooth round stone out of his pocket and flicking it across the carpet for Chloe to chase. Lydia must have heard about Miss Morton. Though word had spread of her kidnapping, it would not last. Not when an elopement explained her disappearance fully. Especially given Mr. Morton's reaction to the suggestion, the man had turned as purple as a beet. Elizabeth warned, "Be careful what you wish, Lydia." Naturally, Georgiana's thoughts turned to Mr. Nelson. Was there room in his life for anything beyond his profession and investigations?
I wonder if Mr. Nelson was able to find Miss Morton before she did something her father would regret, Elizabeth said, cooing at Rose and smiling at Ben, who scratched Chloe's tummy until her back leg shook uncontrollably. Had Elizabeth guessed her thoughts? While Georgiana treasured her friendship and ability to see beyond Georgiana's cool demeanour, she did not wish to be so transparent. Some thoughts were best kept to oneself. A complete change in the subject would be too obvious, and so Georgiana altered its focus slightly. I suspect Miss Morton would rather marry a man she loves than to be stuck in an arranged marriage that would benefit her family at the cost of her happiness. No matter what Mr. Nelson finds, someone is bound to be disappointed. Georgiana knew how fortunate she was. Both of her brothers had married for love, and they would allow her to do the same. William would never use her as a pawn to gain fortune or prominence, as many society fathers did. However, though she had been careful not to place undue importance on anything concerning Mr. Nelson, Georgiana could not help but notice how silent William had become. Lydia plopped onto a chair, patting her lap for Chloe to join her.
I wish I could have seen Mr. Nelson. I was too busy dancing and avoiding Mrs. Wiggins to take notice, for all the good that did me. I shall content myself that the evening was not a total failure if my best friend wins a worthwhile suitor.
William scowled. Impervious to his reaction, Lydia continued.
What does Mr. Nelson look like? Is he handsome? Is he wealthy?
Elizabeth shifted Rose over to her other shoulder, effectively hiding her smile from William. Georgiana wanted to hide behind her hands, to press her cool fingers against her burning face, but in 2 breaths she regained control of herself. Choosing her words carefully, Georgiana answered,
He is tall and thin, a gentleman who is no stranger to activity. His hair is the colour of sand. He has a firm chin and eyes that waver between green and grey.
She left out how bright his smile was, and how it illuminated his face and darkened his eyes to the shades of a jade forest. Also omitted was how in his presence she had instantly felt secure. And important. The intensity of his gaze bespoke an undivided interest in her, far from the judging looks she loathed. The silence in the room nudged Georgiana out of her thoughts. How long had she been lost in her own meditations? Elizabeth smiled slyly at Georgiana, answering the question with the reply she had feared. Too long. My love, we ought to invite Mr. Nelson to dine with us when he returns. It would be the perfect opportunity to renew our acquaintance with him, as well as learn the results of his chase after Miss Morton's alleged kidnapper. William gritted his teeth. Lydia exclaimed,
How diverting! We could hear all the details first, and I shall be much in demand in relating them.
Elizabeth chided her sister. You will do nothing of the sort. If Mr. Nelson is truly interested in my sister, he will find his way to Darcy House without me inviting him, William snapped, crossing his arms over his chest and flaring his nostrils like an angry bull. Snuggling Rose to her, Elizabeth said under her breath, Oh, what awaits you when you become of an age to marry? William groaned, his expression one of misery as he met Georgiana's gaze. She imagined he saw the innocent maiden of 15 years who had been so easily persuaded to give her heart to a man who had taken everything she blindly gave of herself without any proof he would offer her more than promises in return. Lydia rolled her eyes.
With 2 overly protective older brothers guarding Georgie like ill-tempered, fire-breathing dragons, it would be a wonder for any gentleman to brave calling it all.
Elizabeth quieted William with a touch on his arm. It is true. You have the whole male population in London afraid of you with your stern looks and gruff manners. Good, he stated firmly, and without a hint of remorse. Elizabeth bit her lips. She knew the limitation at which teasing became torture to her husband, and she never pushed that boundary without good reason. Georgiana watched her brother's struggle and the pensive calculations visible on Elizabeth's aspect. She did not know what to say to ease the tension in the room, while Elizabeth seemed to enjoy the conflict. Finally, Elizabeth said, "It would seem you have gained another protector in Mr. Nelson. I saw how he got you out of the way of those 3 scoundrels seeking to win their stupid bet. William's darkest glares are no match when there is the lure of a fortune to be won." She looked to her husband. "I am sorry, dear, but you know it to be true." Poor William clenched his fists. He would take on every money-grubbing fortune-seeker in London single-handedly for Georgiana, and she loved him for it. He was quick to rise in her defense. But he had his own family now. He had his daughter, precious Rose, to protect, and his son, sweet-hearted Ben, to guide. Not to mention Elizabeth, who deserved William's full attention. Georgiana did not want him to suffer on her behalf, nor to impose on his time with her troubles. She reassured him, "You have nothing to fear from Mr. Nelson. He behaved the perfect gentleman." Loudly, Lydia said,
"But who knows when you will see him again? Has it not been years since your paths last crossed?"
Elizabeth pinched her face at her sister. "He will call." In her heart, Georgiana hoped so, though she took care not to show it. Chapter 6. 5 days had passed since Michael had left London, days forever lost to him, days wasted. He had ridden like the wind, exchanging horses as soon as they showed the first hints of fatigue in his haste to intervene before the escaped couple made a poor start to their union by defying the wishes of the lady's father. And Michael had ridden just as hard on his return home, knowing Nathan would need him. Of every day of the year, this was the most wretched. The anniversary of the day Nathan's father had finally succumbed to the bitterness slowly eating away at him since he had lost his fortune. He had died inside debtor's prison before Nathan was able to change their circumstances, the last member of his family to survive their shame. Nathan would be overwrought with anguish, and it was up to Michael to pull his friend out of the past with all of its festering venom. Dusty and sweaty from his journey, Michael pressed onward. He ought to have changed his clothes before going to Mr. Morton's, but there had been no time. He doubted Mr. Morton would have taken his news any better had he been more presentable. Michael did not appreciate the extent of his exhaustion until his apartment came into view, and stepping one foot in front of the other became a trial. It was an emotionally draining end to a physically demanding journey. He was disappointed, but for the sake of his friend, he could not dwell on it. Leaning his shoulder against the door, his hands too weary to push it open without the extra weight, Michael entered his room. Nathan sat in front of the empty fireplace, nursing a snifter of brandy he must have brought with him. Aside from the wine he drank with his dinner, Michael preferred not to imbibe. It dulled his senses, and nobody ever improved their situation by ignoring the painful emotions a trial thrust upon them. From the hazy look in Nathan's eye and the low level of liquid in the decanter on the table beside him, he had been seeking consolation for his old wounds for some time now. Michael was too late. Going to the fireplace, Michael arranged the tinder to light. The room was cold, but Nathan did not seem to feel it. He stared blankly in front of him, swirling his half-empty glass. Michael did not know how to lessen his friend's grief, so he said the only thing he could. "I am sorry, Nathan." Nathan's jaw clenched, and he clasped his snifter with a grip Michael feared would shatter the glass and slice his friend's hand open. With a strained voice, Nathan said, "Let us talk of other matters. Tell me where you have been." The first flames flickered to life, and Michael joined Nathan in the chair opposite. His disheartening news would have to wait. "I took your suggestion and danced at the ball," he said instead. He wanted to tell Nathan about Miss Darcy, but he feared the news would be too happy and have the opposite effect on his friend. A middle ground of emotion was his aim, nothing extreme. "Excellent," Nathan said, his tone devoid of the emotion the word usually carried. "I enjoyed myself for some time. Until—" Michael did not like the negative turn Nathan demanded in their conversation. He kept his tone light. "You are astute. A gentleman required my help in chasing after his daughter, just as I had renewed an old acquaintance with a charming family." "You allowed him to interrupt your diversion when you ought to have told him to go away?" "You know me too well. Of course I did. And a fine chase he sent me on, too," Michael said, now able to appreciate the irony of it by the warmth of the fire. "Pray, tell me what happened. Anything to get my mind off the path it has gone," Nathan begged. Desperation pinched his eyes, and he shoved his glass away from him on the table, the contents spilling over the sides. His grief was greater this year, reinforcing Michael's presentiment that there was another motive behind Nathan's wretchedness. He prayed it had nothing to do with Miss Gladden, but he feared it had everything to do with her. Trusting Nathan's discretion, Michael said, "A gentleman by the name of Morton sent me after his daughter, fearing she had been kidnapped at the ball." "Kidnapped?" Nathan scoffed. "More likely she ran off with some poor fool of whom her father would never approve." "Miss Morton fled town of her own accord, as you discerned, but I was too late to prevent her marriage to her dancing tutor." "Her dancing tutor? Now that is rich. Mr. Morton will be the laughing stock of the town," Nathan said with a chuckle that was too gleeful for Michael's taste. "I also doubted the wisdom of such a match, the lady being accustomed to all the fineries her upbringing granted her. However, the couple looked so contented together, I departed from the north, confident in the knowledge Mr. Morton might be consoled with the happiness of his daughter. Well, she did not marry into a fortune or a title. She was fortunate to have married for love." Nathan scoffed again. "Let me guess. Mr. Morton held a different view about his daughter's marriage and future." His words dripped with scorn and a bitterness Michael had not heard since his last visit to Nathan's father. Mr. Bradford had been full of venom and spite. It had consumed him like gangrene. "He claims he will disinherit her, but I have reasons to doubt he will go through with it. While her match will affect his family's standing in society, Mr. Morton's concerns were not entirely rooted in the loss of the prospects he stood to gain through a more advantageous match. He fears she will become bitter with her husband when he is unable to provide what she has taken for granted since birth, that her friends will spurn her company now that she has permanently attached herself to a tradesman. Mr. Morton is of the opinion he does her no favours by softening the consequences of her actions." As much as it pained Michael to agree with anything Mr. Morton had said, he had to admit there was a lot of truth to his views, unjust though they were. Nathan sneered. "Ah, the taint of trade. He is right. Society will scorn her. All the upper classes are the same, without exception." Michael bit his tongue. He dared not ask about the Gladdens now, for Nathan's animosity was proof his conversation with Mr. Gladden had not gone well. What had happened? Michael wished to console his friend, but he knew better than to press for details Nathan would willingly share in his own time. Staring into the blazing flames, Nathan continued. They only look after their own best interests, without a thought for others. My father was right. Michael gasped. He could not believe Nathan would cast the same defamation over a lady like Miss Darcy as he did over the degenerates who had swindled his father and cast Nathan out when he made his fortune in trade. Your speech reeks of bitterness. You must let the past go before it consumes you as it did your father, Michael warned. How can I forget when we were forced out of our home and society's good opinion? When I watched my mother, then my sister, and finally my father succumb to despair in debtor's prison. A wretched place where we did not rightly belong. If I am bitter, it is deservedly so. Michael knew the circumstances which led men to despair, that drove men mad, and made them seek the peace of death, rather than the tumultuous course a man who fought to better his life chose. But he had to hang on to the hope that not every man was a lost cause, that he could be of some use in easing their struggles, that every person, no matter how poor and ill-used, was worth the trouble. It was this belief that drove Michael to work as hard as he did. He had to help Nathan see. But you have done well for yourself. You have amassed a fortune great enough to rival the wealthiest families. Your wardrobe is the envy of Beau Brummel. Nathan snapped. And yet, they want nothing to do with me. Had Mr. Gladden denied Nathan's request for Miss Gladden's hand in marriage because of his connections to trade? Michael would not have thought it possible, but there was no other explanation for Nathan's volatile mood. Michael rubbed his chest. It ached for his friend. Not that I would ever befriend those who so easily turned their backs on my family when we needed their help, Nathan grumbled. The accusation implied was an injustice Michael could not allow. You would not have accepted their charity had it been offered. Your father did not. Those horrible men benefited from our debt. They did not want for fortune, and yet they took our shirts off our backs after all our other possessions were sold, leaving us to rot away in prison. This is unhealthy, Nathan. What is in the past is done and gone. What matters is what we do now. Nathan stared into the fire, his eyes as hollow as his voice. Until they suffer the consequences of their cruelty, I can have no peace. And how do you suppose for that to happen? Before, it was enough for you to prove yourself, to make your own fortune. And you have done it. You are one of the wealthiest men in town, and instead of taking pleasure in the fruits of your hard work, you deny others the benefit of your generous nature. What is worse, you take no pride in your accomplishments, allowing the unjust treatment of those men against your father to steal the satisfaction you have earned and ought to enjoy. Tell me their names, and I will help you see they may have already suffered for their abuses against you. Nathan pounded his fist against the arm of the chair. Do not speak of those men. Their names are cursed. Then cease to grant them power over your character. Do not allow them to poison your thoughts and control your manners. Like you do? How many times will you allow others to take advantage of your kindness before you tire? Michael refused to feel the cut Nathan tried to deliver. He was not himself today. I do not expect you to live as I do, but you have the potential to do so much good. You could be happy. It is my greatest wish for you. Nathan rubbed his hand over his face. I do not deserve your friendship. Abruptly, he rose to his feet and crossed the room. Michael followed him. You are in no state to be alone, "I will manage. I always do," Nathan said, closing one hand over the door latch and holding up the other like a barrier between him and Michael. "You are a good man. I know you will overcome the burden you bear, just as you have overcome every other obstacle in your life." Nathan opened the door, turning to Michael before he crossed the threshold. "You are a better man than I am." He closed the door behind him, and Michael stood rooted in place, listening to the steps squeak under Nathan's feet until the clack of his boot heels was swallowed up by the hustle of London. Michael looked around his room, the glow of the fire casting shadows over the stark walls. He shivered, cold consuming him. He could not stay here. Dampening the fire and grabbing his coat, Michael turned right at the bottom of the landing and continued onward with no particular destination in mind. Only after he had walked past his tailor's shop did he realize in which direction his feet carried him. Chapter 7. Georgiana hunched over her writing desk, the quill in her hand hovering over the paper, when she heard a coach and horses' hooves clattering against the cobblestones in front of her house. She was tempted to rush to the window, but resisted the urge. After days of anxious waiting and peeking through curtains to see nothing but an empty street, she had determined Mr. Nelson might not call after all. And why should he, when he was certain to have more interesting acquaintances than she? Everything she knew came from books, or from her observations of other people. She tapped the feather against her chin, pondering how she could bring more excitement into her life without troubling the peaceful setting in which her brother had surrounded himself. His tranquility had been hard-earned, and Georgiana would hate herself forever if she ruined it. But she craved something she could not properly define, something different, some variance in her routine. Her discontent grew every day, no matter how hard she suppressed it. With William, Elizabeth, and the children, she was blessed with love and acceptance, which made it all the more difficult for Georgiana to admit it was no longer enough. Was it selfish for her to wish for someone or something of her own? An accomplishment entirely her own, an adventure she could partake in rather than observe from afar. She longed to be needed, to be vital to the existence of another, just as Elizabeth was to William. It was a lot to wish for, but it did not prevent Georgiana from wanting it all the same. Lydia burst through the door, shouting, "He is here!" Georgiana's heart leapt into her throat. "Really, Lydia, can you not enter a room like a normal person?" "He is here, and you want me to knock?" Lydia rolled her eyes, and Chloe snorted in agreement. Pressing her hand against her chest and taking a deep breath, Georgiana asked, "Who is here?" Another eye roll. "Napoleon Bonaparte. Who do you think?" Lydia did not pause long enough for Georgiana to retort. She continued, "Mr. Nelson has finally called. I peeked at him from the top of the stairs, and I must say he is very tall and quite handsome." The housekeeper appeared then, informing Georgiana that Mr. Nelson was in the yellow parlour with Mr. Darcy and Mrs. Darcy, should she wish to join them. Georgiana cooled her burning cheeks with her fingers before she remembered they were covered in indigo ink. She nearly stumbled into the washstand in her haste to scrub her smudged fingers and face. Lydia huffed in frustration. "It is not your hands he will be looking at," she said, pinching Georgiana's cheeks until they throbbed, and pulling random curls loose at her temples. "Bite your lips. Not only does it heighten their colour, but it makes them larger and more appealing." Georgiana wondered if Lydia had read that in a fashion magazine, or heard it from her mother.
You would have me look like Tanner did after his fight.
Georgiana swatted Lydia's hands away. Already she felt her cheeks tighten and swell.
If it gets a gentleman's attention, a little pain is worth your efforts, Lydia said callously,
which sounded distinctly like one of Mrs. Bennet's pearls of wisdom. While Georgiana did not agree with most of the matron's surviving advice on beauty and marriage, Georgiana would not deny Lydia the pleasure of her memories. She only regretted she had none of her own with which to remember her mother. When Georgiana could not endure any more of Lydia's fussing and pinching, and before her well-meaning friend could pull all of her hair out of its pins, Georgiana slipped out of her room and down the steps. She was as eager to see Mr. Nelson as she was to escape Lydia's appearance-enhancing attentions. Pausing at the bottom of the steps, Georgiana took another deep breath and steadied herself. She waited for Lydia to catch up with her, careful to maintain a safe distance, lest she attempt to pinch Georgiana again. Together they walked through the door to the cheerful yellow parlour. Mr. Nelson rose as soon as he saw them, bowing elegantly with a smile that matched the sheen of the gold silk brightened by the afternoon sun. Georgiana knew from the choice of room Elizabeth had been the one to suggest it. Not even William was impervious to the yellow parlour's charm, though it was plain he intended to resist it to the best of his ability. He openly glared at Mr. Nelson while he pressed Ben down on the couch beside him. Elizabeth rang for tea, clasping Rose's little fingers around the bell so she could help, saying, "I hope you will stay long enough to join us, Mr. Nelson. Cook must have had a premonition you would come today. She made her famous sponge cake." From her seat across from Ben, Georgiana saw the boy's eyes widen. He clamped his lips shut and avoided meeting his mother's eyes. Elizabeth noticed. "If there is anything left of it, that is," she said, with the withering glare women were granted on the day of their first child's birth. The fierceness of her displeasure was not lost on Ben, who sat as still as a marble statue beside his father. Mr. Nelson replied, humour dancing in his hazel eyes, "I cannot stay long, but I wish to allay your fears about Miss Morton's welfare." Elizabeth jabbed William in the arm, under the guise of accommodating Rose better in her arms. Through gritted teeth, William said, "We would be delighted if you will join us." How it must have pained him to utter those words. Georgiana smiled at her brother, appreciating his attempt to be polite when he did not wish to be. If Mr. Nelson heard the tension in William's tone, he pretended not to. At Elizabeth's encouragement, he launched into an exciting account of his journey north in pursuit of Miss Morton and her alleged kidnapper. That his travels led him to Gretna Green was telling, and unsurprising. Georgiana imagined him in court, arousing a jury's compassion with his persuasive speech. Mr. Nelson was a powerful speaker. Even Lydia, whose attention was difficult to capture for more than 5 minutes at a time, sat on the edge of her seat, hanging on Mr. Nelson's every word. William's growing interest contended with his tenacious sternness. Elizabeth's hand often covered her mouth to stifle her gasps. As for Georgiana, her whole body tingled in suspense. Listening to Mr. Nelson was better than reading a gripping novel, the kind that had her chewing her lips and holding her breath as she read. Young Ben, whose attention could not last the duration of Mr. Nelson's story, no matter how riveting it was, escaped from William's grasp. Leaning against Mr. Nelson's leg, he tapped the gentleman on the shoulder politely. Mr. Nelson did not try Ben's patience by making him wait. Addressing the boy with all the dignity of a peer, he said, "I have got carried away, have I? I apologize, young man. Is there something you wish to add to the conversation? I should like to hear it very much." Ben beamed before his face went serious again.
"Are you the toad with whom Auntie Lydia danced?"
Elizabeth gasped. "Bennet Beauregard!" Lydia giggled uncontrollably. Georgiana bit her lips together, covering her smile with her hand. Mr. Nelson peered into the child's earnest eyes, which were now a little uncertain after his mother's chastisement. Reflecting Ben's grave expression, Mr. Nelson took a deep breath and uttered a throaty croak. Georgiana clapped, and Ben climbed onto Mr. Nelson's lap, whether he was wanted there or not. It was the perfect answer. Laughter bounced off the merry walls, and when Rose joined in the fun, they laughed all the more. Watching William snicker made Georgiana wonder if he would continue to dislike Mr. Nelson on principle, as any protective older brother worth his salt ought to. Time would tell. Or so Georgiana hoped. She did not want this to be the last of Mr. Nelson's calls. When the noise abated, Mr. Nelson asked Ben, "Do I look like a toad to you?" It was a bold question to ask an honest child. Ben considered the question for some time, Mr. Nelson's smile widening the longer the boy pondered. Had he asked Georgiana, she might have been brave enough to say he looked like a roguish pirate, his sandy hair brightened by the sun and salt water of the ocean. She imagined his strong arms pulling him up the rigging with ease, the breeze filling the sails, and plastering his rolled-up shirt-sleeves against his muscled shoulders. Fortunately, Ben replied before Georgiana got too carried away. What would she think of next? A dagger between his teeth? Firmly, Ben said,
"No, I think you are nice."
Evidently toads were not known to be amiable. Georgiana felt the need to explain her nephew's comment. "Ben has heard a lot of talk about balls of late. I am afraid only certain words caught his attention enough to remember." "And repeat at the most inopportune moment," added Elizabeth with a forgiving grin. Mr. Nelson chuckled, asking the women in the room, "It is not often I am able to learn of social events from a female's perspective. If you would be so kind as to indulge my curiosity, I would like to hear more. Do you often refer to your dance partners as toads?" Considering he had been Georgiana's only dance partner thus far in the season, she could not resist teasing.
"Never allowed."
Lydia snorted.
"Give me a toad with a title, and I will dance with him."
Elizabeth cleared her throat, attempting to look sternly at her sister. "You really must be more careful what you say around Ben. We all know from whom he heard about toads." Ben clambered down from Mr. Nelson's lap, hopping like a frog and making croaking noises to provoke giggles from Rose. It was too much for William. Georgiana was amazed he had lasted this long. Her ever-proper brother said, "I apologize for our informal manners, Mr. Nelson. We enjoy the presence of our children, but we are aware most of our callers prefer not to keep company with one so young." The few who criticized her brother and Elizabeth for their breach in decorum by including their children in their lives as they were wont to do, did not understand the difficulty with which said children had arrived into this world. Now that William and Elizabeth finally had the son and daughter they feared they would never have, they would not be presumed upon to part with their company, no matter who disapproved. Georgiana admired them for putting their family before the expectations of society. She paid close attention to Mr. Nelson's reaction. He shook his head. "On the contrary, Mr. Darcy, I find it refreshing. It is not often I am able to enjoy the company of children. Too much reserved energy goes to waste in the nursery, when their antics are better enjoyed by all. Their honest observations and inquiries enliven any conversation." With a straight face, William asked, even when the subject turns to toads. Mr. Nelson responded in kind. Especially then. Georgiana was convinced her brother liked Mr. Nelson despite his earlier bravado. The gentleman was easy to admire. Ben, too, showed his approval of their caller by crawling onto his lap once again and grinning up at him. Not to be outdone, Chloe made her way over to Mr. Nelson, wagging her tail frantically and poking his leg with her nose. He welcomed the attention, scratching Chloe behind the ears with one hand, while hanging on to Ben with the other. All too soon, the teapot was empty and the cake, which had arrived with one notably sized chunk missing, was gone. Mr. Nelson's visit had come to an end. Surely Georgiana was not the only one who wished he could stay longer. Chapter 8. No sooner had the door closed behind Mr. Nelson than Elizabeth and Lydia turned to Georgiana.
"He is a dream. Does he have an older, richer brother with a title?"
Lydia asked. Elizabeth shook her head. "Is that all you think about?"
"It is either marriages or fripperies, Lizzie. You know that."
Oh, Lydia, thought Georgiana. Lydia's candour suggested a smidgen of wisdom she would be the first to tell you she did not possess. She did not fool Georgiana. Lydia was too good at getting what she wanted. And even though she was still unmarried, Georgiana was confident in her friend's ability to marry a gentleman with all the traits she required.
"You have not yet answered my question. Does he have a brother?"
Lydia repeated.
"He does have a brother, but that is all I know," Georgiana said.
She knew little about Mr. Nelson, to be sure, but her curiosity needled her to want to know more. Elizabeth said, "He seemed to enjoy the attention of Ben, and he was not disturbed at all with our informal setting. In fact, I believe he rather enjoyed it." Georgiana nodded.
"He is interesting company."
Elizabeth chewed on her lip, deep in thought. Georgiana observed the wheels of her mind turning as quickly as the works of a clock. Raising her finger, Elizabeth said, "You need more opportunities to converse." William, who had fallen silent since Mr. Nelson's departure, said to her, "And you need not interfere." Elizabeth shot him such a look as to silence a lesser man. "Your manners were so stiff during most of the conversation. I wonder if Mr. Nelson will ever attempt to call again. He could easily believe you disapprove of him." William did not back down. "If I disapproved of Mr. Nelson, I would give him no reason to doubt it." "You can look as surly as you want, but I can tell you like him. Admit it," Elizabeth challenged. "He is how I remember him to be." William would not admit to anything, but he knew Elizabeth was his match in tenacity. She knew it too, which was all the motivation she needed to stand her ground. "Is that why you were doing your best to scare him away?" Elizabeth asked. William tensed, his patience waning. "Any man who struggles to win the heart of his lady treasures her all the more for the effort he took to win her affection." "Must you take it upon yourself to be the source of his struggle?" "Must you deliberately mistake my meaning? She is my little sister. Do you expect me to want anything less than the best for her? Would you make it easy for him so he would take her for granted when he should cherish her as I do you?" Georgiana's heart bubbled over with love for her brother, who was more of a father than George Darcy had ever tried to be. She would be cautious not to lose her heart so easily as she had with Wickham. She could not betray William's trust like that again. Baby Rose cooed at her daddy, reaching for him with her plump arms and little fingers. Gently, He took her from Elizabeth, and Rose placed her fat hands on his cheeks with a happy giggle. Lydia mumbled, "I am your little sister too." Her bottom lip stuck out in a pout. "And I give you my blessing to marry on the morrow," retorted William, his eyes only for his precious daughter.
"That sounds like something my father would say," Lydia grumbled, adding, "If I were kidnapped, I would make the most of it. You would see."
Dwelling on such a scheme would get Lydia nowhere. Georgiana reminded her.
It was not a kidnapping after all. Mr. Morton only said so to keep the gossips from spreading rumours of her elopement.
Elizabeth agreed. You must get this business of kidnapping and elopement out of your head. It is not as romantic as you think it sounds. After a quick scowl at her sister, Lydia turned to Georgiana with a calculating smile. Georgiana had learnt many years ago to fear what that smile would bring. As sweet as a sun-ripened strawberry, Lydia asked,
"Do you prefer Mr. Nelson to all other young men?"
What was Lydia up to? Georgiana did not know how to answer, nor did she wish to in their present company. Her brother's misery was enough without her adding to it, and Lydia would translate any preference or slight regard to be the most passionate love. She would stop at nothing to help Georgiana and Mr. Nelson along until they had no choice but to marry. Ben answered,
"I like him. Can I invite him to play? He makes a terrific toad."
He flopped down on the floor beside Chloe, rubbing her stomach until her foot thudded against the carpet. Lydia's focus did not waver from Georgiana. She expected an answer. Georgiana cleared her throat.
"I do enjoy Mr. Nelson's company. He seems like an honest, kind, good man."
She hoped her answer was vague enough to discourage Lydia from doing something overly bold on her behalf. Bunching up her cheeks in the charming manner she had practiced in the mirror, the one that displayed her dimples to greatest advantage, Lydia exclaimed,
"Mr. Nelson needs encouragement. My mother always said a man never knows what he wants until we show him. If you like Mr. Nelson, you will have to put yourself out there a bit. Take a risk. Flirt."
William's eyebrows bunched together. Georgiana does not flirt. Before Georgiana could speak up in her own defence, he turned to Elizabeth. You had best have a serious discussion with our sisters. You can tell them how it is done. Elizabeth laughed. As if I am an expert. If my memory serves me correctly, you fell for me despite your better judgment. Neither of our hearts were easily won, which I suspect is why I love you so much still. Love does not come with a guidebook. If only it did. As usual, Lydia was an expert at spouting advice of what not to do. How often Wickham had told Georgiana to follow where her passion led her, to take a risk. He had fooled Georgiana, and she would not fall for the same trick twice. Not that Mr. Nelson was anything like Wickham. They were so completely opposite, from appearance to character. Georgiana could not clearly recall why she had ever fallen for Wickham in the first place. No, that was not true. She remembered. She was only disappointed she had been so naive to have fallen into his trap. The blame lay solely on her for choosing not to see what was blatantly obvious. She had to be cautious. Rose squeezed William's cheeks and slobbered on his chin. He let her, covering her face with kisses. How different he was to their own father. Georgiana could not recall ever receiving a kiss or so much as a pat on the head from him. George Darcy had been a strict man, of the mind that children should be seen, not heard, especially girls, especially her. As a female, Georgiana knew her only purpose was to become a meek creature who would marry a gentleman of her father's choosing, a man with connections, influence, and a fortune with which to fatten the Darcy coffers. She had feared her brother would be the same, not having any reason to believe otherwise. He was never at home before their father died. She had not known William. Uncertainty and fear had driven her to seek solace in music. But even that was ruined for her when Aunt Catherine suggested her performance was too passionate. Wickham had offered a glorious release. Georgiana closed her eyes, lest her family read the emotions threatening to spill over. The years had done nothing to lessen her regret or guilt. Wickham had offered her freedom from her restraints. He had encouraged her to lower her guard. He was the worst decision Georgiana had ever made. She had paid for following her heart, and every decision she had made since William had discovered them at Ramsgate was made to avoid repeating her vulnerability. Restraint was less painful than the fear of exposing her heart to a man who would abuse it. She could not endure another heartbreak like that, nor could she bear to disappoint her brother again. Michael was thoroughly charmed by the Darcys. Pretension was not in their nature. Master Bennet and baby Rose were fortunate children. Michael appreciated Mr. Darcy's firmness of character. He would instill confidence and a healthy esteem in his children, taking an interest in their development and going to great lengths to ensure they became individuals anyone would be proud to know. It was plain he loved his children wholeheartedly. Mrs. Darcy's acceptance and humour tenderly covered over their faults, bringing out the best characteristics of those around her. Miss Bennet's honesty, while often excessive, was genuine. Her childlike views would make her the perfect playmate to encourage a child's vibrancy and mischief. And then there was Miss Darcy. She radiated a strength and tranquility that inspired hope within Michael. Her ability to accurately read his and her family's expressions, to soothe them or add to their happiness with a look and a well-spoken word, was a divine gift she used wisely. He had thought her shy, and who would not, after discovering her hiding behind a curtain? But she did not cower before the strong presence of her brother, nor did she fade into the background with her sisters-in-law. Miss Darcy stood boldly on her own merits. Michael's tumultuous morning had lost its heartbreak. The peaceful street, gentle spring breeze, joyous chirp of birds hopping in the tree branches lining the pavement, and the sun peeking through the clouds to warm his back, melted his cares. Michael had only left Darcy House minutes ago, and already he longed to return. Icy quivers shot up Michael's spine. His breath slowed as his pulse raced. The change was so drastic, Michael looked about to see what had caused this sudden shift. A dark figure stood beside a tree, dressed entirely in black. A thick scar ran across his cheek. Michael's inclination was to reserve judgment until a man proved his character by works. But he was not a fool to ignore the warning signs his body gave. The man watched Michael. What was such a man doing in this part of London? The desire to run grew stronger as Michael heard the man's footsteps behind him. Had the man followed him to Darcy House? Who was he? Michael pulled out his timepiece, gasping loudly enough for the man to hear him across the street. Under the pretense of being late, he hastened his steps. The man followed him. Michael knew London well, and he used his knowledge to confuse his pursuer. Dashing between carriages, weaving through alleyways, blending in with buyers and sellers in crowded markets, Michael finally ducked into an alcove once he was certain he had gained an advantage on the man with the scar. Pressing his back against the marble archway, Michael listened for the man's steps to pass him. 4 paces from where he hid, the man paused. He muttered words that would make a sailor blush and turned back toward the market. Michael remained where he was for a few more minutes. Who was that man? Why had he followed Michael? Why had he been so close to Darcy House? Was he a criminal Michael had brought to justice? He would have recalled that scar, unless he had acquired it in prison. Was he out to exact revenge? Were the Darcys in danger because of him? The thought chilled Michael to the bone. If any of the enemies he had made over the years were to use them to even a score against him, Michael dreaded to think of it. He must keep his distance. He would cherish the time he had spent with the Darcys, but his association with them would have to come to an end. His curiosity regarding Miss Darcy would have to go unsatisfied. He would keep her safe. His call that afternoon would be his last. The wind shifted, and Michael wrapped his arms around his chest. His apartment had never felt so miserably barren as it did later that evening. Chapter 9. Lydia's despair deepened so greatly, Georgiana determined to attend the very next social engagement to which she had been invited. Unfortunately, it was a masked ball. A night of deception and disguise, where everyone revelled in anonymity, using it as an excuse to flaunt poor behaviour. Lydia was beside herself with excitement. Georgiana consoled herself with the hope of chancing upon Mr. Nelson, her desire to see him being much stronger than her desire not to see him at such an event. William, too, detested disguise, but he was a supportive brother and an indulgent husband. He also recognized when he was outnumbered by the 3 females in his household who wished to go. William had become much more selective in choosing his battles since marrying Elizabeth. The short time they had to ready for the ball, a mere 2 days, passed in a flurry of preparations, fittings, and interrogations instigated by Lydia to ensure she would stand out in the crush. The quest to find the perfect mask consumed Georgiana's every waking moment, until she regretted her attempt to appease Lydia's misery. Who was miserable now? Like the lady who would wear it, Lydia's mask was bold, a study in bright colours and attention-demanding peacock feathers tall enough to rise above the crowd. Georgiana fingered her simpler mask as they rolled down the uneven street in their carriage. It covered half of her face, the white feathers and beaded pearls extending over the top of her head in an elegant design. She was to be a swan. William refused to wear a mask, and Elizabeth, pleased he was willing to accompany them at all, had followed his example. Mrs. Wiggins could not care less how anyone dressed so long as she found a comfortable chair out of the draught in which to deposit herself for the duration of the night. Lydia conversed enough for their entire party as the carriage conveyed them to the ball. She commented on the cuts of the gowns, the quality of the masks, the arrangements of hair, and whether a certain handsome gentleman they passed might have a title or not. She was a lady on a mission, a lady whose night was ruined before it had even begun, when they passed 2 carriages in a row bearing ladies wearing the same peacock feathers she sported. Lydia plucked at her plumes on the verge of tears. "I shall not stand out at all. How am I to compete with their prestigious family lines and fortunes when I must hide my beauty behind a mask everyone else is wearing?" Georgiana squeezed her hand. Lydia was skilled at making the most of what she had, but she would be hard-pressed to catch the attention of a gentleman who met all of her requirements for a husband. If anyone was not made out for the solitary life of a shelved maiden. It was Lydia. Her nature was too affectionate. A tear slipped down Lydia's cheek, dripping onto the feathers of the masks she held in her hands. Georgiana was not about to endure a miserable night for nothing, nor would she allow her friend's sadness to continue when she could end it. Extending her mask to Lydia, she said, "I have yet to see another swan. We can swap. The white feathers and pearls will look fetching with the cerulean overlay of your gown." Every time Georgiana regretted wearing the gaudy headdress, she would remember Lydia's change of expression. She was delighted. Clapping her hands together and dabbing her eyes so as not to irritate and redden them further, she said, "I will not embarrass you, I promise." Georgiana looked askance at Lydia. "Embarrass me? Why do you say that?" They were only trading masks, not identities. Lydia giggled. "If I wear your mask, I must pretend to be you, of course." Goodness gracious. Georgiana spoke calmly and slowly so as not to be misunderstood. "No, you pretend to be a graceful swan." Lydia nodded. "Exactly, just like you. If you were an animal, I am convinced you would be a swan." A glance at Elizabeth, who shrugged her shoulders, did nothing to enlighten Georgiana. Uncertain of the extent to which Lydia intended to pretend to be her, Georgiana focused on the physical differences which would make such an exchange impossible. "I am taller and of slimmer form than you. I doubt anyone would be fooled." Lydia twisted her lips and shrugged. "Still, it is fun to pretend. Is it not the point of a masked ball? Besides, with my darker hair, I declare I resemble your brother more than even you do. Perhaps there will be some present who are not so well acquainted with the Darcy family. Certainly, I can convince them. It shall be excessively diverting to try." She smiled at William, who did not care much for her line of reasoning. Georgiana, however, had to admit Lydia made a good point. Anyone who had not met them could easily think Lydia was William's sister, if they judged from appearance alone. She weighed her options. She could argue with Lydia and beg her not to embarrass them all by switching roles, but that would only give rise to Lydia's spirits. She would exert herself to prove Georgiana wrong, giving such a performance as would be certain to draw more attention than if Georgiana said nothing at all. Decided on her next move, Georgiana said as casually as she dared, "If you want to pretend to be me, you have my blessing. But I cannot do you justice, and so will not even attempt to pretend to be you." She said this delicately, so as not to give rise to offence. While Lydia proclaimed all the ways she intended to do justice to her role, Georgiana fiddled with the peacock feathers. She had striven to blend in and go unperceived, an impossibility with the horrible towering feathers. She was already taller than most ladies, with the spectacular display of colourful plumage protruding from her headdress. She would escape no one's notice. Georgiana made the mistake of looking at Elizabeth, whose body shook as if she were this close to bursting into laughter. William alternated between amusement at Georgiana's predicament and disgust that such a ridiculous situation had presented itself in the first place. No doubt he was counting the hours until he could return Lydia to Longbourn. In a grave tone opposing her visible glee, Elizabeth said to Lydia, "You must make certain to keep Georgiana out of trouble." Lydia laughed. "Georgiana is never any trouble." Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. "One can always hope. A little trouble is good for a lady now and then." It was Georgiana's greatest wish to avoid trouble, not to indulge in it. Arranging the swan mask carefully over her hair, Lydia pinned it in place, saying,
I shall have so much fun pretending to be you. I will lure gentlemen to my side with my demure looks, then drive them mad by disappearing behind curtains. I am not that bad. I only make myself scarce when I must, you know that, Georgiana said, tugging on a peacock feather so hard it broke. Lovely. She was molting. With Elizabeth's help, Georgiana donned the odious plumes, securing the mask just as the carriage pulled in front of their host's home. Georgiana cringed at the abundance of light pouring out of the windows. There would be no hiding from her disguise. How ironic. It was a feat to exit the carriage with her lofty quills, but fortunately, Georgiana was not the only lady having difficulty with her costume. Several other ladies wore the same mask, and each of them glared at her, and at each other for presuming to imitate her. Georgiana ignored their scowls, content that the level of mortification she would have to endure was acceptable, given the population of peacocks in the room. With Elizabeth and Lydia at her side, she strolled through the crowd, stopping to converse with clusters of people she thought she recognized. The topic of the night was Miss Morton. News of her elopement had reached London, and they lost no time in voicing their opinions on the matter. Some said they would have nothing to do with her when she returned to town, if she dared return at all. The loudest among them proclaimed that Miss Morton's shame ought to keep her away. Others said in softer tones that they thought marrying for love, even to a man far beneath her station, was romantic. They would be the first to succumb to the pressure of their peers and shun Miss Morton's company all the same. Their loyalty to an old friend was not strong enough to bear the criticism of society, were they to be seen entertaining her. It made Georgiana sick. No sooner would the conversation turn to Miss Morton than Georgiana would politely excuse herself before she had a chance to observe how their weak fear gave them permission to maliciously gossip about a lady with whom they had sipped tea the week before. A gentleman wearing a horse mask asked her to dance, followed by an Indian Maharaja and an Egyptian prince with paste jewels on his crown. Georgiana blamed her instant popularity on the peacock feathers. They were a curse. Elizabeth asked Mrs. Wiggins to stay with Lydia, but Georgiana kept an eye on her to ensure she did not overdo her act. However, Georgiana need not have worried. While she danced with a horse and feigned royalty, Lydia spent her time in conversation, listening on the fringes of different groups, just as Georgiana would have preferred to spend her evening. On her way over to join Lydia, Georgiana spotted Mr. Nelson standing nearby. He wore a black sash tied around his eyes with peepholes to see through. It was not much in the way of a disguise, but Georgiana would have recognized his greyish-green eyes anywhere. Lydia saw him too. With a self-satisfied grin, she said, Let us have a bit of fun with him.
Grabbing Georgiana's hand, she dragged her over to Mr. Nelson. Standing on her tiptoes and stretching her neck as tall as she could, Lydia said in a sweet tone Georgiana did not think sounded at all like her own voice,
Mr. Nelson, how good to see you.
He bowed. Good evening to you, Miss Bennet. With another bow to Georgiana, he added, Miss Darcy. Georgiana tried not to look smug. Mr. Nelson had not been fooled for a second.
I thought I was more convincing than that,
Lydia huffed. Mr. Nelson's eyebrows pulled together. I am sorry I did not react as you meant me to. Perhaps if I understood your game, I might do better at your next attempt. Lydia lowered her heels to the floor, Tisking her tongue at Mr. Nelson, she owned.
I see I cannot deceive you, and so I will turn my attention elsewhere.
Whispering quickly into Georgiana's ear, she said,
I swear I will not do anything you would not do, Georgie. I will behave so prim and proper, nobody would believe I was not you. Now is your chance. Encourage him.
For Mr. Nelson's benefit, she added in a louder voice,
I admit I am enjoying myself immensely. When I am not so busy creating gossip for the old biddies, I have a chance to hear some of it.
And just like that, Lydia disappeared into a gaggle of ladies strolling by. Mrs. Wiggins dutifully followed, leaving Georgiana as alone with Mr. Nelson as two people could be in a crowded ballroom. Chapter 10. Michael had received a message earlier the same day from Nathan. Business called him out of town, and he gave no estimation as to his return. Michael hoped Nathan's business would keep his mind too occupied to linger on painful memories. Nothing good ever came from dwelling on the past, or from worrying excessively, as Michael knew himself capable of doing, over affairs one had little enough power to change or improve. After 2 days of active avoidance, in which he dared not venture near Darcy House, Michael was in such an ill humour he found himself in the astounding position of being unable to endure his own company. The Chambers would not have him back yet, and they were so proud of themselves for putting his welfare ahead of their own, Michael could not correct them. If he had to spend one more evening alone in his apartment, he feared he would go mad. It was not until he saw the pile of neglected invitations laying against his coffee pot on the table that he remembered he ought to have gone to the tailor. But that was not the sort of company he sought. The company he craved was too precious to put at risk, and Michael did not feel it just to inflict his poor tailor with his present mood. When he opened the invitation for the masked ball, it seemed like a perfect compromise. Miss Darcy would not likely be there, and he could hardly be putting her at any risk if he were to chance upon her at such a large gathering where anyone could be anything. And she stood before him now, wearing an outrageously bold mask. The attention-seeking plumes contradicted her unassuming character, but she did not wilt in self-consciousness. She donned the impressive arrangement with a confidence that fanned the flames of his curiosity and admiration. "There is an appalling lack of curtains in the ballroom," Michael teased once Miss Bennet had departed with a dutiful and awake Mrs. Wiggins trailing behind her. He offered Miss Darcy his arm, and his temperament lightened with the touch of her gloved hand.
I had noticed, she said. However, given the height of my costume, I do not think even curtains would conceal me tonight.
She fingered a protruding feather, adding emphasis to her point. Michael laughed, pleased with Miss Darcy's ability to laugh at herself. She did not take herself too seriously. It was difficult to hear over the buzz of the crowd, so he led her toward the gardens. "I admit to a great curiosity regarding your choice of mask. I never would have guessed you would choose such a striking headdress," he said. Miss Darcy sighed.
"Sometimes the price of friendship is rather steep."
So the headdress had not been her idea. His interest was piqued. "I should love to hear how that came about if you wish to tell it." "Please do," he thought, while she considered.
Another sigh, then finally, "I might as well. Were it not for Miss Bennet, I dare say I would not have come here at all tonight. However, one does what one can to add to others' happiness, even at the cost of one's comfort."
"One does," Michael agreed wholeheartedly, hoping she would continue.
"Then you understand my predicament. After so much exertion encouraging her spirits, you can imagine my reaction when Miss Bennet was saddened to see, on our way here, more than a few other ladies wearing the same mask. Unwilling to allow the coincidence to spoil her evening, I offered to swap with her. I should not have regretted it, were nothing more than my own comfort affected, but as you experienced, she seized on the opportunity to switch identities entirely.
That explains her disappointment when I recognized you.
You did, she said softly. The gentleness in her tone warmed his cheeks. Another sensation, one that had him straightening his posture and holding the arm she held further out from his side, made him look over his shoulder. Mr. Darcy's steely gaze cooled Michael's complexion like a blast of frigid air. Right. He must not forget his place. Miss Darcy was kindness personified, and he would not flatter himself by adding more meaning to her words than she, in fact, spoke. Michael cleared his throat and returned the conversation to Miss Bennet. Surely she does not expect anyone of your acquaintance to be fooled by her act? That will not keep her from trying, Miss Darcy said with a smile, turning to face the ballroom once they reached the balustrade separating them from the dark gardens below. There was no vanity or jealousy in Miss Darcy's tone, and she bore the discomfort of which she spoke elegantly. Clearing his throat again, Michael acknowledged, Yes, Miss Bennet does seem like the sort of lady to make the best of any situation. Would Miss Darcy resent his praise of another? Most ladies would. It is what I love most about her, Miss Darcy said, her eyes softening as they searched the crowd for her friend. The glow of sincere affection flattered her fair features more than the hundreds of candles casting their light from the ballroom chandeliers. Miss Darcy was as beautiful inside as she was in appearance. Oh dear, Michael felt himself in danger. He looked through the doors, hoping to see Mr. Darcy's stern stare fixed on him. That would interrupt the warmth spreading over Michael like liquid honey, delicious and dangerous. He was powerless to resist her, his desire to know more about the fascinating woman as intense as the bright moon in the cloudless sky, bathing them in its brilliance. Remarkable, he muttered. How two complete opposites should be the best of friends. My brother would agree with you, Mr. Nelson, she said. That was not at all what he had meant with his comment. But he had no right to encourage affection when he had determined to keep his distance from the Darcys. After tonight, he had not seen the man with the scar since his call, and it was unlikely such a man would attempt to gain entry into an event where his presence would not be tolerated. Just a couple more minutes, just one more question, just one more detail he could ponder after they parted ways. Pointing at her fingers, Michael said, I imagine Miss Bennet inspires you with many stories. Do you write them? Miss Darcy's eyes widened, and she looked around nervously. Had there been more light to see with, Michael was certain he would have seen the colour drain from her complexion. Dropping her voice, she asked, How did you know? He could not have imagined her strong reaction at his simple observation. Unwittingly, he had touched on a sore subject, and since he could not unsay the words which had caused her distress, he could at least attempt to console her. It is imperative in my profession to notice things. I could not help but observe how your fingers were stained with ink when I last called at Darcy House, and though you had scrubbed your fingers admirably, I noticed a trace of ink lingering under a fingernail where it is most difficult to remove the evidence of one who writes a great deal. More than merely letters to friends. His sentence trailed off as Miss Darcy's distress increased. What a brute!
He spoke of evidence as if she were a criminal. Think, man, think. She twisted her hands together and nibbled on her lips, avoiding his direct gaze. He tried again, anything to ease her anxiety. Of course, I am often wrong, as I am certain to be in your case. Smoothing her hands over her skirt, Miss Darcy straightened her shoulders and locked eyes with him. You are right. I am only ashamed I have not allowed myself to admit to it. While I do write a great many letters, I am also an authoress. She held her breath and her firm gaze. Miss Darcy had entrusted him with something precious to her, and he would not give her cause to lament her admission. He said, Writers are keen observers of human nature. I would say you are well suited to it. She exhaled, carefully weighing her words as she added, I enjoy chronicling the adventures that have befallen my family in recent years. What adventures could possibly befall a family of the highest circles? Adventures befallen? What an odd pairing of words, Michael said, regretting how his phrasing might imply anything less than literary perfection from the wordsmith confiding in him. He did not have to read her work to know she possessed great talent. Everything Miss Darcy did was certain to be exceptional. She dropped her voice, reeling Michael in and increasing his suspense with her caution. Of the greatest sort. Murder, deception, house fires, threats, betrayal, pugilism, drugged tea, kidnapping. Miss Darcy's reserved nature melted away with every dangerous scenario crossing her rosebud lips. Michael swallowed hard, pulling his gaze away from her tantalizing mouth and up to her eyes. 2 summer blue orbs sparkled with excitement, an enthusiasm directed exclusively at him. She trusted him with her secret. He gripped the balustrade for fear of floating away on a cloud of elation. Where was Mr. Darcy? Michael looked through the windows and open doors, but there was no glare to weigh down his feet and return him to reality. In conclusion, she said, Perhaps I shall let you read them some day. Michael pressed his hand against his heart. It was doing strange things in his chest. There is nothing I would like more. It promises to be a gripping collection of stories. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she looked down at her hands again. I hope it is as absorbing to read as it was to write. It will have to last, as I have had very little about which to write lately, much to the consternation of my publisher. I cannot seem to convince him that all adventures eventually come to an end. Michael would do anything to restore Miss Darcy's daring liveliness. That is only true in a novel. In reality, the adventure continues for the duration of our lifetime. Life is not so adventuresome for a lady, I fear, she said, adding quickly, although I cannot complain when I have had more than my fair share of excitement. She was too young to content herself with decades of uneventful resignation. You should listen in at court. In the course of one day you could hear such stories to inspire and break your heart, to crush your spirits with the cruelty of men, and raise them up again when their kindness restores your faith in humanity. Michael fanned the spark he had witnessed, trying to reignite the fire within her before they turned to ash and suffocated her soul. She tilted her chin. Is that why you became a barrister? Michael chuckled. Aside from necessity? He did not need to pretend around Miss Darcy, nor would he give himself airs. There are other professions a gentleman can pursue, she commented. She wanted a real answer, so Michael gave her one. It is my passion. When she leaned forward, her eyes ablaze, thirsty for more, He continued, "When I was a boy, I accompanied my father to the courts. He had an interest in a case in which he stood to inherit a small sum of money. Nothing became of it, but that was the day I saw William Garrow."
"I have heard of him," Miss Darcy said. "Did he not proclaim every man to be innocent until he is proved otherwise?"
Miss Darcy knew of William Garrow? It was a first for Michael, whose mention of the great man was more often met with blank stares. Her interest spurred his enthusiasm. His memories carried him back to the courtroom, his body tingling with excitement, as it had that glorious day. That was he. It was amazing to observe how he defended the poor unceasingly until his retirement, sometimes appearing in upwards of 20 trials in a day. He helped many people, building such a legacy as to continue to benefit thousands.
"And he inspired you to do the same?" she asked.
Michael looked at Miss Darcy intently. This was the point in which his views differed from the majority. Is it not our privilege to help others when they are in need?
Without hesitation, she replied, "I have always believed so. If a lady is motivated by love for her fellow man, it will always be a privilege, not a duty to be performed begrudgingly. That kind of help, often more kindly referred to as charity, discourages the proud from accepting assistance when it is most needed, and so is not helpful at all."
Her insight moved Michael to ask more. "Do you believe there is good in everyone?"
He believed it with his whole heart. Slowly she replied, "I once believed so, but I have since met individuals who have put my belief in the good of humanity to test. While I will own that most people are inherently good, experience has taught me there are also a few who dedicate their lives to their own pleasure."
Michael, too, had met such people. However, he was convinced they were the ones who needed the most support. Miss Darcy's voice trembled ever so slightly when she added,
"Their selfishness causes them to hurt others without conscience if they stand to gain from them."
The melancholy in her semblance, the hurt in her tone, cut Michael's argument at the knees. By her own admittance, she spoke from experience. She knew what it was like to suffer at the hand of another, and the conviction in her words had the power to alter Michael's previously held view. Her sadness made him angry. Had it been someone in her family? A first love? While Michael did not like the idea, it was impossible for him to trust that a beautiful young lady such as Miss Darcy could avoid the advances of the hordes of young men seeking her attention completely. They would be fools not to take notice of her. And yet, she was not broken. She shed no tears. There was a firmness in her pointy chin that bespoke a strength of character Michael was only now beginning to appreciate. From the depths of his soul, he said, "I hope the individual was brought to justice."
"Death is the ultimate judge," she said. "He is gone, and can do no further harm to me or anyone else. But please, let us not speak of those who refuse to change their ways, when we can speak of those who are eager to become the best versions of themselves."
Michael would rather see Miss Darcy smile, and so he was eager to take her suggestion. "Very well. I know of such a family." He told her of the Porters and their hard-earned good fortune. Theirs was a happy story indeed. She plied him with questions, showing genuine interest in a poor family she had never met, nor was it likely she would ever meet. Michael made it a point to provoke Miss Darcy's smile, taking delight in their conversation until they had spoken longer than they should have. Chapter 11. Georgiana could have spent hours conversing with Mr. Nelson, but it was time to bring their discussion to a close. William's persistent glares at Michael had not been lost on her. Elizabeth appeared on the balcony, looking from side to side as if she had lost something. Georgiana was certain it was William's doing. Very well. She had been out on the balcony for longer than she ought to have been, and she appreciated Elizabeth's clever way of conveying William's concern. Georgiana raised her hand to announce her presence and leave Mr. Nelson to rejoin her family, when she saw Mrs. Wiggins behind Elizabeth, looking about anxiously. Strange. Strange enough to give rise to unease. "I wonder what has happened," Georgiana said, lowering her hand. She and Mr. Nelson crossed the balcony to Elizabeth, who greeted them with a question. "Do you know where Lydia is? We cannot seem to find her." Georgiana felt guilty. She ought not to have allowed herself to get distracted from Lydia. She would not be content listening to gossip all night, watching others have fun. "She is probably dancing," she suggested. Scanning over the crowd within her view, Georgiana was certain she would see Lydia laughing in the centre of a group. Elizabeth fiddled with her necklace. "Of course you are right. I simply did not see her, and only need to look harder. I apologize for disturbing you." Mr. Nelson took a step toward the ballroom, his full attention already fixed on the clusters of people gathered near the French doors. "Allow me to assist you." "Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We will find her in no time at all, and I shall scold her for giving Mrs. Wiggins the slip," Elizabeth said with a laugh Georgiana knew to be forced. An hour went by, and the conviction Georgiana had held of finding Lydia now cracked under brittle uncertainty. Lydia was nowhere to be seen. The housekeeper joined them in her search, looking into the rooms a young lady might have slipped into. Elizabeth teased about Lydia's schemes. "No doubt she is trying to compromise some poor fool into marrying her," she said. But Georgiana heard the concern in her tone. At this point, Georgiana hoped that was all that had happened. Lydia did not easily blend into a crowd, except for tonight. What a bother she chose that evening to act contrary to her nature! She approached friends and acquaintances, discreetly inquiring if they had seen Lydia recently. Laughter pressed around Georgiana, and she started every time she heard a woman giggle. She would turn to see the source of the merriment, only to be disappointed. Lydia was nowhere to be found. The music hurt Georgiana's pounding head. If Lydia hid on purpose, if this was one of her ill-planned games— She examined the gardens along with the now weeping Mrs. Wiggins. They peeked around every leafy plant and strategically placed bush, but Lydia was not there. The crush of revellers wearing disguises was another hindrance. Searching for one lady amid a houseful of people who thought their inquiries were nothing more than an amusement was like trying to find one loose pearl in Aunt Catherine's collection of jewels. Still, the need for discretion was necessary, both for the sake of their hosts and for Lydia's reputation. For all they knew, she might be conversing quietly in a corner with a perfectly respectable gentleman. In Lydia's endeavour to imitate Georgiana, anything was possible. Out of the corner of her eye, Georgiana saw a flurry of white feathers and glistening pearls. Lydia! Georgiana rushed across the room, keeping her eyes fixed on the feathers before they were swallowed up in the crowd. Politeness slowed her down, but she wound her way through the throngs to see the feathers that had caught her attention, along with the red tendrils of the hair they covered. It was not Lydia. Discouragement clouded Georgiana's eyes, but she refused to give in to tears. Crying was a waste of time when she now feared for her friend. What had happened?
Where was she?
Mrs. Wiggins caught up with her, grasping Georgiana's elbow for support.
"Is it Miss Bennet?"
she asked expectantly, her eyes watery and her nose red. Georgiana hated to disappoint her, but there was nothing else to be done. Mrs. Wiggins's head drooped.
"She was there 1 second, and gone the next. I was near her side all evening, just as Mrs. Darcy said. I do not know how this has happened."
"Tell me again, where did you last see her? Show me precisely where she was."
"Right here, under the chandelier in the entrance hall. She joined a group of ladies who were taking a turn about the rooms. They turned toward the ballroom, and I only lost sight of her for a moment."
Mrs. Wiggins led Georgiana to the spot and pointed in the direction in which she had last seen Lydia walk. There were many people milling about, but no Lydia. Stiffening her spine, Georgiana said, "We are not done searching yet, Mrs. Wiggins. We must keep our wits about us." Mr. Nelson weaved his way through the masses, and Georgiana saw in his expression that he had met with no more success than she and Mrs. Wiggins had. William and Elizabeth followed closely behind, their faces grim. Once they were all assembled, Mr. Nelson suggested they inquire at the post coaches and carriages for hire. He offered to send messages to 2 of his most trustworthy sources, explaining to William how they could get information far quicker than either of them could, were they to run about town and ask themselves. How had it come to this? 5 years ago, Georgiana would have thought Lydia capable of eloping as Miss Morton had done. But she had matured since then, enough to see the disadvantages of an elopement. Lydia would never agree to a secret engagement when she stood to gain far more attention by making it public. After another turn around the ballroom, Georgiana paused. She was going about this all wrong. She should not search where she thought Lydia might be when Lydia was trying to act like her. Where would Lydia think Georgiana would go? Grabbing Mrs. Wiggins's hand, Georgiana said, "Come, let us go to the library." Mr. Nelson was already there, stooping behind a couch. He stood when he saw them, saying, "I thought perhaps Miss Bennet might have taken her assumed role so seriously she might have retreated to the library. It seems like a room in which you would seek refuge."
"It is my favourite room in any home, besides the music room,"
Georgiana owned, flattered Mr. Nelson had drawn the same conclusion she had. Between them, he had much more experience searching for lost ladies. Together they searched the library, careful not to disturb the fathers snoring with newspapers draped over their stomachs. Lydia was not in the library. Mr. Nelson ran his hand through his hair. His black mask lay on a table beside an empty glass. Georgiana had been so preoccupied she had forgotten about her peacock feathers. She took off the mask, removing the pins holding it in place, and set it on a table. Her hair would be crushed and her curls dishevelled, but she did not care. Only Lydia would chastise her appearance, and she was not there. "It is far-fetched, but could she be hiding behind the curtains in the ballroom?" Mr. Nelson asked, his hazel eyes stormy grey in the dim candlelight.
"It is worth looking."
Georgiana could count on one hand the number of times she had been forced to retreat behind the draperies, but Lydia loved to torment her about it. Without another word, she, Mrs. Wiggins, and Mr. Nelson filed out to the hall. So intent was Georgiana in her search that she did not see the 3 sporting gentlemen until they had surrounded her, blocking her path. They were like hounds on the hunt, closing in tighter around her and Mrs. Wiggins. Mr. Nelson was invisible to them. He was not their prey. The largest of the 3 said, Miss Darcy, are you so eager to be found you have shed your mask before the ball is done?
Have you seen Miss Bennet?
Georgiana asked. She had no patience for their games. The gentleman smirked. Who would seek out Miss Bennet when Miss Darcy is in the room? The rake to her left extended his arm to her with a bow. May I have the pleasure of the next dance, Miss Darcy? Georgiana gritted her teeth. The hunters would see any attempts of hers to extract information as encouragement. Not bothering to calm the snap in her tone, she said,
Unless you can produce Miss Bennet immediately, I have neither the time, the patience, nor the inclination to dance with any of you. Not tonight. Not ever. Excuse me.
She pushed through them, pulling Mrs. Wiggins along behind her. Mrs. Wiggins huffed at the gentlemen as they passed, and had Georgiana not been in such an ill humour, she would have appreciated the elderly woman's gesture more. Mr. Nelson appeared at her side. You handled them extremely well for a lady who hides behind curtains. You are full of surprises, Miss Darcy. She spun to face him, her finger jabbing him in the centre of his necktie before she could stop herself.
3 times. I have hidden behind a curtain 3 times in 3 seasons. Am I to forever be the lady who shies away from adversity?
He leaned forward, looking at her askance. You do not? Georgiana's ire cooled enough for her to realize how inappropriate it was for her to inflict her anger on Mr. Nelson. What a spineless ninny he must believe her to be.
While I generally make it a point to avoid trouble where I can, I am not afraid to speak up when it is necessary.
At least, that was what she had determined to do. Beginning now. She watched his expression carefully. Did he believe her? Or did he think her full of false bravado? Why did he not say something? She hardly believed herself. He grinned. Remarkable, he muttered. It was not at all the reaction she had expected, and when she felt a blush crawl up her neck and invade her cheeks, she redirected her attention back to the urgent matter at hand. The search for Lydia. Barreling down the hall to the ballroom, Georgiana saw William and Elizabeth coming from the opposite direction. Her brother was easy to see in a crowd, he was so tall. It's nearly 2 a.m. The housekeeper assures me every room has been searched twice. Have you heard anything from your informants, Mr. Nelson? William asked. Mr. Nelson shook his head. I only have one more man to hear from, but the other one was able to confirm that nobody of Miss Bennet's name or description has hired a coach from the section of town where he inquired. They continued into the ballroom, trying not to call attention to themselves while peeking behind curtains and behind bushy potted ferns. Mrs. Wiggins's concern lent her vigour. She searched tirelessly without complaint. Finally, they reached the last curtain. It was at the back of the room behind the refreshment table. Open doors behind it led out to a small balcony. The cooling breeze floated in, cooling Georgiana's cheeks. She leaned into it, closing her eyes, knowing that whatever they found, or did not find, behind the last drapery they had left to inspect, was of the utmost importance. She went to the curtain, pulled the fabric aside, and her heart froze. Elizabeth gasped, stooping to pick up the mangled mass of feathers crushed on the floor. Elizabeth's eyes brimmed with tears as she cradled the swan mask to her chest. William's deep voice cut through the chatter surrounding them. We must return to Darcy House this instant. Turning to Mr. Nelson, he added, If it is agreeable to you, I should like for you to accompany us. I will send for my man of business as soon as I can write him a message. But you already know the situation and have a reputation for acquiring difficult information. It seems we might need your assistance in finding Miss Bennet. Will you come with us? I would have offered myself freely, had you not requested my help, Mr. Nelson replied. Knowing their predicament, the housekeeper was instrumental in getting them out of the house and into their carriage in a short time. The distance to Darcy House was not great, and for that Georgiana was grateful. She suspected she knew why William suggested they return home. Elizabeth looked blankly out of the glass, voicing the reason for their haste aloud. Lydia would never leave Chloe behind. She loves her too much. It could very well be she simply returned home. Sometimes Lydia is thoughtless. She may not have thought to tell us she suffered from a headache, a slight, or some such malady. William wrapped his hands around his wife's. Georgiana held her breath as they alighted from the carriage and walked up the steps. The door opened, and this time Georgiana could not stop the tears strangling her throat and stuffing her nose. Despite the footman's attempts to control her, Chloe jumped on them, frantically sniffing and hopping. She whined when she did not see Lydia. Her sad brown eyes did not understand where her mistress had gone. Elizabeth dropped to her knees, wrapping the distraught dog in her arms and burying her face in Chloe's fur. William knelt beside her, cradling Elizabeth in his arms, offering his support as he always did. Mr. Nelson clasped his hands behind his back, his head bowed. Georgiana knew her thoughts were improper, but she wondered how his arms would feel around her. She longed for someone to comfort her. Instead, she turned to Mrs. Wiggins, taking her to the nearest chair when she feared the companion would faint. Georgiana petted her hand and spoke the words she would have liked to hear. Finally, Elizabeth let Chloe loose, and William helped her to her feet. "I must write to my father without delay," she said. "Is your Uncle Gardiner in town?" he asked. "He is away on business. I know not where." Guilt and regret burned Georgiana's eyes. Why had she lost sight of Lydia? Chapter 12. Lydia tensed against the back-and-forth sway of the coach, panic heightening her senses. Fetid air, acrid cushions, and unwashed skin assaulted her nose. Where was she being taken? She had fought like a badger, but her attacker had stuffed her mouth with some sort of fabric until she gagged. She prayed it was clean. Using her fingernails, she had struck like a feral cat at his face until he had forced her hands behind her. Her skin chafed under the rope. Had he any decency at all, he would have used a softer rope with which to tie her. He was decidedly not a gentleman. Speech and movement denied her. Lydia had tried to see the man who had sneaked up behind her from the open balcony doors, but it was dark, and he had covered her head before she saw anything more than the large scar cut across his right cheek. The only other notable detail was his strength. He was much stronger than she was. Lydia had stomped her feet, wishing her heels were pointier. She could tell from the grunts of the man that she had hit her mark a few times, but his hold had not loosened. Not once. Not even a little. She was alone in a carriage with a strange man, a kidnapper. Her reputation was compromised, but this was perhaps the one man in England she would never agree to marry, not even if he had a title. If he had marriage in mind at all. She trembled. What did he have in mind? Had she not been pretending to be Georgiana all night, Lydia would have panicked beyond all ability to think logically. As it was, Georgiana's influence lent Lydia a calm she clung to for dear life. What did the horrible man mean to do with her? Of all the ladies he could have taken from the ball, why had he chosen her? Oh, why had she thought it would be fun to hide behind that blasted curtain? Having thought enough on the subject to refuel her anger, and regain a measure of strength, Lydia lashed out again with her heels, her screams muffled, which only added to her fury. Who knew where that awful rag had been before it was stuffed in her mouth? Hot breath seeped through the fabric covering her cheek. It reeked of spirits, but the man did not sound drunk. His voice was low and gravelly. "Stop making trouble for me, or you will soon regret it." Lydia had no doubt he would carry out his threat. Her immediate reaction was to howl and despair. But she was not Georgiana Darcy that night for nothing. Lifting her chin, she did her best to look down at the man through her blindfold. It was the look a haughty heiress ought to give a smelly criminal. Not that she had ever observed Georgiana give such a look, but that was beside the point. It was not until some time later Lydia realized the futility of her haughty posture. Her captor could not see it in the dark. The coach finally stopped. The man shoved Lydia, his rough hands holding her up when he would have sent her lurching forward. Her complaint came out as a garbled yelp. Slippery cobblestones turned to creaky wood under her feet, and the wind calmed. They were inside a building. Where was she? The man pushed against her back, moving her straight, and then sharply to the right. A door squeaked on its hinges. Then in one swift motion, the blindfold lifted and the gag was pulled from her mouth just before she was shoved forward. What a horrible, pushy man! Oh, it felt good to breathe. Filling her lungs and whirling around, Lydia said, "Unhand me immediately!" Her hands were still bound, but she could scream. And scream she did. She hoped it pierced his ears and left him deaf. The door slammed in front of her, fanning her hair away from her face with its force. Her hair must be a sight, and she knew her gown was ruined. Wicked man! Hands grabbed at her wrists, and Lydia lashed out in instinct. Behind her, a woman's voice said, "Hush now. You are safe with us. For now, anyway." Lydia had been so intent screaming, she had not looked around. Not much could be seen in the moonlight glowing through the window, but it was enough. She was in a room the size of her bedchamber at Longbourn. 5 other ladies, all in various states of dishevelment, looked at her with round, terrified eyes. Lydia recognized a few of them. One was a lady whom she would rather avoid. They had gone to finishing school together, and Lydia had been quite finished with Miss Pringle in no time at all. The other ladies were merely vague acquaintances she had met during previous visits to Darcy House. Lydia could no sooner recall their names than they could hers. They must not have had older brothers. "Who are you? Do you know why we are here?" asked the lady who had helped untie Lydia's hands. She was older than the others. Lydia sighed. She, too, wanted to know where they were and why, and clearly she would not get any answers. She rubbed her wrists. "Thank you. Tonight, I am Miss Georgiana Darcy." The lady before her arched an eyebrow, but her eyes smiled. "Only tonight. And might I ask who you are on the other nights?" "Ask me again on the morrow, and I might tell you," Lydia replied. In for a penny, in for a pound. Miss Pringle, with her upturned nose, like a pig's, said, "You dare to take Miss Darcy's name when you are nothing more than—" Lydia ran across the room and slapped her hand over the girl's mouth faster than Miss Pringle could back away. "I will call myself the Queen of Sheba if I wish. We're all stuck in a room together with no indication as to why we are here, and I see no harm in pretending to be someone whom I know would handle herself in a much more dignified manner than I would otherwise." Georgiana would never have slapped her hand across a lady's face to silence her, not in 100 years. Lydia shrugged, removing her hand before Miss Pringle could bite her. She would have slapped the backbiter much harder without Georgiana's influence. Lydia had wanted to so many times during finishing school. Miss Pringle was the odious viper who had attempted to make Lydia miserable by flaunting her finery and bragging about her beaux, by referring to Lydia as the poor relation no gentleman would ever condescend to marry unless he were blind, deaf, and desperate. To add insult to her many injuries, she had called Lydia silly. It might be true. Her own father called her silly often enough. But coming from Miss Pringle, the insult was a battle cry. Rubbing her lips as if Lydia's touch had soiled them, Miss Pringle said, "You always did give yourself airs." Lydia did not care for Miss Pringle's opinions. She had not asked for them. From a young age, Lydia had learned to ignore anything which did not bring her pleasure. Miss Pringle clearly was not the lady in charge, so why should Lydia waste her time making a useless ally? Turning back to the other lady who had helped her earlier, Lydia asked, "Who are you?" With a mischievous grin, the lady replied, "Yesterday, today, and every other day, my name is Lady Eleanor Radcliffe." So droll, is it not? To have only one name? Lydia recognized the name. She studied the peerage so she might put herself in a better position to befriend those associated with a single gentleman with the title. She would bet her entire collection of fripperies that Lady Eleanor had an older brother, Lord Kendall, if her memory served. Was he single? Lord Kendall. He had a title. The knowledge infused Lydia with hope. She had proclaimed that if she ever was kidnapped, she would make the most of it. And if she was to be trapped in a room with a peer, she was determined to use it to her favour, should Lady Eleanor's brother prove to be unmarried. While Lady Eleanor politely introduced everyone, Lydia took note of every discernible feature in the room. It was a large square with drab walls that had not been whitewashed in years. Or were they shadows? She could not be certain. Did the darkness conceal cobwebs? Lydia loathed spiders, unless one were to land on Miss Pringle. A narrow window ran the length of the farthest wall, but even the tallest lady present could not lift her up to its height, nor was Lydia convinced she could squeeze through the narrow opening. She had grown pleasingly plump over the years, unlike Miss Pringle, who was still as flat as a plank. And then there was the drop on the other side. Lydia was not in a hurry to break her pretty neck before she had a chance to meet Lady Eleanor's brother. If he looked at all like her, he would be striking. Tall, dark, handsome, and— Lydia squinted in the dark. Judging from the quality of her gown, rich. It was an abomination Lady Eleanor would have to sit on the floor in such finery. Not one piece of furniture graced the wooden floor, not even a chamber pot. How dreadfully inconvenient! Voices from the other side of the door drifted into the room, and Lydia ran to listen, pressing her ear against the thick wood. The ladies behind her gasped, whispering, "Do not go there! You will be caught!" and all manner of useless warnings that made eavesdropping more difficult. Lydia put her finger over her lips to shush them. Really, how did they expect her to hear anything over their hissing? She recognized the gravelly voice of her kidnapper, but there were two other voices. One had a rough, heavy accent. A sailor, perhaps? The other voice was refined, like that of a gentleman. She pressed her ear more firmly against the door and held her breath. "You will deliver the ransom notes at calling hours this afternoon," said the gentleman. He was in charge. He gave the orders. The sailor said, You can count on me, boss. Me and Ivan, He quit speaking. A smack, followed by a rustle, preceded the gravelly voice of her captor. They know enough without you blabbing on names, you half-wit. Control your tongue, or I will cut it out of your mouth. Ivan. Her kidnapper's name was Ivan, and he liked to make threats. Who was the gentleman? The voices became impossible to hear as they walked away until Lydia only heard the sound of her own breath. One can only hold it so long, you know. If the ransom notes were to be delivered that same day, Lydia did not have much time. Turning back to the ladies, she glanced over them until her eyes settled on Lady Eleanor.
I would love to hear about your family. Do you have any brothers?
Chapter 13. Michael would have damned the Thames if it dried Miss Darcy's tears. His arms had felt empty and useless as he watched Mr. Darcy comfort his wife. He wanted to ease Miss Darcy's troubles, but even in dire circumstances, kindness must yield to propriety. To act otherwise would be insulting to the lady and her family. If Miss Darcy blamed herself, guilt was written across her face. Then why should he not share her burden? He had played a role, no matter how small, in altering her happiness, and he would stop at nothing until he had set matters right. He would find Miss Bennet, return her to her family, and then he would stay away from the Darcys for good. How easily he had justified their lengthy exchange. He had acted selfishly, and now the Darcys paid for his indulgence. A harsh view, Nathan would have told him, but Michael felt it all the same. As he walked down the street, he paused at the spot where he had first seen the man with the scar. Was he connected to Miss Bennet's disappearance somehow? Michael pressed on. He was exhausted, but time was of the essence. He had to begin gathering information immediately. The street sweeper near his apartment had a sister who worked at a big house. He was a valuable source of information, having a good ear and an observant nature. It was still too soon to have heard anything of value, but the boy promised he would make discreet inquiries. From there, Michael walked to his apartment. If he was to be of any use to anyone, he needed to rest. Details usually became clearer after a few minutes of slumber. He slowed his pace when he saw a gentleman pacing the street in front of his apartment. The gentleman was dressed smartly, without crossing the line distinguishing him as a fop. He reminded Michael of his pressing need to go to his tailor's, an event which would have to be put off yet again. Checking his timepiece, the gentleman looked up and down the street, watching, waiting. Michael was close enough now to recognize the man. It was Lord Kendall. They had met some time ago through mutual acquaintances at his chambers. Kendall rushed toward Michael when he saw him. "I apologize for the early hour, Nelson. I could not wait to contact you through my solicitor." The hair on Michael's arms stood on end. Bone-chilling alarm spread over his body. "What has happened?" he asked. "My sister Eleanor did not return home from the soiree she attended last night." Georgiana attempted to rest, but sleep would not come. Poor Chloe whimpered and whined in her room. She doubted anyone else in the household was getting any rest either. William had already sent for his man to assist them in making inquiries. When Georgiana heard footsteps in the hall, she got up to see the butler on his way to William's study. He announced 2 visitors, Mr. Nelson and Lord Kendall. Tiptoeing down the hall, Georgiana overheard William request that the gentleman be sent up to his study. Any call from Mr. Nelson was an important one. He was to be admitted without delay. Waiting until the butler had walked past her to the stairs, Georgiana slipped into William's study.
"Please allow me to help," she said. "Lydia is my dearest friend."
He sighed and massaged his temples, no doubt too exhausted to utter a word.
"Allow me to ring for coffee and a repast. You have not eaten, and I suspect your callers have not either."
She reached for the bell, anxious to make herself useful, lest William ask her to leave. William smiled at her. "Thank you, Georgie. That is thoughtful of you." She sat beside William near the fire, arranging the table between the chairs for the tray soon to come. When Mr. Nelson entered the room, and Georgiana saw the dark circles rimming his eyes, she was glad she had sent for coffee. After a brief exchange in which Lord Kendall and William exchanged compressed pleasantries, Mr. Nelson explained the reason for his call. "Lady Eleanor did not return home last night, and Kendall came to me for assistance directly. It struck me as odd that two ladies should go missing the same evening." Lord Kendall added, "I insisted on accompanying Nelson. It is too great a coincidence to overlook, and I am deeply sorry your family has been affected as I have, Darcy." Lydia would have been in raptures with the presence of the handsome Marquis. He had the dark, wavy hair Lydia seemed to favour, as well as the side whiskers that extended down to the bottom of his jaw. He was wealthy, titled, and more importantly, unmarried. Georgiana's eyes burned again, and she blinked excessively to control herself. She would be of no use to her friend if she allowed emotion to cloud her judgment. Lord Kendall tugged on his side whiskers. "My sister always returns home before midnight. She would never do something so foolish as elope. She has not sought to marry, being wealthy in her own right and convinced she does not need a man in her life to be happy. I am left to conclude she has been kidnapped." William asked, "It might be too soon to know if other families have been affected. Have you heard of any other kidnappings? Could they be connected?"
Michael shook his head.
"If there are more, the families are keeping quiet about them. They would want to avoid scandal after what happened to Miss Morton. She is still the talk of the town."
"But what is the connection to Miss Bennet?" Georgiana asked.
Michael said, "As yet, the only thing she and Lady Eleanor have in common is their disappearance on the same night. It is possible they are connected, though unlikely. However, given the urgency of this matter, it is imperative we not overlook any possibility, no matter how remote." The Marquis's sister was wealthy, from a well-respected family in the highest circles. Outside of her connections from finishing school, Lydia was not well known in town, and she had a pittance of a dowry. Georgiana was not entirely certain Lydia had been kidnapped. On one hand, she was hardly a likely target. However, not to be ignored were all of Lydia's dramatic speeches about being shelved at the age of 21. Georgiana did not want to believe Lydia capable of acting out of despair, but she was impulsive. Lord Kendall shook his head. "Perhaps there is nothing to it. When Nelson told me your sister had disappeared, my first thought was for Miss Darcy. It seemed likely one would lead to the other, and I hardly know how to express my relief to see Miss Darcy safe when Miss Bennet's disappearance is equally distressing. She is Mrs. Darcy's sister, is she not? I do not believe I have had the pleasure." "You would not soon forget Miss Bennet had you met her," said William. A truer statement about Lydia could not have been made. The maid brought a tray laden with ham, cheese, and thick black coffee. Chloe sneaked into the study behind her, taking advantage of the open door to follow the delightful scents emanating from the tray. But she did not sit with her eyes fixed on the ham, tongue hanging out. She looked around, searching, sniffing. When she did not find Lydia, Chloe's ears drooped and her demeanour became so melancholy. Not even William had the heart to order her away. For some reason only Chloe knew, she chose to approach Lord Kendall. Sitting beside him, she rested her muzzle on his leg and looked up at him with sad puppy eyes. "And who is this young lady?" he asked, as if the dog could answer him. Georgiana apologized, standing as she reached forward to hand Lord Kendall the cup of coffee she had poured. Just because she and William did not mind Chloe's company did not mean Lord Kendall approved.
"I will take her to my room."
"Nonsense. She is an intelligent dog. She knows something is wrong. I understand her melancholy to mean Miss Bennet is her mistress?"
"Her name is Chloe, and she has been Miss Bennet's most loyal companion nearly 6 years. Miss Bennet would never leave her behind unless she was forced away." And as she said it, Georgiana realized it was true. No degree of desperation would move Lydia to depart without her beloved pet. Not even a gentleman with a title. She sat down again, the gentlemen around the table stirring sugar into their coffee cups. Her stomach groaned, but she had no appetite. Where was Lydia? Was she hurt? Would they find her? Oh, they had to. Lord Kendall smoothed Chloe's tuft of unruly hair and reassured her he would help find Miss Bennet. He made a friend for life when he offered Chloe a small piece of ham from the tray. Georgiana sipped her coffee, drinking it strong and black, in the hopes it would awaken all of her senses. She needed to help, to do something. William addressed Mr. Nelson. "You are highly recommended for your ability to find people. Can you find Lady Eleanor and Miss Bennet? Can you keep us informed on both disappearances? I will do what I can to find them, as I am certain Kendall will. My man is at your disposal should you require him, as am I." Mr. Nelson set down his cup. He had drained its contents already. "I will stop at nothing to find them." Georgiana believed him. "How can we help?" she asked, filling his cup with more of the awakening elixir. Elizabeth entered the study. Her eyes were swollen, but bright. She must have heard Georgiana's plea, for she added, "Yes, allow us to help you find my sister. Tell us what to do." Chapter 14. Michael returned home. He needed to rest. Perhaps his exhaustion had been to blame for upsetting Miss Darcy and Mrs. Darcy, but he could not think of a better reply. It disturbed him greatly to have added to the distress of the ladies of the house. "The greatest help you can give is by remaining safe and out of harm's way," he had said. Even now, he could not find fault in his reply. He would not forgive himself were another member of the Darcy family to put herself in peril. Better him than them. Nobody would miss him. Only Nathan. Or perhaps the families he had assisted, but Michael did not flatter himself that they considered him a friend. Too many of them wished to forget their troubles, and his presence too often reminded them of their brush with ruin. He saw the shame in their faces. They knew he knew their worst mistakes and indiscretions. But the Darcys were different, or at least Michael wished them to be. While Mr. Darcy had seemed to agree with him, it had been apparent from Miss Darcy's reaction that she did not. Her chin had set in defiance, and her eyes had sparked in a manner contrary to her apparently calm demeanour. He was quickly learning there was far more to Miss Darcy than met the eye. Georgiana unclenched her fists and relaxed her sore jaw. She tried to distract her mind, but she tensed every time she remembered Mr. Nelson's reply. How could he expect her to wait in the comfort of her home when she did not know where Lydia was?
while her imagination conjured up the worst scenarios of fright and suffering. She trusted the gentlemen to be thorough in their inquiries. But did not more hands make for lighter work? Anything to bring Lydia home safely. The children played in the nursery with Chloe, while William, Elizabeth, and Georgiana remained in the study. One by one, her brother interviewed servants, asking if they had observed anything at all worth noting to help them in their search. Each of them was instructed to keep a watchful eye as they went about their duties and report to him immediately if they came across any useful information. Hours later, as the last chambermaid left the study, Darcy dropped his head into his hands. "Nobody knows anything." Quietly, Elizabeth added, "Which tells us Lydia is indeed in danger. She would have been too excited not to share the details of an elopement. She cannot keep a secret to save her life." That was not entirely true, Georgiana thought. Lydia had kept her secret well enough. The temptation to reveal the whole of it to William and Elizabeth at that moment was tempting, but the timing was entirely inappropriate. All of their attention must be on Lydia. Georgiana would unburden herself and clear her conscience later. She had waited years already. What were a few more days? William pulled Elizabeth, chair and all, closer to him. "We will find her," he said. She narrowed her eyes. "You will let me help? Georgiana, too?" He clasped her hands, pulling her into his lap. "Unlike Mr. Nelson, I know better than to exclude you." Georgiana's fists clenched again. Elizabeth grimaced. "That was a most unfortunate remark. Clearly he does not have the advantage of sisters, or the influence of a woman in his life, or else he would have known better than to refuse our need to help." William chuckled. "Was I so ignorant when we first met?" "Worse," Elizabeth said with a laugh. Georgiana relaxed. It was true. It had taken months of Elizabeth's influence before William had allowed Georgiana any freedom at all. How different he had been then. He had softened his sharper edges as Elizabeth showed him how to love. William rubbed his hand over his face. "I only remember that the more I tried to keep you safe, the harder you fought against me. You seemed to take my every exertion toward your security as a challenge to endanger yourself. You nearly drove me mad." His eyes flickered to Georgiana, and he added with a sigh, "Unfortunately, I suspect you are no different from my darling wife, Georgie." Georgiana could not deny it. The fire burning in her veins wanted to prove Mr. Nelson wrong. What kind of a friend did he think she was? A friend in need was a friend indeed, not merely in words and good intentions. A man of action such as Mr. Nelson ought to know that. William continued, "I know better than to prevent you from helping, but I do hope you will exercise greater caution than we have in the past. Acting on emotions only clouds judgment and leads to poor decisions." Georgiana grumbled inwardly. It had been years since she had acted on any emotion at all. Not since Wickham. What made William think she would begin now? Elizabeth smoothed his hair. "But that is where you are wrong, my love. If no emotion is involved, we are only shells of ourselves. The passion we feel is what moves us to do what we would not otherwise have been brave enough to do." "Your point is valid, but I can neither dispute it nor agree with it. I would not change you for the world, but I do not want to see Georgiana hurt again," he said. "Nor do I, but there are some things for which it is worth taking a risk. We both know how great a risk I was to you, and yet we are happier in our union with each passing year. Do not counsel your own sister to live dispassionately." Their conversation had gone beyond finding Lydia. and it made Georgiana uncomfortable.
I fail to see how discussing my cautious nature will help us find Lydia.
Georgiana shrunk into herself as soon as she said the words aloud. She had taken their conversation too personally, and now felt foolish for assuming she knew the direction in which their discussion tended. Elizabeth arched an eyebrow at her. Very well, but allow me to correct you. I do not for 1 second believe your nature is dispassionate. Cautious, detached, whatever you wish to call it, it is a mask you wear to protect yourself. And until you allow others to see how amazing you truly are, how deeply you care, you will never gain what you most desire. You are so much like your brother sometimes, it is remarkable. Georgiana wanted to look away from Elizabeth, but she would have felt like a coward. So she protected herself. What was wrong with that? It was not wise to walk around with her heart exposed for anyone to take advantage of, was it? She held Elizabeth's gaze, rebellion kindling within her, until a knock sounded at the door. The butler handed William a note, saying in a rush of breath, "I believe it might have news of Miss Bennet, sir." Elizabeth moved over to her chair and William took the note. "The messenger?" he asked. "I already inquired. He was a chimney sweep. The message was given to him by a barmaid in the employ of a tavern, but he was uncertain who had given the message to her. He could not tell me from whence it originated." The colour drained from William's face as his eyes skimmed over the page. Clearing his throat, he read aloud, "If you wish to see your sister alive, you will deposit £30,000 in a satchel at the Crooked Falcon at 12 o'clock 3 days hence. Do not send a servant. Come alone. If you follow these instructions faithfully, she will be returned to you unharmed. We are watching you. Cross us, and you will next see her lifeless body dragged out of the Thames." Acid churned in Georgiana's stomach and burned her throat. William handed the letter to Elizabeth. "When will your father arrive?" he asked. Her eyes never left the page, though it would have been a miracle for her to read anything with the way her hand shook. "I sent a message early this morning. Papa cannot travel on horseback. He will have to come in a carriage, which will slow him down. I expect him to arrive on the morrow." In a whisper, Elizabeth added, 3 days. 3 days. It sounded like a short time, but in Georgiana's mind, it might as well have been an eternity. And if the next 2 hours until Mr. Nelson called again were any indication, it would be the longest 3 days of her life. Mr. Nelson requested a private audience with William, persisting in excluding the delicate females of the household in a misguided sense of honour. While Georgiana appreciated the value behind the intent, she did not care at all for the manner in which it manifested itself. Fortunately, William insisted she and Elizabeth be present to hear any news regarding Lydia. He knew which battles were worth fighting in his household, and he chose wisely. Once they had been seated in the room most encouraging for contemplation and problem-solving, William's study, Mr. Nelson produced a note addressed to the Pringles. From the outside, it was identical to the one they had received earlier that afternoon. Mr. Nelson asked, "Is there any connection between Miss Bennet and Miss Pringle?" Both William and Elizabeth looked at Georgiana. As Lydia's closest friend, she would be privy to more details than they were. The Pringles' ancestry could be traced as far back as the Darcys could. Not only were the two families acquainted, but the Pringles' eldest daughter was particularly well known to Lydia. Unfortunately, the only thing they would ever be presumed to agree on was their mutual hatred for each other.
"Miss Bennet went to finishing school with Maria Pringle. They are sworn enemies," Georgiana said, praying the two were not captured together.
She could only imagine how they and anyone else so unfortunate as to be nearby would fare having their company forced on each other. Their captor might soon regret his selection in ladies. Not that Georgiana wished an easy time of it for that evil individual. He deserved all the trouble he brought upon himself. To his credit, Mr. Nelson acknowledged her statement. It is a connection, although an odd one. Anything you can recall about their interactions together could prove key, Miss Darcy. Georgiana could write a book about the atrocities Lydia and Miss Pringle had suffered the other to bear at finishing school. The headmistress had seen fit to request stricter conditions by which a young lady might enter her institution. William opened the note Mr. Nelson had given him, his eyebrows furrowing as he took in its contents. It is another ransom note. It is nearly identical, except for the name of the tavern. Mr. Nelson squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, pressing his fingers against his temples. Yes, the letter Lord Kendall received for his sister is the same, but what do the ladies have in common? He laid the message alongside the Pringles' note. Elizabeth pulled Lydia's ransom note from her sleeve and placed it beside them as well. 3 families, 3 ransom notes. Georgiana squinted at the pages, inspecting every mark and crease on the paper.
What can be learned from the writing? She asked.
The lines were straight and thick, assertive and elegant.
It is the writing of a gentleman, she commented.
Your observation is sound, but we cannot assume it was written by the instigator of this crime. A law writer could have been hired. Anybody could have written this. Mr. Nelson looked sorry to contradict her. Georgiana was not sorry. She only wanted answers.
What of the paper?
She asked. She touched it, rubbing it between her fingers. It felt like the paper she used to write on, which meant it was nothing special. All 3 notes are written on the same kind of paper. There is no inscription or any other indication of quality to help us trace its source. It is much too common to determine anything of note.
What of the notes themselves? Is there anything in their expression to indicate from whence they came? She pressed.
Nothing at all.
You will inquire at the taverns? She asked,
her frustration mounting. Before Mr. Nelson could reply, Elizabeth answered, We can help. I still have the costumes Arabella and I donned for Tanner's pugilist match. Georgiana wanted to laugh at the shock on Mr. Nelson's face. If Elizabeth's intention was to move him to immediate action, she succeeded. He said, That will not be necessary. I will go straight away. The taverns are not far from each other, and it will be nothing for me to go to all 3 this evening. Pray, do not expose yourself to danger. With a warning glance at Georgiana and his wife, William said, I will accompany you. The gentleman rose to depart, leaving Georgiana and Elizabeth with no other option but to remain behind at Darcy House. It was upsetting. Mr. Nelson had shot down every idea she had. Not that she had observed anything he had not already seen from the 3 pages, but that was beside the point. If Mr. Nelson thought she was content to sit idly by while he did all the work, exposing himself to unnecessary danger on behalf of her friend and sister, then he had gravely mistaken her character. She may be quiet, but she was not a ninny. Chapter 15. Was Miss Darcy angry at him? Again? Her hands clenched into fists, and her lips pressed into a thin line. It was a pity. Miss Darcy's lips were better appreciated in their plump fullness. The slight flare of her nostrils would have been adorable, had Michael not known her ire to be directed at him. What had he done to provoke her? If she believed he would expose her to danger when he was the one entrusted with the recovery of Miss Bennet, then she gravely misunderstood his character. She had a beautiful family, who would miss her were the worst to happen. Her loss would be felt too deeply, unlike his. He followed Mr. Darcy out of the study, anxious to continue his search. Before they reached the landing, Miss Darcy chased after them, calling out, "My dowry is £30,000. Use it to get her back. It is sitting in the bank, ready. Please use it for her." Her eyes brightened in supplication. Michael was grateful no reply was expected of him. What do you say to such a generous, selfless offer? He, a gentleman practiced in the art of persuasive argument, was stricken dumb. In their short acquaintance, Miss Darcy consistently considered the needs of others before her own comfort and pleasure. There had been many opportunities for her to act otherwise, but her generosity was proved authentic time and again. Mrs. Darcy wrapped her arm around Miss Darcy. "I love your attachment to my silliest sister." Her voice wavered, but she continued, "We must discuss the matter with my father. I expect him to arrive soon." "We will do what we must to get her back. We will do whatever it takes," Mr. Darcy said, his tone strong and steady. Michael did not doubt him. Mr. Darcy was not the sort to utter empty promises. His words had the desired effect on his wife and sister. They knew him to be trustworthy, and they bestowed their precious confidence on him. Would that Miss Darcy looked at him with such faith. Michael's admiration got the better of him, and before he could stop them, the words came rushing out of his mouth. "I wish there were more families like yours." Now that he had begun, he felt the need to explain. Families who place greater importance on the ones they love than on their fortunes. Mr. Darcy looked away from his sister, his eyes snapping to Michael. "I have seen too many men compromise their character for fortune. My father was one of them." It would have been easy for Michael to assume the Darcy's life had been nothing but roses and rainbows. Miss Darcy had hinted at trouble. He ought to have known better. Once again, Michael adjusted his view toward them. Once again, respect strengthened its grip on his mind, and his curiosity deepened. Georgiana froze in place. William never spoke of their sire. A man so vain, he had insisted on naming his second legitimate child after himself, though she was a girl. She ought to have known the name was cursed. George Darcy. George Wickham. Georgiana Darcy. Michael Nelson. That was a good, solid name. Not one G to be found in it. The names. What were the names? A picture of the ransom notes laying on the table loomed in Georgiana's mind. Pringle, Kendall, and Darcy. She had heard them before together. She shook her head. No, it could not be. It had been Darcy, not Bennet. Lydia did not fit. Then again, she did not fit with the other heiresses to have gone missing either. It did not make sense. Georgiana kept her thoughts to herself, for that was all they were. Thoughts were useless when what they needed were solid clues. Besides, she was still a little miffed at Mr. Nelson. In his eagerness to exclude her, he probably would not listen anyway. She would merely have to find out for herself if her thoughts held merit, for it was clear to her now that no amount of head-shaking would clear the names from niggling in her mind. Mr. Nelson bowed to depart, but a ruckus from the entrance hall and the sound of little feet running over the marble floor kept him from venturing too far. Had Ben escaped from the nursery to invade the pantry again? Cook had threatened to take after him with a rolling pin if she caught him. Nobody but Ben believed her threat, which was Cook's intention, no doubt. But Georgiana did not wish to see her put to the test, either. William jumped out of the doorway to allow a flaxen-haired hurricane through. It was their nephew Johnny, followed closely by Mary Ann, his toddling sister, who was not such an accomplished runner as her eldest brother. Behind them came Arabella, rushing up the stairs in pursuit of her children, with the youngest addition to their family in her arms, baby Angus. Breathlessly, she said, "I am so sorry to burst in like a bunch of savages. It is difficult for the children to sit in the carriage for as long as it takes to get here from Meryton." Arabella shuffled Angus to her other hip as she spoke. If she was surprised to see their small party clumped together at the top of the stairwell, she did not let on. Georgiana wasted no time getting to her side, hugging first Arabella and her sweet nephew, before she sought refuge in Tanner's big arms. He held her, rocking her from side to side and kissing the top of her head. She could have stayed there much longer than she did, but she dared not neglect the children. As soon as Tanner released his hold around her, Georgiana spun around and dropped to her knees, holding her arms wide. Johnny and Mary Ann raced to her, nearly knocking Georgiana over with their pent-up energy. She was too happy to see them to care. Let Mr. Nelson think what he would. She squeezed Johnny and Mary Ann to her, covering their faces with kisses, and saying, "What a wonderful surprise you have come. Ben will be overjoyed to see you, as will Rose." Elizabeth held out her hands. "Would you like to join them in the nursery?" she asked with a smile as large as their answering squeals were loud. Georgiana rose to her feet, laughing at her brothers when she saw they had both extended their hands to assist her. Mr. Nelson's hand, too, was held out for her benefit. He tucked it awkwardly behind him. He shuffled his weight and cleared his throat, bowing his head. "I should leave you to your family," he said, moving down the hall toward the stairs. William blocked his path. Not that any man had hope of slipping past the two figures of her brothers when their shoulders standing side by side filled the hall. "Nonsense," William said. "You remember my brother, Mr. Jonathan Tanner from Meryton, do you not? And this is his wife, whom you met as Mrs. Annesley." Arabella smiled, a glint in her eye. "And a very happy Mrs. Tanner now. Of course I remember Mr. Nelson. How pleased we are to see you again. Are we not, my love?" Contrary to her words, Tanner did not look at all happy to see Mr. Nelson. Tanner grunted, "The secret admirer we thought was courting Georgie under our noses. How could I possibly forget? I wanted to pound your face in." Georgiana sucked in her cheeks to keep from laughing. Surely Mr. Nelson would understand that, with two such brothers, it would be a difficult thing for her ever to be in danger. Tanner's glare focused solely on Mr. Nelson, an example of intimidation that filled Georgiana with envy. Nobody ever took her as seriously as Tanner and William inspired others to take them. Elizabeth returned from the nursery, stopping to watch the spectacle the three men must have displayed. Mr. Nelson did not shrink back or flinch, as most gentlemen would. Neither did he puff himself up in a proud display of power. Instead, he met Tanner's withering glare with a smile bright enough to light an entire mansion. "How fortunate for me I did not turn out to be the dastardly rogue you suspected." Mr. Nelson rubbed his jaw, perhaps in appreciation of its being spared. Tanner guffawed loudly, punching Mr. Nelson on the shoulder and releasing the tension in the hall. They filed back into the study, it being the room nearest to them. When everyone had taken their seats around the fireplace, Mr. Nelson said, "In times like these, it is good to have a family to rely on." Tanner and Arabella looked around the room for answers. They did not know what had happened, and how to tell them. Georgiana said, "We have a lot to tell you. It would appear we are embroiled in another mystery." Tanner smacked his fist, and Arabella rested her hand on his thick forearm. He was already on full alert. "Anyone who threatens my family will be made to regret it," he said. Mr. Nelson rose. "I am relieved to hear it, Mr. Tanner. I apologize for departing so soon after your arrival, but I really must go. There are several taverns I must visit before the end of the day." He looked at William. "I had best stay here. My brother needs to know what has happened. You will keep us informed?" William said. "Of course," Mr. Nelson replied with a bow. Georgiana watched his shoulders retreat through the doorway. She listened to his footsteps until the sound of his boots disappeared past the click of the front door. She did not realize how long her eyes had lingered on the doorway through which he had passed, until she felt Arabella's eyes on her. With a knowing smile that made Georgiana's ears burn, Arabella politely allowed Georgiana time to compose her complexion by turning her attention to the conversation. Georgiana tried to pay attention. She tried to stay angry with Mr. Nelson, but it was difficult to focus on anything other than him when she was surrounded by people who took her safety as seriously as he did. Why should she remain irritated at him for acting as her family did? Of course, they acted out of love. Uncertainty clouded her sharp instincts where Mr. Nelson's motivation was concerned. Chapter 16. Lydia was tired, hungry, and uncomfortable. She had been trapped in the bare room all day, and it now seemed she would be forced to spend the night in the cold, damp room with a bunch of useless girls. She did not include Lady Eleanor amongst their number. She had an unmarried brother. 3 of the other ladies huddled quietly in a corner, crying, for all the good that would do them. Lydia sat in the centre of the room, thinking of what to do. If the door opened again, she would make a dash for it. She wished she had read more of the novels Georgiana had offered to lend her. Perhaps they would have provided Lydia with more ideas on how she might make her escape. At the very least, she would have had something more pleasant with which to occupy her mind. A story of a heroine in danger who, through her wit and the undying love of a brave hero, is able to escape. Lydia had learnt years ago she could not rely on her wits. She simply did not possess enough of them. A fact she lamented greatly as the cold seeped through her ruined gown and her stomach grumbled in hunger. Neither did she have a young man who would tirelessly search for her until she was found. She had her family, but they were not as romantic as a knight in shining armour. More was the pity. Ivan opened the door, his voice booming and echoing off the empty walls. "Shut up, or I will give you something to cry about." Before Lydia thought to spring to her feet, Ivan tossed a tin on the floor, the bread bouncing off it to land on the dusty planks. She did not need to take a bite to know it was stale and dry. "What is to become of us?" she demanded, rising to her feet and angling her body toward the door. If he gave her enough room, she would run for it. Ivan levelled his sinister eyes on her. They were as dark as gunpowder and as dangerous. She shivered, but she did not look away. "You were a great deal more trouble than I was told you would be," he said. "Thank you. I am pleased to have exceeded your expectations," Lydia said, lifting her chin and meaning every word. Ivan turned to leave, but Lydia would have none of it, not until he answered her question. Raising her voice and doing her best imitation of the haughtiest person she knew, Lady Catherine de Bourgh herself, Lydia said,
I have not dismissed you. You have yet to answer my question, and I forbid you to leave until you do.
It was a fine line Lydia found easy to cross, from snobbish lady to acting the part of a queen. Oh, but it was fun. The evil man bowed mockingly. The ransom notes were delivered. If your families love you more than their fortunes, you will be returned to them 3 days hence. Does that answer your question, Your Majesty? Lydia gasped, grasping enthusiastically at the opening he had presented her.
You mean to return us to our families? Nothing more than bags of bones? No, sir. We demand better food, or you will have our irate families to deal with.
Lady Eleanor added, And for heaven's sake, bring us a chamber pot. Ivan spoke through clenched teeth. Your comfort is not my concern. Lydia raised her nose and huffed.
Then do not expect the full amount from our families. If you return only half of us, you cannot expect more than half the ransom.
Ivan turned to leave, but Lydia had only now gained her momentum. 3 days of stale bread would do nothing to improve their spirits, and she was tired of hearing their companions weep.
You are not the man in charge. I suggest you tell him of our demands, as well as the implications to him if he does not acquiesce.
She blamed her exalted vocabulary on Georgiana. Never in her life had Lydia resorted to such fine speech, but it seemed to fit the occasion. And her words hit their mark. Ivan stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The hope they would receive the few comforts they needed to make the next 3 days endurable was stronger now than when he had first entered the room. If she made herself troublesome enough, he might concede to her demands just to keep her quiet. It was a tactic Lydia had used many times with great success before. Why should it not prove effective now? 3 days. She could endure anything for 3 days, especially when this ordeal promised to gain her the attention she craved. Lydia imagined the invitations and calls she would receive from eager hostesses, curious to hear the shocking details of her capture. She would ensure she had a glorious tale to tell. Dwelling on her forthcoming social success cheered Lydia immensely. She did not realize the other heiresses stared at her with their mouths gaping wide like codfish until Lady Eleanor spoke. You do not know the meaning of fear, do you? I admire your courage in speaking up as you did. If our situation improves at all, we have you to credit for it. Miss Pringle jutted her nose into the air and huffed loudly. She clearly wished to contradict Lady Eleanor, but she dared not offend a peer. Lydia puffed up a bit at her foe's discomfort. It was nice to be called courageous when she was so often referred to as the silly Bennet sister. Maybe it was not entirely true any more. Maybe she had finally matured enough to be taken seriously.
My mamma taught me always to see the advantage in every situation. Why should this be any different? If we survive this ordeal, I aim to benefit from it, Lydia said.
Lady Eleanor chuckled. You sound like my brother. He too sees opportunity in everything. Finally, a topic of interest. Lydia smiled, sitting on the floor beside Lady Eleanor.
The single one? Tell me about him, she said.
Chapter 17. Michael was worried. He had failed to reach Miss Morton in time, and that had hardly been a matter of life and death. This was. Despite his persistent questionings and inquiries to multiple resources, he had learned nothing at the taverns other than to observe the hard swallows, wringing hands and shifty eyes from the barkeepers whenever he attempted to extract information. Whoever was in charge inspired real fear. So much so, Michael knew he would be wasting his breath trying to learn more at the taverns. One point was clear. The criminal was not someone you would want to provoke. His threats were not in vain. To make matters worse, Michael had learnt from a reliable source that the Pringles were unable to pay. Everything they had was bought on credit. Their only salvation lay in Miss Pringle marrying into a fortune. Her father had mortgaged his London house to give her another season. Still, Mr. Pringle had property in the country to sell. Even if he sold at a loss, it would bring his daughter home safely, and thus serve his purpose. Michael only prayed the man did not delay long. Only 2 days remained until the exchange. How was it possible for 2 days to both span an eternity and pass by in a blink? Michael wished he could talk to Nathan, but he understood his friend's sudden departure from London for business. He had read the engagement announcement in the paper. Miss Gladden was to marry the Right Honourable Lord Lansdowne. Miss Gladden would become a baroness. If she married a title over love, she did not deserve Nathan. Though her choice would sting, Michael was convinced his friend had ultimately been saved from an unhappy union. Mr. Darcy had invited Michael to join them for luncheon. Mr. Bennet had arrived from Hertfordshire, and they had much to discuss. However, before Michael made his way to Darcy House, he had to call briefly on Mr. Pringle. Michael had already sent a message to Lord Kendall, who was kind enough to send a footman to retrieve the information Michael had prepared for him. The same could not be said of Mr. Pringle, who had sent no one. A hackney coach shortened the time it took Michael to arrive at Pringle Palace, or so Michael called the impressive structure in his own mind. The building was a study in pretension with its exaggerated proportions and plentitude of taxable windows. Towering columns imposed on the grey. Glowering gargoyles looked down from their turrets, as if to remind every caller that their position was loftier than theirs. The butler admitted Michael into the yellow parlour, which offered a pleasant view of the garden. He preferred the view out of the window to the perfectly decorated room, which would have fitted nicely in a museum display for all the welcome and comfort it lacked. It was nothing like the yellow parlour at Darcy House. Mr. Pringle did not make him wait long. He entered the room, saying, "Where is she then, Mr. Nelson? Is today the day we storm the castle, so to speak?" Michael braced himself. "I appreciate your confidence in my abilities. It is why I hired you," Mr. Pringle interrupted. If Michael had learnt anything at all, it was not to inspire hope before it was time. He said, "I have not found Miss Pringle or the others yet." Mr. Pringle waved his hands. "The others can fend for themselves. I did not hire you to find them. You must centre your attention solely on the recovery of my daughter." Selfish man. Michael took care to prevent the disgust he felt from creeping into his voice. "I made no secret of my intention to find all 3 ladies. It is likely they are together as their families all received similar ransom notes." Mr. Pringle did not take care to control his voice at all. There was no mistaking his anger. "Then find them!" he shouted. "I am doing my best," Michael replied calmly. He often heard harsh words stemming from raw emotions in his profession. Mr. Pringle's concern for his daughter must be great, and Michael would be understanding. "Good. I do not want to have to sell one of my properties," Mr. Pringle said. Michael's jaw dropped. Had the gentleman not already taken measures to secure his daughter, aside from seeking out his assistance? Michael did not want to believe it. "Mr. Pringle, For the safety of your daughter, you must sell, unless you are able to secure the money from another source in 2 days' time. Mr. Pringle's face deepened a shade. He visibly shook. If you do what you have been hired to do, Mr. Nelson, then there will be no need. You must find my daughter before the proposed exchange. Was the man mad? Did he care so little for his daughter, he was unwilling to make any effort at all to ensure her return home? And if I fail? Michael asked. Then do not expect to receive payment from me. He spoke of money when his daughter's life was in danger? But she is your daughter. I will not allow these villains to undermine everything I hold dear. Find her, and no harm is done. Everything he held dear evidently did not include Miss Pringle. Michael could not have hidden his disgust had he wanted to. Michael departed as soon as he could politely extract himself from Pringle Palace, a bitter taste in his mouth all the way to Darcy House. Georgiana was relieved Arabella did not ask her about Mr. Nelson. What would she say? Her stomach fluttered every time she saw him. When his grey-green eyes danced like waves crashing in the ocean, she struggled not to get lost in them and stare. The passion Mr. Nelson displayed inspired Georgiana, and it terrified her. She looked across the table at him. He spent more time pushing his food around his plate than he did eating it. His jaw was clenched, and Georgiana feared he might bend the silverware with the strength of his grip around the utensil. Was he disappointed in her? Had she done something wrong? She instantly stopped herself before she took on the weight of his changed mood. That path was destructive. She was not responsible for Mr. Nelson's humour, especially when she did not know the reason behind it. A little more patience and she would find out, she knew. He was not like her. He did not choose to suffer in silence, releasing his frustration on the page, when he could discuss it with the people who could most help him. Georgiana wished she could be bolder like Mr. Nelson. He made her want to be. I am concerned for Miss Pringle. Her father has not yet taken measures to meet the demand placed upon him by her kidnapper, and I am no closer to discovering the fiend's identity than I was yesterday, he said. There it was. He felt like a failure, and Georgiana knew Mr. Pringle well enough to know he would cast the blame on Mr. Nelson rather than accept responsibility for his own lack of action, just as his father had done before him. Georgiana felt silly for thinking Mr. Nelson had been disappointed in her, when she had not been in his thoughts at all. What a silly creature she was. Mr. Bennet pushed his plate away, foregoing all pretence of eating. There remains 2 days to gather £30,000. I do not possess such a sum, but I am willing to mortgage Longbourn for it. Perhaps I can secure the funds if my sons-in-law are willing to vouch for me at the bank. Elizabeth looked lovingly at her father. William said, We will do anything to get Lydia home safely. Tanner and I are willing to lend you the sum. There is insufficient time to deal with the bank. Georgiana burst with pride. Her brothers were the best of men. Mr. Bennet's chin quivered. Mrs. Bennet would have been overjoyed to know the quality of men her daughters have married. I do not doubt the others would make the same generous offer, had I troubled them with the matter. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. I regret ever calling Lydia a silly creature. I would give anything to see her here, where she belongs, with us. Elizabeth leaned against his shaking shoulder, patting his sleeve and muttering what comfort she could. His misery provoked Georgiana's wretchedness. If only she had not lost sight of Lydia. Nobody had an appetite, so when William suggested they retire to the music room, everyone was quick to agree. The children joined them. Their addition to the party ensured no one could wallow in despair. Taking baby Angus from the nurse, Arabella settled beside Tanner. "Pray, play something soothing for us, Georgiana," she implored, adding, "Perhaps Mr. Nelson would be so kind as to turn the pages for you. My hands are quite full." Everyone's laps were full. Georgiana looked. But with Ben, Johnny, Mary Ann, Rose, and Angus in the room, she and Mr. Nelson were the only ones free to move about. Georgiana's heart pulsed in her ears. She often performed for her family, but she was nervous to play in front of Mr. Nelson. She did not wish for him to think her vulnerable and weak when she wished to show herself strong and intelligent, or she would never convince him to allow her to help him find Lydia. Arabella knew this. Why did she ask Georgiana to expose herself in front of their company? Georgiana's silent inquiry was met by Arabella with a nod and a devilish smile. Unless Georgiana wanted to make a scene, which she never did, she would have to follow along. The only way out was through. Mr. Nelson stood beside the instrument. Squaring his shoulders and casting one final look of displeasure at Arabella, Georgiana joined him. She would play the shortest piece she knew and be done with it, something lively and superficial, fit for an impromptu dance in a small parlour. Mr. Nelson leaned closer to her, filling her senses with coffee, lye-soap, ink. He smelled of books. Was there any aroma more divine than that? "Do you know Mozart's Fifth Sonata?" he asked. Her heart skipped. Whether it was from his intoxicating nearness, or the mention of a piece so dear to her, every pleasant memory in her possession was attached to it. She could not ascertain. "It is my favourite." She blushed at the sound of her breathy voice. "Mine too." He grinned. He had a lovely smile, straight white teeth, full lips. Georgiana pulled her vision away from him before she was caught staring, her face aflame. She riffled through the collection of written music, restraining herself from fanning herself with the pages until she found the piece. She did not need it. She knew the notes by heart. What she did need, however, was to occupy herself in something which would distract attention from her while she regained her composure. So Mr. Nelson had excellent taste in music. It meant nothing. It only felt important. But she would not be deceived by her foolish heart. She would not give more significance to a preference they shared. It was only music. Music that stirred her soul, but nothing of consequence. Georgiana took a deep breath and placed her fingers over the ivory keys. Their cool touch soothed her with their familiarity. She began to play. Her hands glided over the instrument. She knew the sonata so well, the feel of the keys under her fingertips so intimate. Georgiana soon closed her eyes and let the music flow through her. The tension in her neck and shoulders melted as she swayed back and forth over the pianoforte, floating on the air like a feather in the breeze. All too soon, the sonata neared its end. Georgiana slowed the tempo of the last notes, not ready to return to reality yet. But the final note dimmed, and when she opened her eyes, Mr. Nelson's hazel eyes were fixed on her. Strange she had not noticed the golden flecks in them before. They flickered like dancing candle flames. Georgiana wiped her cheeks. What must he think of her? Before her fears overwhelmed her, he smiled, and with a vigorous clap that echoed through the music room, he showed Georgiana what he thought of her performance. Her family joined him, smiling in pride and approval. They always did. Mr. Nelson liked her performance. The freedom and vivacity Georgiana felt when she played returned to her. It was glorious, and until that moment, she had never thought it possible to feel such bliss after the music had ended. If it were tangible, she would have grasped onto it with both hands and held it tightly to her, never to release her hold on it again. Georgiana recalled Elizabeth's words from William's study the day before. For too long, Georgiana had restrained herself for fear her passion would lead to pain once again. But there was no pain in the music room, only joy and love and acceptance. And Mr. Nelson. Chapter 18. Michael had heard many young ladies exhibit their skills on the pianoforte, but her performance had made him lose his bearings. He had to blink several times to remember where he was. In panic, he looked at the sheets of music. He had one job: to turn the pages, and he had forgotten to turn even one. But Miss Darcy had not needed him to. She must know the piece by heart. Remarkable. Nature had blessed Miss Darcy with serene beauty, but the power of her performance belied a passion that drew Michael to her like a moth to a flame. She looked like how he felt in court, and with each graceful note, his frustration had flowed away from him until he was at peace. Miss Darcy had done that in the space of one sonata. Michael opened his mouth to add his praise to the compliments abounding from her appreciative audience, but the unexpected entrance of the nanny into the music room quieted everyone. She wore gloves, a thick shawl, and a travel bonnet. She set a case down on the floor at her feet. "I apologize for troubling you, but I have reached my limit. I cannot remain here another day." All eyes turned to young Master Darcy, who appeared as shocked as his mother and father did. One stern look from Mr. Darcy drew the child to the centre of the floor, where he was encouraged to plead his case before his attentive jury. Michael's heart went out to the lad when he shuffled his feet and clasped his hands behind his back, looking for all the world as if he could not quite figure out what had landed him in this current predicament, but knowing he needed an explanation for it. Mrs. Darcy helped him along. "Perhaps it would be best for you to explain what has brought on this sudden desire to leave," she said to the nanny. Pinching her lips together and drawing a steady breath, the nanny said, "Just now, I found a frog in my bed. And that's not all. On the floor beside the bed, I found Master Darcy's jar, the one where he likes to keep his collection of insects. My bedchamber is infested with vermin." The nanny shivered. Michael bit his lips together. While he understood the nanny's upset, he suspected there was a perfectly reasonable explanation, from the viewpoint of a young boy, for the presence of the frog and banquet of bugs in her bedchamber. Mrs. Darcy kept her face composed, but her eyes sparkled with contained merriment. Michael imagined she had a lot of practice using the expression with a son like Master Darcy. "Bennet Beauregard Darcy, how do you explain that?" she asked. Uh-oh. She had used his name in full. That was never a good sign. Master Darcy tensed. Hesitantly, he began. "Nanny Kelly told me the most beautiful story about a frog that turned into a prince. She said it so nicely. And she is pretty. Princesses in stories are pretty. I thought she might like to marry a prince." His chin quivered. "Even if it meant she would have to leave me to live in a palace." Michael cleared his throat to cover over his chuckle. Nanny Kelly sighed heavenward. Miss Darcy covered her smile with her hands. Mr. Darcy asked, "Was it necessary to put the frog in her bed?"
He looked cold.
"And the bugs?" asked Mr. Darcy. Master Darcy swallowed hard.
"I like a little bite to eat before a nap. I thought the frog might sleep better if he was not hungry."
Mrs. Darcy said, "So you brought your jar into the room?" He nodded.
"They all flew out. I tried to catch them, Mama. I really tried. Johnny helped, but there were too many."
The poor boy's eyes teared, and the effort with which he sucked them in stirred Michael's heart. Not one juror in possession of the smallest measure of sympathy would cast judgment against the lad. Mr. Darcy sent a maid to open the windows in the nanny's room. As for the nanny, her face twisted in a display of weakening will and pity. Finally, she gave in. Placing her hand over her heart, she exclaimed, "Such sweet-hearted mischief I have never known. How can I leave after that? I apologize for the intrusion and would like to keep my place, if you will still have me." Mrs. Darcy thanked Nanny Kelly for her change of heart, and as soon as the appeased nanny had departed from the room, Mr. Bennet burst into laughter. Miss Darcy explained to Michael, "Nanny Kelly tries to leave at least once a fortnight. She was past due." Mr. Tanner ruffled his nephew's hair, while Mrs. Darcy determined to take greater care which stories were told to her children, although from the smile she bore, it was an empty threat. Mr. Darcy hugged his son to him, looking at his wife as he said, "You are so much like your dear mother," with the tenderest tone. He arranged to speak at greater length with his son in his study about what he had done wrong, but Master Darcy knew he was no longer in trouble. At least he should have known. The child looked about the room, concern pinching his face. "What's wrong, Ben? You are not in trouble now?" Mr. Darcy asked.
"Where is Auntie Lydia? I miss her. I want to play with her."
The room fell silent. Mr. Bennet wiped his eyes and stood. "I have a story to tell you, if you would like to hear it." He extended his hand to his grandson. Master Darcy looked at him thoughtfully.
"Does it have a frog? I would rather it not have one."
Mr. Bennet pinched his chin and considered. "Nay, not one frog. It does have a pirate with a peg leg, and a talkative parrot perched on his shoulder, though. And it involves a sword fight, which might not be to your liking." His sentence trailed off, his eyes twinkling as he took in his grandson's obvious excitement.
"Pirates!"
Master Darcy exclaimed along with his cousins. Stooping down to Miss Marianne's height, Mr. Bennet added, "They fight the hero who is attempting to save the beautiful princess and find the buried treasure so he may make his fortune and marry her." He stood up, patting his pockets. "Which reminds me, I have treasures in my pockets. If I could only remember which one. Oh, bother. How shall I ever find it?" The children rushed to help him, and Mr. Bennet did his best to bend so his pockets were within reach of their prodding fingers. From an inside pocket, he produced a silver rattle for baby Rose. She grabbed the shiny toy with a look of wonder and delight, laughing when it made noise, and shaking it harder. Little Angus reached for it, and like a proper lady would, baby Rose let him shake it too. Master Tanner and Miss Marianne filled their hands with sweets, and Master Darcy squealed in delight when he found a catapult hidden in his grandfather's deepest pocket. The parents groaned in unison. Mr. Bennet ignored them. With his grandchildren and their cousins in tow, he departed for the nursery. Mr. Darcy said, "I wager I will have to take that away from Ben before the end of the day." Michael teased, "He is only 3 years of age. What trouble can he get into?" Mrs. Darcy replied, "You would be amazed. Only last month, Ben sneaked into the parlour where he ate a tray full of sweetmeats meant for the guests of a tea party I was hosting. Cook was beside herself, and Ben suffered a stomachache for the rest of the day." Never had Michael known a more charming family than the Darcys. They were nothing like he had imagined them to be. They were nothing like the Pringles or the other families in society. During their ordeal, they closed ranks, relying on each other for strength, supporting and protecting each other with abounding love. Michael wondered how different his life would have been if he had a family. Outside of Nathan and a brother too busy managing the messy inheritance dumped on him, Michael had nobody on whom he could rely. The longing to belong ached in his chest. There was only one thing to be done. He had to get Miss Bennet back to them. He had to help the Darcys, to keep them safe, to keep Miss Darcy safe. He would occupy himself with worthy pursuits until his want faded. In making others happy, he would be happy. The butler entered the room, his hands shaking and his skin ashen white. Mr. Darcy stood to meet him. "It is another message, sir," said the butler, extending a note for his employer to take. Mr. Darcy read it aloud. "Tick-tock, tick-tock. 2 more days. Is Miss Darcy worth £30,000 to you? For her sake, I hope so." Miss Darcy. Michael's heartbeat deafened him. He steadied himself against the instrument. Miss Darcy was the one who was supposed to have been kidnapped. Her cheeks were as white as the paper resting against her pianoforte. Georgiana rubbed her hands over her skirt, but it did not help her feel anything. She was so numb, she doubted she could stand. The same thought repeated itself over and over in her mind. "It is my fault. It was supposed to be me." She said it aloud. Her brothers were quick to reassure her otherwise, but Georgiana remembered too well. She had been the one to suggest switching masks with Lydia. It had been her idea. William said, "We must calm our nerves to think rationally. Nobody is to blame here." Georgiana did her best to curb her emotions, but the weight of her realization was crushing. For the benefit of her family, she did as William bid, but she wished it came easier for her not to feel so much, so intensely. She felt as wretched as she had the day her brother had found her with Wickham at Ramsgate. Georgiana had sworn she would never put her conscience through such anguish again, and yet here she was. Arabella joined her, moving her over on the piano bench and wrapping her arm around Georgiana's waist. "I know what that look means, and I wish you would not compare the 2 incidents when the motivation behind them cannot be the same." The last thing Georgiana wanted to do was bear her past faults before Mr. Nelson, and certainly not now when they must focus all of their attention on Lydia. However, the implication that she was less than perfect did not seem to bother Mr. Nelson. He commented, "Compassion moved you to trade masks with Miss Bennet. despite the discomfort you endured as a consequence. Pray do not punish yourself for displaying kindness." Arabella squeezed her closer. "He is an intelligent young man," she whispered into Georgiana's ear. He was intelligent. And he was right. She had offered to switch masks with Lydia out of compassion, not out of rebellion and the need to belong to someone who encouraged her to behave selfishly. It was not fair to compare the two events. Not to herself. Not to Lydia. Raising her face, Georgiana asked Mr. Nelson, "What do we do then? Should we tell them they have the wrong lady and offer an exchange?" "No!" her brothers shouted. "But what will happen to Lydia if they learn she is useless to them?" Georgiana asked. Her stomach twisted at the thought. Mr. Nelson said, "Miss Bennet could be in great danger if their mistake is discovered. Obviously, she has led them along up to now. Otherwise, they never would have addressed this note as they did." Elizabeth leaned against William, her eyes brimming with tears. "We will have to continue the farce. If I know my sister at all, I am confident she will do what she must to save her skin." Georgiana was confident of the same. Tanner folded his arms over his chest. "What they are interested in is the money. So long as Lydia can get through 2 more days, in time for us to make the exchange, we will get her back. If she has led them to believe she is you this long, she can manage 2 more days." William rubbed his hand over his face. "You will have to be a prisoner here, Georgie. We will speak with the servants and do our best not to draw attention to our activities. We cannot risk anyone making plain their mistake before we make the exchange." Tanner added, "You should post more guards in and around the property. I would be glad to help. Perhaps our unexpected visit will offer sufficient explanation for any unusual activity around Darcy House." Georgiana was happy both of her brothers were there to offer their protection, even though it meant she was not free to leave the house. She would do anything to keep Lydia from harm. Between them and Mr. Nelson, they just had to find her. 2 days. 2 agonizing days. Chapter 19. Lydia was sorely tempted to grab the chamber pot and smack Miss Pringle over the head with it. Ivan had returned earlier with a chamber pot, a loaf of fresh bread with a bit of cheese, and a pot of tepid tea. He had not been happy about it, and Lydia could only guess the gentleman had forced him to do it. There were no cups, but Lydia discerned it best to complain no further. Ivan had a shiv at his side she did not recall seeing earlier. She had no doubt he knew how to use the knife, and she felt it best not to provoke him to use it on her. While the other ladies had been grateful for the comforts given them, offering their thanks to Lydia, Miss Pringle was spiteful. "You are a nobody. You do not belong here," she said. Lydia rolled her eyes. Miss Pringle was only annoyed she had not been given the credit for the softer bread. Miss Pringle repeated, "Did you not hear me? Have you gone deaf, or are you too dim-witted to understand? You do not belong here." Lydia snapped. "I rather wish I was not here either, but do not tell me I do not belong in your lofty company when I am a gentleman's daughter, the same as you. You dare compare yourself with me?" Miss Pringle's complexion flushed an unflattering red. It was most unbecoming. The footsteps outside the door prevented Lydia from uttering the insult on her tongue. There was nothing she wanted more than to bring Miss Pringle down a notch, but not at the expense of summoning Ivan with his sharp shiv. Stiffening her fisted hands at her side, Miss Pringle hissed,
I will show you.
Spinning on her stained slipper, she ran to the door and pounded on it, shouting,
I wish to speak with the man in charge.
Lydia sprang on her, pulling anything she could grab onto to get Miss Pringle away from the door.
Have you gone mad?
Lydia squealed as Miss Pringle squirmed and shoved her away. Ivan interrupted their dispute. Opening the door, he said, I answer for him. The scar crossing his cheek from ear to mouth added to his threatening demeanour. He was the kind of man Lydia crossed the street to avoid. She would rather spend hours in a boring bookshop with Lizzie and Georgie than spend a minute in his company. With a haughty glance at Lydia, Miss Pringle said,
I wish to make a bargain with him.
Ivan stepped inside the room, crossing his arms and blocking the exit with his body. He was quite large. Not Mr. Tanner large, but close enough. He filled the doorway. Miss Pringle pointed at Lydia.
She is not who she claims to be. She has only been posing as Miss Darcy. Let me go, and I will tell you how you can benefit from her hypocrisy.
All the ladies raised their voices in protest, most of all Lydia. Ivan raised one hand and bellowed, Quiet! His other hand hovered over his knife.
You do not know what you are doing, Maria. I beg you to be quiet,
implored Lydia, her eyes flickering between Ivan, the sharp weapon at his side, and Miss Pringle.
She does not belong here. Her real name is Lydia Bennet. She's a nobody without a fortune,
Miss Pringle said, raising her stubby nose and looking down its length at Lydia. Lydia's heart raced, but she assumed her regal air. Ivan shut the door behind him, and it was all Lydia could do to hold her head up when he stomped over to her and wrapped his hand around her throat. His grip was firm. Is this true? Are you not Miss Darcy? It was difficult to speak with his hand crushing her. He loosened his hold when a choke escaped her. Answer me, he demanded.
I never claimed to be Miss Darcy, but my family will give you what you demand if you return me unharmed. So you see, no harm done.
She held his gaze, not wanting him to doubt for a moment that her family would meet his demands. Ivan lowered his hands, but the cold look in his flint-black eyes sent shivers through Lydia. Unfortunately, Miss Pringle could not care less about Lydia's fate. She said,
But Miss Darcy is rich, as are her brothers. With the information I have given you, you can demand for more at the risk of Miss Darcy's capture. Let me go, and her brothers will gladly give you a fortune in exchange. In return, you will let me go. No!
Lydia lunged at her, arms flailing. But a wall of stench she could only guess was Ivan held her back. She strained against his hold, lashing out with words when her strikes pummeled the air.
Why are you doing this? Why must you endanger Miss Darcy when I am here already? My family will pay.
Lydia pounded her chest.
I am here. It is enough without harming them.
Miss Pringle insisted.
Let me return to my family, and you can extract double what you asked for my ransom from Miss Darcy's brothers.
Did she not see how faulty her reasoning was? Was she stupid? Ivan released his hold on Lydia, shoving her to the side. Why should I let you go when it would be a simple matter to take Miss Darcy from her home and demand more? Exactly. Lydia stepped around Ivan to glare at Miss Pringle. She had never hated another being as much as she loathed Maria Pringle then. Miss Pringle, however, failed to see the faults in her reasoning. She insisted,
But I helped you. Now it is your turn to do something for me. You would not stand to gain more had I not revealed the truth to you. It is only fair I should be recompensed. Ivan's laugh set Lydia's teeth on edge. The more timid ladies cowered in a corner, where Lady Eleanor stood protectively in front of them, watching the ugly scene unfold. He said, "You expect me to treat you fairly, when I could slit your throat right here. I owe you no favors, nor will I allow myself to be manipulated by you." Miss Pringle's eyes widened. "You will not mention what I have told you? How I have helped you to your employer?" "Why should I? He will be pleased with my discovery, and the prospect of earning another ransom." "But I want to leave this awful place." Miss Pringle stomped her foot, her bottom lip bunching in an unseemly pout. Lydia could have shown her how to pout more prettily, but she was not inclined to offer. Not now. Not ever. Ivan was unmoved by her tantrum. "You will 2 days hence, when your father pays for your freedom." Miss Pringle huffed, then broke out in tears. She ought not to have cried. Had she merely huffed, she would have come across as a spoilt lady who had not acquired what she wanted, nothing more. But the tears suggested fear, and Lydia knew then the rumours were true. Miss Pringle's father could not pay. Lydia shushed her, but that only turned her tears into a full wail. This was bad. If Lydia suspected from whence her trouble sprang, it was possible Ivan would discern it too. He watched Miss Pringle closely, his eyebrows knit together. "Your father will pay, will he not?" "Of course he will," Lydia said, but she was ignored. Miss Pringle pinched her mouth closed, the first measure of sense she had shown since their capture. But it was too late. She had said too much already. Silence would not help now. "Accept my offer, and no harm is done," she said. "The nerve!" Lydia exclaimed. "Accept to Miss Darcy, you selfish cow!" Turning to Ivan, she added, "My family will pay. They will do what you ask, and I am certain Mr. Pringle will pay too. She is only overwrought with nerves. She does not know what she says." She tried, but the damage had already been done. Why would Miss Pringle make such a desperate, foolish offer, unless she knew her father would not pay for her? Ivan knew it too. Wrapping his thick fingers around Miss Pringle's arm, he said, "I can only think of one solution for you, then. If your family will not pay, then let you serve as a message for the others." Lydia grabbed onto Miss Pringle's other hand and pulled with all of her might. "Let go of her!" Terror spread over Miss Pringle's countenance. She shrieked, "Do not let him take me, Lydia!" Lydia pulled and fought, the ladies behind her of little help with their pitiful strength. All she saw was the whites of Miss Pringle's terrified eyes. Lydia did not see Ivan's hand until it struck her. Dropping to the floor like a stone, her cheek throbbing, Lydia held her head between her hands before it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Stars danced in her blurred vision, and the voices and scuffles she had been in the midst of now sounded distant. She tried to get her feet under her, but the room tilted and whirled uncontrollably. By the time she could scramble to her hands and knees, the door had slammed shut behind Ivan and Miss Pringle. Lydia reached out, her scream sounding like a sob. Lady Eleanor sat beside her. What you did today was incredibly brave."
For the first time since her capture, Lydia succumbed to tears. Her misery went far beyond what Lady Eleanor could know, and now that Lydia's identity had been revealed, she no longer held back. Between hiccups, sobs, and gasps for breath, she said,
"I went to finishing school with Miss Pringle. I hated her. 1,000 times I wished her gone. But not like this. Never like this."
Wrapping her arms around her knees and hugging them tightly against her, Lydia wept in earnest. Lady Eleanor patted her back.
"You must not blame yourself when you were the only one to rise in her defense. Miss Pringle brought this on herself when she attempted to bargain with a criminal. She ought to have known she would come out the loser when it is money they seek. Miss Darcy will be proud to learn of what you have done. She is fortunate to have a friend like you, Miss Bennet." "I just want her to be safe,"
Lydia said, with all the honesty in her possession, even after she realized the her she referred to included her sworn enemy. Miss Pringle did not return, not an hour later, not the next morning. Chapter 20. Michael paced his room, his every thought inevitably leading him back to Miss Darcy. Focus. He needed to focus. Why was it the case he cared about the most should also prove to be the most difficult? Why did he feel so blind? He stopped, the root of his predicament plain now that he had given himself leave to contemplate it. He cared too much. He cared a great deal for Miss Darcy. If any trouble should befall her because of his inability to trace the kidnapper to his lair, Michael would forever hate himself. With Miss Darcy, Georgiana, he whispered in his heart, he felt alive, at ease, wanted. He belonged wherever she was. But she treated everyone so kindly, Michael could not tell if she genuinely enjoyed his company, or if she was merely being polite. And right now, because he had been unable to find and capture the man responsible for her friend's disappearance, Miss Darcy was a prisoner in her own house. She must be miserable, unable to do anything for fear of discovery. Her desire to help was clear, but she would no sooner endanger Miss Bennet than he would endanger Miss Darcy. With Mr. Darcy and Mr. Tanner keeping watch, Miss Darcy must be safe. Her nieces and nephews would keep her occupied, as would Mrs. Darcy and Mrs. Tanner. Logic told Michael that Miss Darcy was well and busy, but his desire to see her overwhelmed his sound reasoning. He checked the time. It was early. His informants would not report for another hour, and he had exhausted all other leads. Surely it would be a kindness to help Miss Darcy pass the time, even if she held no tender affection for him. And why should she, when he had nothing to offer? He would not deny her a small token of his consideration. If it eased her ennui, it would be enough for Michael. There was nothing else to it. He would stop at Darcy House before calling on his various informants. Michael looked about him. He could not show up empty-handed, and it was ridiculous for him to think he had anything in his sparse lodging that would entertain a young lady. What could he get? Music seemed too intimate. A book, however. Donning his coat, swearing to himself once again he would find the time to visit the tailor, just not today, Michael made his way to Hatchard's bookshop. The clerk wrapped the treasures in sleek brown paper and handed the stack to Michael with an audible sigh. He had indulged in a highly anticipated popular novel recently published, along with 2 other tomes of his own selection. Hopefully Miss Darcy would be more enthusiastic about his choices than the clerk had been. Mr. Darcy and Mr. Tanner were putting on their gloves and coats in the entrance hall when Michael called. On seeing him, Mr. Darcy said, "Mr. Nelson, have you any news?" His expectation that Michael had news to share made him feel like the worst sort of failure. What was he doing making what was essentially nothing more than a social call when he ought to be scouring the underbelly of London for information? He should be at the waterfront, not at Darcy House. "No," Michael replied, shuffling the books between his hands. Mr. Darcy squeezed his shoulder. "Nor have we, Mr. Nelson. The timing of your call is fortuitous. Tanner and I must go to our banks to get the money ready, and neither of us feels good about leaving our family without a protector. Would you be so kind as to remain here until our return? Have you the time to spare?" Michael wanted to stay, but he really did not have the time to spare. He must act responsibly rather than discuss books with the young lady who had captured his attention. He must put others' needs before his own. Mr. Tanner's voice boomed through the hall. "Time or not, he is staying." Crossing his immense arms over his thick chest, he challenged Michael to say otherwise. Michael was not often struck dumb, but by the time he could conjure a convincing argument contrary to Mr. Tanner's purpose, Mr. Darcy said, "There is no better room in the house to think than the music room. I have no doubt the ladies will take advantage of the opportunity to share their views and make their inquiries. It is amazing the insight into character they possess. It will be time well spent for you, and an immense favour to us for you to stay." How could Michael object to that? He followed the butler into the music room, and the front door closed behind the brothers, leaving Michael no option but to remain in the house until their return. Mrs. Darcy, Mrs. Tanner, and Miss Darcy conversed over tea, while Mrs. Wiggins napped soundly beside them. Was it the bright sunlight coming through the windows, or did Miss Darcy appear paler than normal that morning? Michael stood before them with the books in his hands, the inappropriateness of his gesture making him uncertain. Extenuating circumstances aside, he had brought gifts for an unmarried lady, a lady so far above his sphere he would never presume to court her. What a fool he was! Had her eyes not lit up, Michael would have tried to hide the books behind his back, all 3 thick volumes. As a child, he had seen a magician make a rabbit disappear at the snap of his fingers. Now that was a skill. Mrs. Darcy motioned for him to sit with them. "How kind of you to call, Mr. Nelson. Do you have any news?" The dreaded question. She sent for more tea, and Michael kicked himself once again. What had he been thinking to come here when he ought to be doing anything other than making a social call? He looked at Miss Darcy. There were dark circles around her eyes. Sucking in a ragged breath and bracing himself to feel their disappointment, he said, "I regret to inform you I do not. I am terribly sorry." Mrs. Darcy tapped her fingers against her chin. "These are no ordinary criminals. Nobody has learnt anything useful." Mrs. Tanner added, "Only the wealthy and influential can buy this kind of silence." "Or the truly terrifying," Mrs. Darcy added. Not one word of judgment was uttered amongst their intelligent observations. They saw the lack of information available as another clue. And dash it all, if they were not on to something. Mr. Darcy was right. The lady's insight was invaluable. Michael settled into his chair, determined to use his time well by listening and observing. Miss Darcy, who had been pondering in silence, finally spoke. Most terrifying men have prices on their heads. When a reward is offered for their capture, it is common for their most intimate friends to betray them. Could it be our foe is a man of wealth, of influence, perhaps a gentleman? Her gaze landed on Michael, and he got the sense she implied much more than she said. If she held more clues, why did she not speak plainly? Mrs. Tanner clutched her hands together. I think it possible. After what Lord Blackthorne put Jonathan through before we married, I would not hasten to deny the possibility of a gentleman's involvement. Michael had read about Mr. Tanner in the papers. The public assaults Lord Blackthorne had levelled publicly against the innkeeper would have ruined a lesser man. In the end, justice and truth had prevailed. It usually did. In a lighter tone, Mrs. Darcy said, We cannot leave our sister alone, trapped within these walls, so both Mrs. Tanner and myself have agreed to share in Georgiana's imprisonment. I see you have been so thoughtful as to bring some entertainment. Or am I wrong, Mr. Nelson? Michael placed the books he had tucked between his leg and the side of the chair on the table before them, grateful for the excuse Mrs. Darcy had given him to act kindly, without overstepping the boundaries of propriety. Before the first book could be unwrapped, Mrs. Tanner sat bolt upright in her chair. Did you hear that? Michael sprang up from his chair, his pulse racing, his eyes wandering the room. Oh, I apologize for startling you, Mr. Nelson, but I could have sworn I heard Angus crying. It is the sound a mother is always attentive to, Mrs. Tanner continued. I had better see to him now. Michael heaved a sigh of relief. He had not heard any unusual sounds, but he would never question a mother's instincts regarding her children. Mrs. Darcy set her teacup and saucer down. I will go with you. We have been too long away from the nursery. Pray excuse us for a moment. Mrs. Wiggins will stay with you. Mrs. Wiggins would not have noticed if a cannon had fired by her ear, so deep was her slumber. Miss Darcy's cheeks turned pink. She looked like the spring roses his mother had fussed over in his youth. Not knowing what else to do, Michael sat back down once the ladies had departed. Miss Darcy handed him a freshly poured cup of tea. Did my brothers send for you to stay with us while they were away? She asked. Not exactly. Michael was loath to explain his reason for showing up at Darcy House. She smiled, and his heart fluttered. Mr. Bennet does not make a convincing protector, and while Ben yields his catapult with confidence, he could not convince his father of the accuracy of his aim after he shattered his mamma's favourite vase yesterday, she said. Michael chuckled. Miss Darcy had a gentle way of putting him at ease. He could not help but surrender to her influence. Actually, I came of my own volition to bring these. He pushed the books forward. Honesty, no matter how awkward, was always the best choice. You brought me books? Miss Darcy's smile reached her eyes, like the sun sparkling off the surface of crystalline water. At his insistence, she pulled the paper off the first volume. With a gasp, she cradled the book to her, lovingly running her fingers over the engraved spine, and rewarding the intention behind Michael's gesture in the loveliest manner.
How did you get this? Every time I go to the bookshop, they have sold all of their copies."
Miss Darcy lowered her rosy cheek to the top of the book and breathed in its scent. Michael swore he would buy her every new novel to enter the bookshop just to see her reaction. His heart light, he teased. It was either that or a copy of Fordyce's sermons. She laughed.
"You selected well, then. I have been anxious to read Persuasion since I first heard of it."
Just as swiftly as the novel had evoked pleasure, her state changed to melancholy. Lowering the book to her lap, her face downcast, she said softly, "I apologize if I am not the best company, Mr. Nelson. I feel guilty laughing and enjoying anything at all when Lydia is not here to share in it. She so dearly loves to laugh." "It is only natural to be concerned for your friend." She twisted her fingers together.
"There is another matter that has been bothering me. Only the 3 families have been affected? No others have come forward?"
Her question intrigued Michael. "No. Why do you ask?" Her eyes remained fixed on her hands as she spoke.
"Darcy, Kendall, and Pringle. I have heard those names together before, in association with 3 other names. I do not know the details, but I remember my brother's reaction when he learnt of it. He was angry and hurt that his own father could betray the trust of others for his own selfish gain."
She looked up, hiding behind her eyelashes. Michael understood her timidity. Too often the children were included in the sins of their fathers. She was ashamed. As difficult as it must have been for Miss Darcy to share what she had with him, Michael would give her concern the attention it deserved. "What were the other 3 names?" he asked.
"Ham, Ramsay, and Summerson."
He pondered. 6 surnames, 6 families. Michael had never heard their names together, but his thoughts immediately turned to Nathan. Could they have been the same families that led his father to ruin? Michael shook his head. It was preposterous. Nathan was not in town, and while he carried some resentment, he was no more dangerous than a barking dog with no teeth. Some friend Michael was, doubting Nathan as he had, be it ever so briefly. Miss Darcy continued,
"It might be wise to call at their homes to see if all is well. I would go, as they have daughters about my age, and I am known to their families."
"Out of the question. You must stay here where it is safe," Michael interrupted before he realized how he must have sounded. He rubbed his temple. It pulsated and throbbed. "I apologize, Miss Darcy. I know you to have better sense than to put yourself into immediate danger. It was unjust of me to react as I did." A look he could not read crossed her face, but she continued where she had left off before he had so rudely interrupted.
"Since I am unable to go, will you go in my stead when my brothers return? Will you inquire? I do not want to say anything to William unless I am certain."
Michael felt his hackles rise. He wanted to refuse her immediately, but with his aversion rose his caution. Why did he resist her idea? It was a clue. A clue that had immediately led him to Nathan. "Do you remember anything else?" he asked, an inexplicable cold sweat breaking out over his forehead.
"I know so little. I only remember there was one family affected. They had a son who was away when William heard of it. I understood he had done well in trade, and was in a position to make his own fortune at the loss of his position.
Miss Darcy's voice was so sweet and innocent. She could not know how deeply her words cut Michael. He wanted to proclaim the impossibility of what she implied. Weighing his words, he said, "I think I know of the investment of which you speak. And the son. I know him well enough to be convinced he would never do something so evil."
"How can you be so convinced?" Miss Darcy pressed. "Men do abominable things when there is a fortune involved. Those 6 men, my father included, used your friend's family horribly. No one would blame him if he harbored resentment. But resentment left to fester becomes malignant and destructive."
Michael shook his head. "You do not understand him as I do. Nathan and I were inseparable. Our families' estates were only separated by a cart path. Our fathers were close friends. Nathan is like a brother to me. I could not mistake his character so completely. It is impossible." The words came out in a rush, Michael's conviction weakening the more he defended his friend. Could it be? No, he would not allow it.
"My intention is not to accuse a man I have never met, a man who is clearly a dear friend to you."
Why should her apology sting? "You need not explain, Miss Darcy. I realize it must have been as difficult for you to tell me what you did as it is for me to hear it."
"You are kind, Mr. Nelson."
Hesitantly, she added,
"Could it be you have each chosen to deal with life's obstacles in distinct ways? Your kindness and sense of justice leads you to improve everyone's path that crosses with yours. It is possible, or likely, another man might choose a less altruistic path, one that offers redemption, revenge."
Michael could have defended Nathan better had Miss Darcy's tone been argumentative, but it was not in the slightest. Her voice laced with the melancholy of experience, her appeal for him to investigate the evidence, to offer proofs of guilt or innocence, as if he were not the barrister in the room, shamed him.
"I will say no more on this subject, other than to beg of you, for the benefit of the kidnapped ladies who are innocent of their forefathers' affairs, that you not discount it completely until it can be proved inconsequential."
The strength of Miss Darcy's plea was not diminished by her soft tone. He uncrossed his arms and lowered his chin. "Thank you for expressing your concern. I will do my best to prove it unfounded. You do not know Nathan Bradford as I do." He hated the trickle of doubt seeping into his mind, filtering his thoughts and spreading like gangrene. Chapter 21. Georgiana had tossed and turned all night, struggling with her shame and her father, the blurry details she knew she must remember, and her apprehension in laying it all bare before the man she admired more than any other. Mr. Nelson's hesitancy to take her seriously, his ability to take offense at her suggestion, the way he crossed his arms, the set of his jaw. It was enough to aggravate the most patient soul. However, the flicker of doubt creasing his brow and reflecting in his eyes prevented her from speaking sharply. Georgiana had been in his position before, suspecting, but unwilling to believe a person she trusted would betray her. She remembered how it had changed her. Mr. Nathan Bradford was the ideal suspect, and he was Mr. Nelson's friend, a man he had trusted all his life. She was tempted to ask if Mr. Bradford had any other names, Perhaps George. It would suit. How would Mr. Nelson bear it if his best friend turned out to be the villain plaguing them? Georgiana sensed he was heading for hurt, and there was nothing she could say or do to prevent it. Nothing could have prevented it for her, had she not witnessed Wickham's duplicity with her own eyes. She was powerless to undo wrongs that had already been set in motion, but she could soften the blow when it came. She could be a friend. She could be a comfort. It is true. I do not know Mr. Bradford as you do. I apologize if I have offended you, but I trust you understand my reasons for speaking so plainly. Mr. Nelson slumped against his chair, a picture of defeat. It is I who should apologize. You have given me more information than I have been able to gather on my own, and I ought to thank you. To dignify your insight by calling on the other families. Her heart stirred. Thank you, she said. He did take her seriously. He did value her opinion. Georgiana's elation overcame her shame in revealing her father's involvement in a swindle that callously cast the burden of debt on a family without the resources to endure it. But her joy was short-lived. Georgiana felt Mr. Nelson's distress as strongly as if it were her own. She tried to reassure him. No money has been exchanged. None of the ladies have been harmed to our knowledge. If Mr. Bradford is involved, it is not too late to stop him before he goes too far. There is hope still. At that moment, Elizabeth and Arabella returned with Mr. Bennet, Chloe, and their pack of children underfoot. Johnny and Ben were as thick as thieves. They threw a ball of yarn for Chloe to chase. Naturally, Ben included his new toy in the process, holding the ball against the catapult's leather strap and hurling it across the room, then handing it to Johnny so he might have a turn. Chloe dove under the settee, her tail wagging happily. She did not care to surrender her prize, and Johnny had to pry it away from her. Unfortunately, Johnny's aim required more time and practice to improve. The slobbery yarn landed with a splat against Mrs. Wiggins's bodice. It rolled down to her skirt, and Chloe, never having been taught much in the way of manners, jumped on top of her to retrieve the ball. Mrs. Wiggins woke with a start, as one could imagine, and a yelp. Elizabeth and Arabella, occupied with the babies in their arms, were quick to make their way over to the source of the mischief. Georgiana would have laughed at the whole situation. Ben had a way of getting into trouble without ever meaning to, and Johnny was no different. But Mr. Nelson did not crack a smile, and Georgiana knew why. She prayed his friend had nothing to do with the kidnappings and extortion. Mr. Bradford certainly had a motive to spurn the families responsible for his family's ruin, but it might only be a coincidence. Might. Maybe. Uncertain terms Georgiana could not convince herself to accept. Marianne climbed onto the pianoforte stool and plucked a few keys. She had begun learning the notes, and her interest in practicing the instrument foretold she would become an accomplished player in no time. Georgiana joined her, but before she could sit beside her niece, the butler came in to announce the constable. "Mr. Keene is here, Mrs. Darcy," he said. Alarm waved through the room. Mr. Nelson was on his feet instantly, his eyes sharp and his shoulders tense. Elizabeth looked about the room, and Georgiana saw clearly in Elizabeth's expression that she did not want the constable to join them in the music room and risk scaring the children. They did not know what kind of news he bore. Arabella said, "I will stay with the children. If Mr. Keene has news of Lydia, you cannot delay in hearing it." Georgiana held Elizabeth's ice-cold hand and prayed for good news all the way to the front parlour. Given Mr. Bennet and Mr. Nelson's solemn silence, she suspected they did the same. Mr. Keene stood in the front parlour, his hat in his hand and his head bowed. Not a promising posture for the good news they had hoped to hear. When they had filed into the room, Mr. Keene shuffled his hat between his hands. "Mr. Darcy is not in?" he asked. Mr. Bennet stepped forward. "I am Miss Bennet's father. If you have news of her, I need to hear it." If anything, Mr. Keene's discomfort increased. Along with his hat, he now shuffled his feet. He said, "My news will be disturbing for the ladies to hear." Elizabeth grabbed Georgiana's arm, and Georgiana was quick to guide her to the sofa. Nothing would prevent Elizabeth from hearing what she must know, no matter how bad it was. Her father sat beside her, and they clung to each other in mutual support. Georgiana held on to her hand as if Lydia's life depended on it. Mr. Nelson crossed his arms and widened his stance, bracing himself. Finally, Mr. Bennet said, "Disturbing or not, Mr. Keene, we will hear your news together." Taking a deep breath, the constable said, "Very well, if you are certain." "We are," Elizabeth said. Mr. Keene took another deep breath and said, "I have recently come from the morgue. A young lady was pulled out of the Thames this morning." Georgiana closed her eyes, a lump filling her throat. "Please let it not be Lydia." Mr. Nelson asked, "Who was it?" "Miss Maria Pringle. Her father identified her moments before I came here." Georgiana gasped, as much to catch her breath as in relief and shock. Mr. Nelson uncrossed his arms, stepping closer to the constable. "When does the coroner suspect she died?" "Last night." "No other bodies were found?" "No more ladies of society, if that is what you mean, sir." "Is it possible it was an accident?" The constable shook his head slowly. "Not with bruises around her throat, no." Georgiana's head spun with nightmarish possibilities. Lydia was in graver danger than ever if the kidnapper was willing to make good on his threats. How easily it could have been Lydia. They needed to act, now. Mr. Nelson continued to ask questions of the constable. He could not leave until William returned. And who knew how long that would take? Banks were not known for their efficiency. Mr. Bennet was in no condition to ride. Elizabeth needed to stay with him, just as Arabella needed to stay with the children. That left only Georgiana, and she knew exactly what she must do. Quietly excusing herself, she allowed them to think she meant to inform Arabella of what had happened. A small deceit to gain precious time. For Lydia. For her family. Slipping into Elizabeth's bedchamber, Georgiana found the boy's clothing that had last been worn to Tanner's pugilist match. It was in the back of the armoire. The trousers were too short, but that was the least of Georgiana's concerns. Pulling the cap down around her ears as far as it would go, she shoved her loose tendrils inside it and checked her image in the mirror. She did not make a convincing boy, but it would do, so long as nobody looked closely. She did not plan to ride slowly enough for anyone to get a good look. Opening her window, Georgiana slipped over the edge and climbed down the vine, just as she had done so many times years before to meet with Wickham. How different this was. Georgiana's heart pounded in fright, not anticipation. Tiptoeing as quietly as she could in the clunky boots she wore, Georgiana made her way to Brutus's stall. She would do as Arabella had done and rely on the stallion to protect her in the absence of an escort or companion. Brutus snickered when he saw her, and Georgiana raised her finger to shush him before she was discovered. The loyal steed was older now. White peppered his beautiful black coat. When she slipped into his stall and tossed the saddle onto his back, he looked at her as if to ask what on earth she was up to, much like an older, wiser brother. But he led her onto his back and moved forward without hesitation when she tapped his sides with her boot heels. So far, so good. If Georgiana used her time wisely, she might be able to return before anyone noticed she was gone. Maybe. Hopefully. She ought to have left a note. But there was no time now. A light fog rolled in. It would have been foreboding, but it offered her cover. She rode to the first house, the nearest one, the Summersons. The doorman looked at Georgiana askance. Before he could dismiss her, she said, "Is the lady of the house in? I have a message for her about her daughter, Miss Alexandra Summerson." There must have been enough urgency in her unmistakably feminine tone, for the footman soon disappeared, bringing Mr. and Mrs. Summerson along with him. The speed with which they attended her was all the answer Georgiana needed. Miss Summerson had been kidnapped too. She said, "I apologize for my appearance, but necessity demanded I not be recognized." Mrs. Summerson covered her mouth, gasping through her fingers. "Miss Darcy, is that you? I thought you had been kidnapped as well." "It is me, but please swear you will not reveal to anyone I have been here so I might be of help to your daughter. You must promise." Tears spilled down Mrs. Summerson's trembling hands. Mr. Summerson wrapped his arm protectively around her, saying, "How can you help her?" Georgiana lowered her voice. "Did you receive a ransom note?" Mr. Summerson sent the butler to his study to fetch it. While he was gone, Georgiana asked, "May I take the note with me to show my brothers and Mr. Nelson? He is helping us investigate. I wish I had time to explain more to you, but I must not delay." Already she plotted her course to the Hams. The butler returned with the note, which Mr. Summerson handed to her. She took it, saying, "Thank you for your help. We will do our best to return your daughter home safely. I must go." Mrs. Summerson grabbed Georgiana's hand, crinkling the letter trapped in their grip. "God bless you, Miss Darcy. We would have stepped forward before, but with Miss Morton's scandalous elopement, we did not want to ruin Alexandra's chances this season. It all seems so foolish now." It was foolish, but Georgiana had enough sympathy for the woman not to say so aloud. Instead, she squeezed her hand in turn, muttered another reassurance, and climbed back on Brutus with the ransom note tucked into her shirt pocket. Her instinct had been right. There were only 2 more houses to call at, but Georgiana knew what the answers would be. The elation she felt made her feel like she could fly if she flapped her arms hard enough. No wonder Mr. Nelson did this along with his barrister work. It was thrilling. She was on the chase and gaining on the kidnapper. If only she could be wrong about his identity. Chapter 22. Miss Pringle never returned. The remaining ladies huddled together against the far wall, as far away from that cursed door as they could get. Lydia did not blame them. After a night of silence, Miss Summerson asked, "What if one of us is next?" Lydia knew that if anyone was next, it would likely be her. She raised her hand to her swollen cheek, her fingers cool against her skin. Nobody answered. Perhaps it was for the best. Lady Eleanor tore off a piece of her petticoat, soaking it in the dregs of the flimsy tea kettle and pressing it gently against Lydia's eye. "It might help," she said. "Thank you." Lydia slumped against the wall, feeling sad and more than a little sorry for herself, until she remembered herself. She was no wilting lily, and if this was to be her last day on this earth, she refused to act like one. Pounding her fist against the floor, she said, "No, this will not do. If this is the end, I shall die merry. I will not cower in a corner in fright when we only need to endure one more day. One day, that is all." Mrs. Summerson wiped her cheeks. "What do you suppose we do? There is so little to be happy about, and I am dreadfully frightened." Lydia said, "We are alive, are we not? And our families love us. They will do what they must to see us home again." Unlike Miss Pringle. Gone was the memory of a selfish brat intent on berating Lydia. In her place was a sad girl who had known she could not rely on her family to help her. Straightening her shoulders and sitting taller, Lydia said, "Let us speak of things that bring us joy, the things we look forward to once we leave this horrible place." Miss Ramsay spoke. "I have been waiting for Mr. Burnt to propose. After this, I shall do my best to secure him. I think a June wedding would be lovely." Lydia clapped. "I love weddings. I shall buy you a new bonnet to celebrate your success. You will have all the flowers you want in June." Miss Ham offered to buy a parasol to match the bonnet, and they soon settled on rose-petal pink as the colour which would suit Miss Ramsay the best. As for Miss Ham, she decided she would finally take singing lessons. She had wanted to for years, but her shy nature had prevented her from asking, lest she be required to exhibit her talents. She was not so afraid any more. Miss Summerson swore she would be kinder to her younger sister. She would remember all the news worth telling from the balls and soirees she attended, so her sister could share in the fun and be better prepared for her debut the following year. They spoke of dancers and beaux, and for a brief moment they might have been in any one of their family's parlours, gossiping over tea and sweet cakes. Lady Eleanor, by far the more mature lady of the group, said she wished to donate books and clothing to an orphanage she had often thought of, but had never entered. Turning to Lydia, she asked, "What of you? What brings you the most joy?" Tears prickled Lydia's eyes. "My Chloe, she must be worried sick about me. She is the sweetest cocker-spaniel you could ever know, and the one being who is always delighted to see me. She and Miss Darcy are my dearest friends, and I would do anything to see them again. Just not here," she hastened to add, shivering at the thought of seeing Georgiana being shoved through that wretched door. She said a silent prayer on behalf of her friend. Shouts from the other side of the door brought their discussion to an abrupt end. The noise got louder as the voices drew closer. Scuffling to their feet, Lydia and Lady Eleanor scurried to the door, motioning for the others to be quiet. Lydia pressed her ear against the oak. "You fool," said the gentleman. "You were not supposed to kill anyone. We only sought to hit them where it hurts the most, in the pocketbook, and then be done with them." She steadied herself against the door. Lydia's fear had come to pass. Miss Pringle had been murdered. Ivan had killed her. Ivan's rough voice made the hair on Lydia's arms stand on end. She said her family could not pay. All it takes is one man who refuses to pay to convince the others to refuse with him, and then we would have gone to all this trouble for nothing. The gentleman raised his voice. I am in charge. It was not your decision to make. You should thank me for doing what you would not. What do you mean? Your friend has been sniffing around awfully close. I've been following him, knowing he will cause us trouble. The gentleman's voice dropped so low, Lydia held her breath and willed her heart to beat quieter. Leave him alone. Drat, she had missed his name. If only she knew who was close to finding them, she would know whether to hope or not. Ivan said, You should have let me kill him when I had the chance. He is too close, I tell you. He is not your concern. Leave him to me. The gentleman's voice was stiff, and Lydia imagined him straightening his coat and doing his best to convince Ivan he was still in charge. Only he was not, which was no consolation to Lydia. She dreaded to think of the atrocities of which Ivan was capable. Mr. Nelson is trouble. What will you do if he gets in our way? What then? Will you have the courage to do what needs to be done, or are you too soft? Lydia pressed her hand over her heart. Mr. Nelson. Georgiana's Mr. Nelson. Oh, dear Lord, this was worse than she had supposed. The gentleman scoffed. You forget your place. I will do what I must when it is time. Until then, I thank you not to question me when you are at my mercy. Or have you forgotten I could turn you in for the murder of Miss Pringle, among other crimes? They continued speaking, but Lydia could not hear them, no matter how hard she pressed her ear against the door. Lady Eleanor whispered, Ivan has taken over. We cannot trust the gentleman to keep him from doing whatever he pleases. Lydia glanced over at the three other ladies across the room. She had only just managed to raise their spirits. And now this. Lady Eleanor continued softly. Do not tell the others. But there is no guarantee he will not kill each of us once he gets his money. Lydia snapped at her, abandoning all attempts at keeping her voice low. Do not tell the others, but you tell me. 'Tis a good thing I have never been one to swoon. Now that was not entirely true, she amended. At least, not without a handsome gentleman nearby to catch me. Their futures were all the more uncertain, and it was a test to Lydia's theatrical abilities to plaster a smile on her face as they joined the others. If she lived through this ordeal only to be killed at the end of it, she would be greatly put out. Chapter 23. Michael convinced Constable Keene to stand guard until the men of the house returned. With one of the kidnapped ladies murdered, Michael would take no risks where Miss Darcy and her family were concerned. He supposed she had stayed upstairs with Mrs. Tanner and the children. The news of Miss Pringle's murder was a horrible shock. He watched the clock ticking on the mantel in the parlour. How much longer would Mr. Darcy be? He needed to call on the three families and acquit Nathan of all doubt in this crime. He was not a murderer. Minutes crawled by. When the constable had answered all of their questions and taken his post outside Darcy House, Michael returned to the music room with Mrs. Darcy and Mr. Bennet. Mrs. Tanner met them at the door. I own I am a ball of nerves. What was the constable's news? She glanced at the children who played a lively game. Michael's head pounded. Miss Darcy did not tell you? Her eyes widened. I have not seen her since she left the room with you." Michael nearly trampled over the housekeeper in the hall in his haste. Neither she nor the maid had seen Miss Darcy. Georgiana. He shuffled in place, wringing his hands while Mrs. Darcy rang for the butler, who said, "I am sorry. Last I saw Miss Darcy, she was with you in the parlour, ma'am." Michael had to move. He took the stairs 2 at a time until he reached the entrance hall. The footman manning the front door confirmed nobody else had been admitted. The cook confirmed not one person had entered or departed through the kitchen door at the back of the property. Miss Darcy had vanished. Michael pressed his hands against his temples. He had to calm himself, or he would be of no use in finding her at all. What were the facts? Nobody, aside from Constable Keene, had entered the house. No one suspicious, no man with a scar, had been noticed outside either. Therefore, it was unlikely Georgiana had been kidnapped. Michael kicked himself for allowing himself to be distracted with the constable. Granted, what Mr. Keene had to tell them was important. But Georgiana, what if danger befell her? Mr. Darcy and Mr. Tanner had entrusted Michael with their family. He had let them down before the passing of an hour. And Georgiana? She had entrusted him with her father's unflattering past. He knew where she was. He ought to have acted immediately. While Michael was not free to leave, he could have sent someone else in his stead. Then, perhaps, Georgiana would not have taken it upon herself to go. Michael was certain she had gone. He would have done the same. There was nothing else but to brave her brother's wrath and chase after her. Mrs. Darcy raced to him from further down the hall. "Her bedchamber window is open. She did not leave a note, but I suspect that is how she left." She spoke as she continued down the hall, entering another room which Michael supposed was her bedchamber, when he saw her cross the carpet, open an armoire, and rummage through its contents. Whatever she searched for, she did not find it. "My stable boy disguise is gone," she said. Footsteps clambered up the stairs. The butler was followed by a stable boy in a high state of agitation. "Brutus is gone," blurted the boy as soon as he reached the landing. Michael pinched the bridge of his nose. Why would she risk herself like that? If only he had known she was intrepid and independent enough to respond without delay. He had not thought her capable of acting alone like this, but how wrong he was. It was terrifying and impressive. Mrs. Darcy arched an eyebrow. "Why do you do it? Why do you expect Georgiana to be so different from you?" "I need a horse," Michael said. There was no time for inward reflection. He had to find Georgiana. "Saddle Mr. Darcy's fastest horse. Quick, now," Mrs. Darcy told the stable boy. To Michael, she said, "Go, bring her back. I will send for help." Michael repeated the surnames Georgiana had shared with him before, giving Mrs. Darcy an idea of where he planned to begin his search, and then he hurried to the stables. He would start with the hams. Never before had the streets of London contained so many obstacles to slow Michael down or alter his path. Even the weather conspired to complicate his search. Fog rolled in, wet and denser with each clip-clop of his borrowed horse's hoofs. His heartbeat slammed against his ribs. If anything happened to her while she was out... Georgiana was everything good and gentle and kind. She made those in her company feel wanted and important. Lord bless her, she put the needs of her friends before her own. Michael knew that about Georgiana, but her boldness stunned him. She was not afraid to act, and he loved her the more for it. The world stopped, slowing to a crawl as he charged through crowded streets. He loved Georgiana Darcy. He loved her with a certainty he had never before encountered. Steadfast, unshakable, trustworthy. He could not lose her. Michael tightened his hold on the reins and pushed his horse faster. The Hams' residence would come into view once he rounded the corner. He leaned forward, his eyes squinting to see through the grey clouds. There she was. Georgiana climbed onto the oversized stallion without the assistance of a mounting block or a leg up. Deftly she stretched her foot to the stirrup and flung herself over the black stallion's side with the grace of a skilled equestrian. Michael vowed never to underestimate Georgiana again. She downplayed her bravery and talents under a quiet facade he had mistaken for shyness. But she was nothing of the sort. Not really. No disguise could mask her shape, or the delicate curve of her long neck with her hair hidden under a cap. He rushed forward, a mixture of relief and fear, pride and anxious concern. So eager was he to reach her side, he nearly rammed his horse against the giant brute she controlled. Michael wanted to embrace her, to shake her, to hold her, to scold her, to keep her close, to never lose her again. Fortunately, Georgiana was a far better horsewoman than he was a horseman. Spinning around, she prevented them from colliding. "I hope you are not too angry with me," she said. How could he be when she looked at him through her dark eyelashes, her cheeks stained pink and her breath puffing in the fog? Michael told her the truth. It tumbled out of him faster, and with greater conviction than any defense he had ever made at court. "I am proud of you. Your strong mind, accurate instincts, unhesitant response when immediate action must be taken. I have never been so anxious and elated over anyone." She smiled at him, and Michael held himself back from leaning forward, from closing the small distance between his lips and hers. "I think I understand why you do this. It is thrilling," she said, pulling papers from her pocket and handing them to him with a happy glow on her face that disappeared before Michael was prepared for it. She said, "I am so sorry. You will not be so proud when you see what I have found." He read the names the notes were addressed to, Summerson and Ham. If they went to the Ramsays, they were certain to find another. Michael knew in his heart she was right about Nathan. He wanted to deny the possibility, but Michael did not believe in coincidences. The facts were in his hands, and instead of rubbing her superior instincts into his old wound, she apologized for giving him proof against his lifelong friend. "I cannot deny evidence, nor will I lessen your role in the discovery of it," he said. "No matter how disagreeable it is?" she asked. "Not even then." It was true, though it pained him. Her stallion snorted, his ears pulling back. Georgiana screamed, "Michael, look out!" Michael heard the crack. At the same time, he heard her say his name. At the very instant, he felt something crush against the back of his skull. He reached for Georgiana, but his body pulled him backward. He fell away from her, losing her in the deepening fog. Chapter 24. "Michael!" Georgiana screamed as he fell away from her. She flung her leg over Brutus and slid down, her need to reach Michael greater than the danger lurking in the fog. He was so ghastly pale against the bright red pooling under his head. She sunk to the ground, but her knees never hit the damp cobblestones. Her hands had not touched Michael's cheeks before she was pulled back with a force that knocked the air out of her lungs and snapped Brutus's reins out of her hands. Rough fingers clamped over her mouth. She bared her teeth and bit. But she was no match for the brute pulling her away from Michael. She kicked and squirmed, but the vice-like grip around her arms and mouth did not loosen its hold. Michael was a blurry lump on the ground. A few paces more, and she would lose sight of him. She had to get away. She had to get to Michael. She had to stop the bleeding. Georgiana did not see the hackney coach until her captor shoved her through its open door. She scrambled over the seat to the other side, reaching for the door and shoving it open. He grabbed her foot and jerked her back. She kicked him and screamed until her ears popped and rang. The hackney jolted forward. She screamed again, lashing out and striking the glass. Paper-thin shards pierced her palms, tearing at her skin, but she struck again with a shout. Maybe someone would hear her. Shoving herself away from her captor, she tried to get a good look at him, and was met with a wall of black that covered her eyes and gagged her mouth. When he grabbed her wrist, she flailed her limbs, but he was stronger than she was. Deprived of sight, she sat quieter, trying to notice the direction they went. The coarse fabric at her mouth ripped the corners of her lips. Her eyes burned, but she kept her calm. She had to get back to Michael. If he was still alive, there had been so much blood. Hot tears soaked the sash tied around her mouth. Never had Georgiana admired and respected another man more than she did Michael. Never had she felt so comfortable around a man she knew she could trust. She had to get back to him. She loved him. The strength of her passion made her purpose crystal clear. Her blood boiled in rage at the man in the carriage with her, but calculating logic cooled her. She paid attention to the smells and sounds around her, anything which might indicate where she was being taken. If she were to escape, she must keep her wits about her and be alert for the opportunity. The carriage wheels rambled over uneven cobblestones and splashed through puddles, turning corners and moving slowly. The voices and clambering sounds indicated the streets were crowded. Dense fog only kept the gentle classes indoors. The working class could not afford such comfort. Georgiana breathed in slowly, the stench of filth assaulting her nose. Were they near the Thames? The coach stopped, and she was shoved forward. Her boots slipped on the ground, but the man behind her lifted her until her shoulders ached. She landed on a squeaky floor. Wooden planks shifted under her boots, and the sound of their clomping echoed. They were in a building, an empty building, a warehouse, or an abandoned home. A man spoke in front of her. "What did you do?" he bellowed articulately. He smelled of tobacco smoke and spirits. Like a gentleman. Like her father. The man behind her tightened his grip around her wrists. "I did what you would not. I followed your little friend. He led me right to her." His voice was raspy, unrefined. Georgiana would wager the man's features were rough, too. At least he should have a crooked nose, or an impressive scar, or an eye patch. "That was not the deal. I hired you to do as I bid, not to act on your own initiative," the gentleman said. Was he Mr. Bradford? Did he know how deeply he had disappointed Michael? Would he care if he knew? Or was he as heartless as Wickham had been? "You hired me to make sure we got paid, and I will do what I must to make sure I get my cut. Now that we have Miss Darcy, we can demand the sum the Pringles could not secure. Her brothers have deep pockets." The gentleman spoke crisply. "Not if your interference leads them to us. You might have ruined everything, you fool. What did you do to Michael? It had to be Nathan Bradford. Georgiana heard the urgency in his tone. He was concerned about Michael. He cared. Georgiana's heart hurt all the more for Michael. This would be a horrible blow for him. If only she could get back to him, to stop the blood, to make sure he was well. He had to be well. He just had to be. Surely she would know it if he was not. She would feel it. She persisted in hoping. The ruffian loosened his hold around her wrists, but he did not release her. We do not have to worry about him anymore. My aim was true. Georgiana's limbs went limp. Michael's white face, all that blood. Her legs buckled, and she struggled to hold herself upright. "You are certain?" Mr. Bradford asked. "I have not known a man to survive a strike such as I gave him. He died before he hit the ground." Georgiana cried out, gasping for breath when the air in the room disappeared. Chapter 25. Michael opened one eye. He would have reached up to hold his head, but he had the presentiment he would regret all unnecessary movement. His whole body ached, but his head... The big black stallion nudged him, and a man who smelled of damp earth shook Michael's shoulder. The movement hurt as bad as Michael had thought it would. With the man's help, he sat up, brushing pebbles and dirt off his coat and reaching to the back of his head, despite his better judgment. "You had best not do that," the man beside him said, looking to the ground. The blood was still slick and wet, smudged over the stones. Michael groaned, trying to remember. It was urgent he leave. He had to go. But where? He pressed his fingers against his temples, the extra pressure only adding to the pulsating throb. He wondered if it were possible for a head to burst, but thinking was too painful. The man extended his hand. "Blows to the head bleed like stuck pigs. You suffered a nasty strike. But you do not appear to have any other injuries. Are you able to stand? It is not much, but if you can get to my cart, I will tie your horse to the back and take you to the surgeon." He jabbed his thumb behind him. A grey horse attached to a cart loaded with vegetables shook its head, as if to make it known his burden was heavy enough without adding Michael's weight to it, thank you very much. Accepting the farmer's hand, Michael heard the paper crumple in his pocket. And he remembered Georgiana. He looked about frantically as he stood, leaning heavily on the farmer's arm when the ground tilted at him and his head beat like a drum. "The young lady?" he asked. The farmer bunched his cheeks. Shaking his head slowly, pityingly, he took Michael by the elbow. "Come now, there's a good lad. I will take you to the surgeon. You will be right as rain in no time at all." Michael did not follow his lead to the cart. He was not crazy. He had to get to Georgiana, who was dressed in a disguise as a boy. "I mean the stable boy. He was taken." "Ah, that. Yes, I saw that. A big man with a scar across his cheek. The sort one does best to avoid. Took the lad. Shoved him into a hackney coach and took off that way," he said, pointing down the street. "Probably dawdling about when he had work to do, and will pay for it now, I suspect. Poor lad." The man with the scar. The man Michael had seen near Darcy House. Had he followed Michael knowing he would lead him to Georgiana? Was the man known to Nathan? The pain in Michael's head paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. "Did you see anything else?" "No, but if you'll climb into the cart, we can go to the surgeon." Georgiana's horse pawed the ground impatiently. Michael reached for the reins. "I thank you, but I have no time to spare." "Pardon my interference, sir, but you are not fit to ride in your condition." He was right, but Michael would not be stopped. Gritting his teeth, Michael mounted the equine. His own horse was nowhere to be seen, and Michael hoped it had made its way back to Darcy House. "Sir, please allow me to help you," the farmer insisted. "Thank you, but I must make haste," Michael said, already heading in the direction from which he had come minutes before. Michael went as fast as the stallion could convey him through the streets back to Darcy House, trusting his mount to guide them when his vision blurred, which was often. He wrapped his fingers around the horse's mane and held on. He had to get to Darcy House. He had to get help. He had to find Georgiana. Michael urged his mount forward, holding his horse's mane so tightly he could not feel his fingers. Black specks dotted his vision, but he pressed onward. Just a little farther, almost there. Several men milled about in front of Darcy House. The horse they had lent Michael had returned home and was giving the stable boy a great deal of trouble. As soon as he was close enough to be heard, Michael shouted, "They took her! They have Georgiana!" Michael remembered nothing after that. Michael woke in the parlour inside Darcy House. His head felt as if it had been stuffed with cotton. Rustling sounds stirred him to sit. "I must go," he said, determined to join in the search. The housekeeper pressed down on his shoulder, ensuring his inability to go anywhere at all when she dabbed a wet linen against the back of his head, creating a burst of fireworks before Michael's eyes. "You need a surgeon and a change of clothes. Your coat is soaked in blood," she said, removing the linen and rinsing it in the basin on the table beside her. There was no way in heaven or earth he could be convinced to stay behind when he was responsible for Georgiana's capture. His injuries could wait. "I know where to go. I need to take them," he said, stepping toward the door, reaching for it when his legs wobbled. Mrs. Darcy appeared in the doorway, blocking his path. "Is there nothing we can say or do to convince you to allow the others to go on without you? If you tell them where to go, you would still be an immense help." Agony tightened his throat, straining his words. I have to see her." Georgiana had been right about Nathan, and Michael had not acted quickly enough. Had he listened to her sooner, had he acted without delay, she would not be in danger now. Nathan. He had tried to tell Michael in his own way. He always said people did not change. Not really. Michael had not wanted to believe him, but he did not know him at all, did he? Georgiana had never met Nathan, and she knew him better than Michael did. Some barrister he was. He could not even discern the true character of his closest friend. What a waste to devote himself to the aid of others when they did not want his help. Not really. Given his lack of judgment, he might defend a criminal in error and send a good man to prison. Mrs. Darcy smiled at him. Michael saw nothing to smile about. "I see why Georgiana admires you," she said. She might as well have stabbed him in the gut with a dagger. "She is too good for the likes of me. If she never forgives me, I would deserve her scorn." Mrs. Tanner stepped into view. "Nonsense," she snapped. "Look at her family. We are proof in the power of love, to lift the lowly and humble the haughty, to make us equals." They did not understand. Michael could not listen to their encouragement when he was undeserving of it. "Because of me, she is in danger. I did not listen when I should have. I placed my trust in the wrong person, and now she pays the price for my error." Mrs. Darcy narrowed her eyes at him. He did not shy away from her sharp look. Finally, she said, "You will not save her by giving up now." Her reply angered Michael. "I said nothing about giving up." As quickly as her disapproval had flashed, her smile reappeared. "Good. You would not deserve her if you gave up too easily. Go, bring her home then." She stepped to the side, clearing the doorway. Michael did not comprehend the fluctuations of Mrs. Darcy's disposition, but he was grateful she had moved. It would have been awkward for everyone had he been forced to remove her from his path in her own house. Mr. Darcy came storming down the stairs, followed by Mr. Tanner. They stopped when they saw Michael. They strode to him, postures tense, fists clenched. Michael widened his stance. He could not possibly hurt more than he did now. What was another strike from Georgiana's brothers? They were justified in their anger. They had trusted him, and he had lost their sister. "We are ready. Can you ride?" Mr. Darcy asked. Michael nodded a touch too eagerly in his relief, and oh, how he regretted it. Stabs of lightning shot from the top of his head to the bottom of his spine. He leaned against the wall. "I will not be stopped," he said through gritted teeth. Mr. Tanner and Mr. Darcy exchanged a look. Michael had enough sense to know he needed their help. He stepped away from the wall. He would not give them reason to prevent him from accompanying them. "Let us away," Mr. Tanner said, pulling on his gloves and kissing his wife. Mr. Darcy had already crossed the hall to the door, where a groom held the horses ready. He turned to Michael. "Where are we going?" "To call on an old friend," Michael said, the words acidic on his tongue. Chapter 26. Georgiana kicked and screamed, her shouts frustratingly muffled with the gag still tied around her mouth. A few times her toes stabbed against something hard. She hoped it was Mr. Bradford. She wanted him to suffer, for his heart to break, as hers did. Hands gripped around her shoulders, and she lashed out with all her might until she was shoved forward. Unable to catch herself, she landed hard on her knees, momentum propelling her onward until her chin slammed against the ground. But she was numb to it. She had more fight in her, and she would use every bit of her strength to make those evil men pay. A door closed behind her with a resounding bang. Rolling onto her side, she gained her footing and moved toward the sound. Something pulled at her from behind, and she fought it with all her might. Heat rose off her body and sweat dripped down her back. "Georgie!" She knew that voice, but it was not until she heard it again that Georgiana dared believe it was real. "Georgie, calm yourself. You are hurt." "Lydia?" Georgiana tried to ask, but it came out as a muffled garble. Gentle hands touched the ties around her wrists, and Georgiana tried to stand still when soothing voices, ladies' voices, reassured her. She did not know where she was, but she knew with whom she was. Miss Pringle was gone, and she was there to take her place. Their captors had already killed 2. What was to prevent them from killing the rest? Lydia pulled off the hood, and Georgiana blinked against the drab walls in this dark room. Next came the sash tied around her mouth. She ought to speak, but what could she say? Michael was gone. His murderer was on the other side of the door. They would likely be next. Not exactly welcome tidings to the other ladies who had already endured so much cruelty. Thankfully, Lydia chattered enough for the both of them, saying in a brief conclusion of her ordeal,
"That is to say, I do not think the gentleman is in control at all. Our only hope is that you were followed. Oh, how romantic for Mr. Nelson to be your hero."
Georgiana cried out. He would have found her. He could have saved them. The rope around her wrists finally gave, and she sprang at the door. Clawing at the wood, her nails bit into the oak, her bruised and cut palms bleeding anew. She did not stop. She pounded and shouted, wanting Bradford to hear her. He was worse than Wickham, and while she would forever regret being too weak to face Wickham, she would not repeat the same mistake with Bradford. She would tell him what he deserved to hear. She would make him know how disappointed Michael would be in him, how his betrayal had cost the life of his best friend. A man so far his superior, he had not deserved Michael's loyalty. Lydia tried to pull her away, but Georgiana persisted. "How could you? Michael loved you like a brother. He would not believe me when I suggested you were the one behind this. How could you betray him like this? He is dead because of you. You killed him. He believed in you. He defended you, and you betrayed him." Her cheeks wet, her throat dry, and her arms heavy, Georgiana leaned her forehead against the door. Two arms wrapped around her, pulling her into their warm embrace. "Lydia, I had hoped never to see you in this dreadful place. I am so sorry, Georgie," she said, rubbing Georgiana's back and holding her. It was a sort of comfort, and Georgiana was not ungrateful. But they were not the arms she wanted to hold her closely. She would never know Michael's embrace. He had died alone. She had not even told him how she felt, how ardently she loved him. It would be her greatest regret for as long as she lived. She buried her face in Lydia's hair and wept harder than she ever had. Chapter 27. Michael knew where Nathan's warehouses were. One in particular, which he had been attempting to sell, was an empty building too close to the water to be useful for Nathan. Many times Michael had heard him complain how the dampness damaged his goods. It was the perfect hiding place. He ought to have thought of it before. How blind he had been. Everything pointed to Nathan. His sudden departure, the timing, the date corresponding with the death of Nathan's father and Miss Gladden's treachery, the terms, a painful sum from the families who had wronged him for the loss of his family's fortune, the appearance of the man with a scar. Had Nathan hired him to kill Michael? He could no longer deny the possibility, though he still dreamed of hearing a reasonable explanation to justify Nathan's actions. He silenced his wishful thinking and focused on what was real, the facts. A lady had been murdered. Kidnapping, extortion, threats, and murder could not be ignored, nor the consequences to their originator diminished. Nathan knew that Michael, of all people, could not let such sins go unpunished. He knew. And he had proceeded anyway. The men rode through the dense clouds to the waterfront. Michael's head throbbed and his eyes blurred, but anger, mostly at himself, held him upright. He gripped his horse's mane. The thought of that rough man's hands on Georgiana was enough to light Michael's blood on fire. Was this what had led Nathan to act against the families who had swindled his own father? Michael would not have believed it before now, but neither would he have believed himself capable of wishing to injure Nathan before now. He understood what bitterness was. It ate at him. Lord help him if Nathan crossed his path. Mr. Darcy slowed. "You are unwell. Tell Tanner and I where to go, and you can see the surgeon." Michael tapped the sides of his mount, urging the animal onward. Faster. "I have to help her. I have to see she is well and unharmed. I will never forgive myself." He could not say it. Mr. Darcy spoke so softly, Michael strained to hear him. "You love her." "I do. More than I believed possible," Michael said. "Then we go together." Mr. Darcy's jaw tightened and his lips pressed into a thin line. He was displeased. And well he ought to be when Michael had been the only one to lead danger to Georgiana. "I am sorry," Michael said over his shoulder when the street narrowed and they had to ride in a single line. It was so foggy he could not see Mr. Tanner beyond Mr. Darcy. Mr. Tanner's voice, however, carried well through the gloomy mist. "For what? Falling in love with our little sister?" "For leading her into danger. This is all my doing. She tried to warn me. She knew. I do not know how she knew, but she did. She told me her reasons for suspecting Nathan. She told me about your father's business deal. But I did not want to believe it. I have known Nathan since we were in leading strings." Michael did not know if the brothers heard him. Did it really matter? He urged his horse as fast as he dared travel over the slippery stones. Mr. Darcy said, "There are few things worse than being betrayed by a childhood friend. Georgiana knows this all too well. I failed to protect her from such a man. I had not believed him capable of such treachery. Her reputation was salvaged, but her heart was broken by a man she had trusted. A man we had both trusted." The path widened, and Mr. Darcy's horse trotted forward beside Michael's, slipping perilously over the stones. Michael slowed his pace. Rushing would only lead to more injuries and greater delay. And they must not waste a moment. As protective as Mr. Darcy was of his sister, Michael found it difficult to agree he had failed her. "I am certain you did your best." "As you have done," he said. "I do not flatter myself, Mr. Darcy. I could never measure up to you in a comparison. I am not good enough for her. Today is proof of it. That you recognize your faults and are willing to change is enough. If you love her, you will prove yourself worthy." "People do not change," Michael mumbled bitterly. "True, some do not. Are you going to allow the failures of others to alter your purpose? To deny yourself of what you are most passionate? It would be an incredible waste to give up on your life's work and miss out on happiness with a young lady who shares your views." But Michael had been wrong. He had failed. He was of no use at all. Muffled shouts dampened by the blanket of moisture around them, and Michael took care not to trample the vendors, servants, and street sweepers who could not afford to miss a day of work, no matter how murky the weather was. Perhaps the fog would facilitate their rescue, but it would also provide cover for their foes. They needed to draw them out, to expose them. But how? Mr. Tanner rode up beside him, trapping Michael between him and Mr. Darcy. He said, "The man who lifts up the abused and lends dignity to those society would rather ignore is the man Georgiana loves. Do not disappoint her." It was a threat. Michael looked over at Mr. Tanner. Locking eyes with him, the muscled gentleman added, "You break her heart. I break your knees." Mr. Tanner was serious. Michael swallowed hard and turned to watch where he was going, feeling Mr. Tanner's hard glare on him. But his intimidation only lasted until Michael grasped his full meaning. He could not break a heart that was not in his possession, which meant... Michael's breath caught in his throat. Georgiana loved him. Michael forgot how his head ached and his body hurt. He had to rein in his horse when it lunged into a canter and shied when a drunkard waving a bottle and singing Black-Eyed Susan at full tilt weaved in front of them. She loved him. But how could she? How could such a remarkable woman set her heart on a man like him? He had little to offer compared to what she was accustomed. Michael was well aware he was accompanied by the two men least likely to want to answer his question, but he needed to know. They would be honest. "How can you be sure?" he asked. Darcy looked across him at Tanner, who clenched his jaw as if he had spoken quite enough already. Finally, Darcy said, "Until she tells you herself, you will have to take our word for it." Tanner added, "Just be grateful for your thick skull she will have the chance to survive a hit like you took with only a cut." He shook his head. "Maybe in admiration?" "You have an admirably hard head," Tanner concluded. Not the most flattering admiration, but it was not exactly an insult. "So I have been told a few times before," Michael admitted. He dried his face with his coat sleeve, only to feel droplets of moisture run down his cheeks shortly thereafter. He could only see Darcy immediately in front of him, and Tanner now behind. Michael did not see the carriage blocking their path until they were upon it. They would need a carriage for the ladies. Darcy led the way around, saying, "Your tenacity is remarkable. It seems to be a required quality in our family." Their family? Darcy included him in his family? Darcy was too honest, too honourable to say anything other than what he meant. Michael did not know how to react. To be welcomed by a man he held in high esteem seemed too good to be true. "I am stubborn," Michael said plainly. He was honest too. Tanner considered. "Tenacity sounds more agreeable. That is the word we prefer to use amongst ourselves. You can use it too." Michael could have burst with pride. Or was it happiness? He could not decide. Again he had to rein in his horse. Georgiana's family accepted him. They had seen him at his worst, and they included him. He was not alone. He was not so unworthy as he had believed himself to be. Together they would rescue Georgiana and the other ladies. First, they needed a plan. They did not know what they would find at the warehouse, in what condition the kidnapped ladies would be, or how dangerous the men certain to be guarding their means for gain would be. But Michael had an idea. Darcy and Tanner thought it was a good one. They agreed on what had to be done, and were clear in their roles. They parted ways, Tanner to the warehouse, Darcy to summon what law could be found, and Michael to the docks. Chapter 28. Mr. Porter readied a crew of men. At the sound of his piercing whistle they gathered, no questions asked. Mr. Porter only said, "You gave me a chance to do better, Mr. Nelson. I am at your disposal." No one disagreed with Mr. Porter. When Michael explained his plan and the danger they were certain to encounter, the few who left were replaced tenfold with compassionate volunteers willing to help. Or, more likely, they sought a bit of excitement. Michael was not so idealistic as to credit everyone with upright motives. They wound their way through the streets. The air was heavy, like breathing water. Unable to see the path clearly, Michael counted the streets until they came to the empty warehouse. It was not far. Darcy was there with a constable Michael recognized. He knew most of them. "I sent a boy to fetch the nearest magistrate, and another constable is on his way," Darcy said. "If they manage to find their way in this infernal fog," the constable added. "Did Tanner secure a carriage?" Michael asked, dismounting from his horse. Darcy looked up the street with a nod. "It is waiting further up on a side street to better avoid detection. If the ladies are not injured, we shall have no difficulty helping them to the conveyance. Perhaps one of these good men will tie your horse with the others on the back of the carriage. I wish to thank you for your assistance. I will ensure your employer rewards your courage, as will I when this is done." It had surprised Michael to learn Mr. Gardiner was Mrs. Darcy's uncle, but now was not the time to mention the subject. Now was the time for action. Michael examined the building. There were windows, but they were too high and narrow to be of any use. A door was on the side of the warehouse nearest them. Pointing to the building, Darcy said, "There is another door on the opposite side. I only arrived a minute or two before you did, but I have not seen anyone leave or go inside." Tanner joined them. "Nor have I. Our best option is to use the door closest to us. We are at a disadvantage not knowing who is inside and how they might defend themselves. But unless there is a regiment inside, we outnumber them with this mob." Had they more time and less urgency, they could have contrived a better plan, one certain to succeed. Mr. Porter whispered, "We are ready, Mr. Nelson. Just say the word." Seeing the building before him, knowing Georgiana was likely inside, Michael prayed for the best and gave the signal. Mr. Porter and his men strolled onto the street, slurring a merry tune and shoving each other. Their shouts and riotous behavior cast them as a group of angry drunks loitering by the warehouse. Michael watched the door. Nothing. Mr. Porter picked up a stone and hurled it at a window. The glass shattered, and before Michael could shout for him not to break more for fear of injuring one of the ladies inside, two men burst out of the door facing them and ran to the street along the front of the warehouse. Michael could not see the scar on the man's face, but he was dressed in dark colours and of the same build. He shouted insults too vulgar to repeat. The dock workers crowded around the two guards, swallowing them up and surrounding them with shouts and shoves. Tanner nudged Michael's elbow. "It is now or never." Michael, Tanner, and Darcy ran across the street, trusting the rowdy crowd to keep the guards from noticing. The constable remained behind to observe what he could and wait for the magistrate. The door was still open, and Michael slipped inside, looking around warily. The warehouse was large and open. It did not take more than a glance to see there was nobody else about. Nathan was not there. Along one side of the building was a row of doors. Michael ran to them. "Check for a locked entrance. That is where they will be," he said, ramming his shoulder against the first door. It gave, creaking open to show an empty room. Tanner barged through the door beside his. Nothing. Michael ran to the next, while Darcy checked the doors at the far end of the warehouse. Michael's despair grew with each open door, until only one more remained, the last door. What if he was wrong? What if the ladies were hidden elsewhere? He rammed against it, and it stuck. With Darcy's help, he tried again. 2 shoulders were better than 1. Still the door did not budge. Michael pressed his ear against the wood, but with the ruckus outside and his own laboured breath, it was impossible to hear anything. "Georgiana!" he called out. Darcy pounded against the barrier, his deep voice booming through the building. "Is anyone there? Georgie!" Nothing. He pounded again. "Move, Darcy," said Tanner, pushing his brother aside to shout through the crack where the door in the wall joined. "Stand aside. I'm coming through." Darcy stepped back, and Michael followed his lead, giving Tanner more space while they watched the other entrances. The drunken singing and angry shouts faded. Michael's vision blurred around the door, which he saw with acute clarity. He would have sworn he smelled the sweet scent of rosewater. Georgiana had to be on the other side. She had to be. Taking a deep breath, Tanner charged at the door. Chapter 29. Georgiana pulled away from Lydia, wiping her cheeks and looking at the window. Not that she could see anything through the condensation trickling down the glass and seeping into the wall. Her eyes saw nothing, but her ears heard men singing. Shaking her head, she inclined her ear toward the sound. Rising to her feet, she tripped over the bottom of Lydia's torn gown. Lydia had been overly enthusiastic in ripping a strip of her petticoat off to wrap around Georgiana's bloodied palms, taking a sizable portion of her ruined gown with it. Righting herself, Georgiana grabbed the tea kettle and pounded it against the plaster-covered bricks. "Help!" she shouted repeatedly. Miss Ramsay tried to stop her. "It is only some men in their cups. They will not help us. How could they hear over their own singing and shouting?" Georgiana spun to face her. "Do you not realize the position we are in?" She pointed to the door. "Those men murdered Miss Pringle. What is it to keep them from slaying the rest of us once they get what they want? We must do what we can to help ourselves." Michael had died trying to protect her. She would not give in easily. Lydia added her voice to Georgiana's, shouting and pounding the wall. Lady Eleanor did the same. Their enthusiasm might have brought a smile to Georgiana's face, had their circumstances been less perilous. Lydia would not succumb to fate easily, not before she had married her wealthy, titled gentleman. Georgiana would help her. There was no one else for her, but she could see her friend happily wed. The three other ladies embraced each other in a corner, too scared to do anything other than tremble and weep. Their fear infused Georgiana with extra courage. If she survived this, she did not want to doubt if there was something else she could have done to help them. She had to give everything. Pausing to catch her breath for another round of throat-numbing, ear-splitting clamours, Georgiana stopped, turning to the door across the room. Had she heard a thump? It was impossible to discern through the melee of sounds surrounding her. "Quiet! Hush! Is someone at the door?" She waved her hands to silence the ladies, straining her ears as she walked over the squeaky floorboards to the door. Thump, thump, thump. "They heard us!" She beat her fists against the door, but the petticoat wrapped around her hand softened her blows. Raising her weakened voice, she said, "We are in here!" Her voice cracked and faded. She pressed her ear against the crack where the wall and the door joined. "Georgiana!" Michael called out. "Michael!" It was Michael's voice. "You are alive!" she shrieked. Georgiana pressed her hands against the barrier separating them, wishing she could reach through it and touch him. The window in the room shattered, and the ladies huddled together, squealed, running with their hands covering their heads from the glass. At least they were making themselves useful by making noise. Georgiana pushed against the door. Lydia joined her, stepping back a few paces and slamming their bodies into it. "Blasted solid English oak," thought Georgiana. She heard William's voice, but she could not distinguish his words. Nothing could be heard over the cacophony of drunken men, scared ladies, and glass crunching between their feet and the squeaky floorboards. Safety was on the other side of that door. If they could get to Michael and her brothers, they were so close. Lady Eleanor gathered the others closer to them, slapping Miss Ramsay on the cheeks when she swayed on her feet in a swoon. Lydia reared back to give it another try while Georgiana listened. If she heard Michael and William once, she might hear them again. Tanner would be near too.
"Out of the way, Georgie,"
Lydia said, leaning her weight forward and charging at her at the same time Georgiana finally heard Tanner. "Stand aside. Coming through." It was enough for Georgiana to grab Lydia's arm and wrench her to the side before she was crushed and trampled. Tanner burst through the door, sending splinters of wood and chunks of plaster flying. Miss Ramsay fainted in earnest, her limp form thudding against the planks. Lydia tripped over her skirts getting to her. Georgiana only had eyes for Michael. She launched herself into his arms, smothering his face with kisses wherever her lips met his warm skin. "I have to tell you," she said, rising to her toes to reach his cheek. "I am so happy you are not dead. Promise me you will never do that again." His eyes crinkled, and she felt his arms around her. "I will do my best," he said. Taking his smile as encouragement, Georgiana wrapped her arms around Michael's neck and twisted her fingers into his hair. Michael groaned and tensed, and Georgiana pulled back as quickly as she had jumped into his embrace. How thoughtless of her. "You are hurt?" she asked, then clamped her hand over her mouth before she said anything else so stupid. Of course he was hurt. She had heard the sickening crush of a knife handle against his skull. She had seen him fall from his horse to the ground. She had seen the blood. It was a miracle he was alive. Michael's wince turned to a smile. "I am well now. My heart is too full to feel any pain." William interrupted, as bothersome older brothers will do. "We should go." Then again he did have a good point. Georgiana would save her declarations and kisses for later. What she would not yield was Michael's hand. Now that he had found her again, she was unwilling to let him go. She had to make sure she was not dreaming, that he would not fade into the fog and leave her alone. "Come on," Tanner said, stepping to the door. Lydia gathered her skirts and tried to stand, only to shriek and grab her ankle as she fell to the floor in a heap again.
"I must have twisted it," she said.
Lady Eleanor slapped Miss Ramsay again, but nothing could induce her to her senses. Tanner heaved a sigh. "I should have positioned the carriage closer. I will get the unconscious one if you will see to your sister," he said to William. Lifting Miss Ramsay onto his shoulder, careful not to knock any of her extremities against the doorway, Tanner stepped out to the warehouse. With a cautious look from side to side, he waved for the rest to follow. "It is clear. Hurry." Miss Summerson and Miss Ham followed quietly, their arms wrapped around each other. Lady Eleanor went next. William pulled Lydia to her feet, then lifted her into his arms when her progress was too slow. Ensuring Lady Eleanor was not so close to overhear, Lydia asked,
"Why did you not include Lord Kendall in your rescue? I would rather him carry me than you."
"I would rather the same," William grunted. Tanner led the way to the open door at the end of the warehouse, waiting for everyone to join him. Several times, Georgiana glanced over her shoulder, expecting to see Nathan, or the man who had tried to kill Michael, behind them. This was too easy. She and Michael were halfway across the floor when the hair on her arm stood upright and she stifled a gasp. Something was wrong. Georgiana looked around again. There was nobody. Not behind them. Not on the other side of Tanner. Tugging on Michael's hand, she asked, "Where are the guards?" "They are dealing with the distraction in the street. You were not harmed by the glass, were you?" She ignored his question. "Where is Mr. Bradford?" The lump on Michael's throat bobbed up and down, but he did not slow his pace. They were so close to the door now. "I did not see him." That was impossible. "He was here only minutes ago." Michael pulled her along. Freedom was within reach. Through the doorway, she saw Tanner guiding the first of their group of ladies through the fog. A stiff breeze cut a clearing before them just as Tanner stepped outside the warehouse, briefly showing the empty street opposite them before it clouded up again. Georgiana shoved her anxiety aside. Clearly she had read too many novels where the hero of the story would have one final battle to fight before the happy ending could come. Life did not follow the dramatic laws of fiction. Perhaps it would be an easy escape after all. Chapter 30. Michael stepped aside, allowing Georgiana through the doorway. They had been fortunate thus far, but the wind stirring a path in the fog bode ill for them remaining unseen. And though Tanner and Darcy carried their burden swiftly, it could not help but slow their pace to the carriage. Tanner disappeared down a side street, followed closely by the three terrified ladies. Darcy dashed through the clearing as well as he could. Michael let go of Georgiana's hand. They would have to make a dash for it. "You first," Michael said, waiting to ensure Georgiana's safe crossing to the other side of the street where Darcy waited. She made it. Michael stepped forward, watching as Miss Bennet launched herself out of Darcy's arms to fall against Georgiana.
"Look out! Ivan has a knife!"
she screamed. Following the direction Miss Bennet's finger had pointed, Michael spun around. The man with the scar. Ivan. He stopped cold, his jaw wide when he saw Michael. "You are dead. I saw you." Michael motioned with his hand for Darcy to get the ladies out of there to the carriage, hoping Ivan's shock was too great for him to notice. "By your own admission, you attempted to murder me," Michael said, lifting his chin and projecting his voice like he did in court. If the magistrate was present to hear a confession, he would ensure he heard something worthwhile. Michael did not want to waste precious time in court on the murderous lowlife if he could help it. He would make certain no jury could find Ivan without fault either. He would pay for his crimes, of which Michael was convinced there were many. London would be safer for it. Mr. Porter and his men came up from behind Ivan. They had tied the hands of the other guard. Ivan was trapped. "Michael!" A voice called from the side of the warehouse. "Nathan. Lord, forgive him, because Michael could not. It was Nathan." He looked penitent as he walked closer. "Why?" Michael demanded. No answer. "Good God, Nathan, why?" Michael insisted. He did not lose sight of Ivan, but he needed answers. Nathan's head drooped. "You were right to warn me. I should have listened. But I could not let it go." "So you kidnapped the daughters of those men? You made them pay for the sins of their fathers? That is justice to you? To harm the innocent?" Michael trembled with the flood of emotion coursing through him. "I wanted them to feel as I have these past 15 years. To understand what it does to a man when he loses everything. To have no option but to watch helplessly as it tears their families apart." "Miss Pringle?" Michael asked. Nathan held up his hands. "I never meant to harm any of them. I swear it on the grave of my father, Michael. You have to believe me." His voice shook. Michael believed him. "Hand yourself over. I will make sure you get the best defense. Whatever the consequences are, you will get a fair trial." Nathan shook his head. I have gone too far for even you to attempt to save me. It is never too late to change. Nathan wavered. He might be won over yet. His only hope rested in cooperation. He might be transported, but he might escape the hangman's noose if he told the full truth and gained the sympathy of the jury. He could not expect more mercy than to be granted his life. Michael continued, It is over. There is nothing else to be done now but to go to the magistrate and confess what you have done in its entirety. Nathan took a step forward, but stopped when Ivan spoke. After everything I have done for you, you would leave me to hang while you save your own neck? Stick with me, and I will get us on the first ship out of here. You go with him. I am a dead man. Ivan waved his knife around him, warding off anyone who attempted to get near him. Michael watched the knife. He saw how Ivan's grip loosened around the handle until he held the blade against the inside of his hand. Michael had seen too many tavern fights not to know what that meant. He dared not glance away from Ivan to see if Darcy had gotten Miss Bennet and Georgiana to the carriage. Michael trusted he had. His obligation was to his family, not to Michael. Be weak if you choose, but I will not, Ivan shouted, raising his hand. Michael lunged at Ivan before he could throw the knife. But he was too late. Too late to redirect his course. He watched in horror as Ivan pulled his other hand away from his waist. He held a pistol. Nathan leapt between them as the pistol fired, the smoke stinging Michael's eyes and burning his nose. Ears ringing, he landed hard on the muddy stones. Footsteps scurried past him. A large figure roared up to Ivan, dropping him with one blow. Thank you, Tanner. Blurry and deaf, Michael crawled over to Nathan. A gust ruffled his hair. He did not move. Chapter 31. Mr. Porter and his men swarmed around Ivan, holding him down until the constable put irons around his hands. He had not so much as flinched since Tanner knocked him to the ground. Michael took off his coat, carefully rolling Nathan onto his back and placing the broadcloth under his friend's head. Darcy sent for a surgeon. A surgeon could not help Nathan. Blood spread over his waistcoat, staining his cravat. His breath rattled. Tears choked Michael's throat, grief tearing at his chest. Nathan had surrendered his life to save Michael's. But it was not a fair trade. He would be missed. Michael was losing a brother. Nathan grabbed Michael's hand, his grip surprisingly firm. Finally, I have done something worthwhile. Georgiana dropped to her knees beside Michael. She rested her hand on top of his and Nathan's. Her gentle touch and sympathetic look made the pressure building inside of Michael bearable. Nathan looked at her. I am sorry. He tried to smile. Take care of him. Make him go to the tailor. He was slipping away. Nathan's grip loosened with each gurgle of labored breath. Bereavement strangled him, so Michael whispered, I will always remember you kindly. The light in Nathan's eyes faded. Michael shouted for the surgeon, his chest hollow, his tears salty. A heavy greatcoat settled over Michael's shoulders, and Darcy knelt on the ground next to him, just as Georgiana did on his other side. Their presence warmed him more than the coat. A man with a leather case knelt beside Nathan, pressing his ear to his chest, watching for the rise and fall of life. Too soon he rose to his feet and brushed off the knees of his trousers. "There is nothing I can do for him. He is gone." Michael did not know how long he sat holding Nathan's hand until Georgiana said gently, "Come, we must take the ladies back to Darcy House. Your friends have offered to see Mr. Bradford, and William says he will stay to speak with the magistrate. Let us go. We can come back later if you need." He blinked. The coroner had arrived with a cart. How long had Georgiana and Darcy knelt on the damp, muddy cobblestones with him? He tried to thank them, but he was too numb to speak. Michael followed her to the coach. Tanner helped them inside, then climbed up to sit beside the driver. "To Darcy House," Michael heard him say. Georgiana clung to Michael, wiping his cheeks with her fingertips, letting him grieve. She was grateful Mr. Bradford had shown some remorse before his death. His heart had been treacherous, but his betrayal had not been complete. In time, Michael would be able to treasure the good memories he had of his friend. Georgiana snuggled into his side, resting her head against his shoulder. "He made a horrible mistake, but your friendship was stronger than his need for revenge." Michael straightened his shoulders and cleared his throat. "I am sorry I doubted you. I might have been able to prevent this had I got to him in time." Georgiana did not rejoice in being right, nor had she intended to draw an apology from Michael. "Your loyalty ought to be praised, not punished." "I was blind. I was wrong." His reasoning was dangerous, poisonous. He did not want to be helped, but he loved you enough to save you. Do you think Mr. Bradford would want you to feel guilty after he gave his life for you? Would that not lessen the value of his sacrifice? Georgiana would make certain guilt did not alter Michael, just as she vowed to never allow the guilt of her past mistakes to alter her relationships with the people she most loved. It struck her that she had never made sure William carried no guilt regarding her. He was always so strong. So was Michael, and, right now, he needed her. She could not take away his grief, but she could support him through it. Who had supported William when she had so nearly thrown her life away? She had been too weak and heartbroken to think her own brother might have needed someone to do the same for him. Georgiana had been wronged, but William had lost a friend, a brother, just as Michael had. She needed to talk to him. She needed to thank him, to release him, to speak up and say what she ought to have said years ago. There was a great amount of weeping, embraces, and heartfelt gratitude back at Darcy House, not least of all from Mrs. Wiggins. Elizabeth had sent for the ladies' families, and while their joy abounded, it was bittersweet for Michael. He gracefully accepted their copious compliments, but his smile did not reach his eyes. Chloe ran out to greet Lydia, followed closely by Mr. Bennet and Lord Kendall. Lady Eleanor introduced Lydia to her brother, while Chloe calmed enough to sit on his feet, as if she were holding him in place for her mistress. Despite her filthy dress, a heavy limp, and her brilliant purple eye, Lydia battered her lashes and sank to the ground in a curtsy worthy of a royal presentation.
"It is a pleasure to finally meet you, my lord,"
she said in the refined voice she had practiced to perfection over the years. With dinner invitations exchanged and promises made to call the following day, the Hams, Summersons, and Ramsays departed. Lord Kendall, too, took his sister home after exchanging cards with Mr. Bennet, and promising Elizabeth he intended to celebrate their safe return as soon as Miss Bennet's ankle was healed. Lydia's recovery was certain to be exceptionally quick. Arabella whispered to Georgiana that bathwater was being carried to her room. She also reassured her that Lawrence, William's valet, was taking care of Michael. He had even sent a footman to his residence to fetch a change of clothing.
"Thank you. He should not be alone right now. He needs us,"
Georgiana whispered back. Arabella pinched her chin. "He needs you, Georgiana." To be needed, to be wanted, to be the recipient of the affection of a man she admired, respected, loved. All Georgiana's doubts were covered over by Michael's good opinion. It was the greatest gift, a gift Georgiana cherished and returned with all her heart. Chapter 32. Michael was overwhelmed. The ladies' fathers and Lord Kendall put themselves at his disposal. Their mothers begged for Michael to accept invitations to join their families at dinner, at the theatre, at their country estates. All Michael could do was nod and try to smile. The gentlemen, without exception, had contacted his clerk in order to show the extent of their appreciation in pecuniary form. He did not need remuneration. Having Georgiana back was all the reward he needed, but he appreciated the generosity behind their gesture. Mr. Summerson said, "Thanks to you and Miss Darcy, our family is complete again. I am forever in your debt." "I am happy your daughter is safe with her family," Michael said. He readied himself to depart for his own residence as the others left. He had accomplished what he had set out to do. He had played his part in returning peace to the loving families. It was time to go. He did not wish to overstay his welcome after Darcy and Tanner had made him feel like their brother. If he was to call on the morrow to ask permission to court Georgiana, he had best quit while he was ahead. But Mrs. Darcy would not hear of Michael leaving. She ushered him upstairs, where a valet had prepared a hot bath. He had a white linen cloth draped over his arm and a brush mixing shaving cream in his hands. He informed Michael that a surgeon was on his way, as was a change of clean clothes. He handed Michael a glass of amber liquid. "To dull your aches, sir," he said, assisting him with his boots. It was glorious to be taken care of, to be clean and shaved. But Michael did not dally. He had to see Georgiana. As delicious as the hot soapy water felt, Georgiana rushed through her bath to don her favorite dress. The housekeeper had concocted some sort of poultice for Georgiana's hands and scraped knees, and with fresh wrappings binding them, she felt as good as new. It was to be a memorable night, with happiness enough to transcend the bitterness of the day, like beaming rays of sunlight after the storm. She tiptoed to William's study, nerves making her cautious in her own home with the people she most trusted. He sat beside the fire with Tanner, whose hand was wrapped similarly to hers. She could only imagine the damage he had done to Ivan's jaw. Boldly she stepped inside. They would never ask her to leave, but neither did she ask permission or beg forgiveness for the intrusion into their masculine domain. Father would have thrown her out. They sipped brandy by the fire. Neither one of them saying anything. They were too tired to do more than smile when they noticed her. Georgiana was unable to think of any two men who would make better brothers than William and Tanner. She sat across from them, forming a triangle in which she could see both of them equally well.
"I realized something today. Something important,"
she began, smoothing her skirts while she selected her words. Looking at William, she said,
I did not realize how badly my silence has affected not only me, but you."
He held up his hand. "You need not say anything to me." Georgiana would have been grateful to avoid an awkward conversation certain to stir up discomfort. But not tonight. Tonight, she would say what she must.
"But I want to, William. I was taught from infancy to be silent, to hold my tongue, to be seen and not heard. You have tried to draw me out. It is why you brought Arabella into our lives when you did. And Elizabeth always encourages me to speak my mind. But it is difficult to change ingrained habits."
Better to be overly cautious than to blurt out your every thought with little regard.
William would try to turn her flaw into an advantage.
She shook her head.
"When you prevented me from making the worst mistake of my life with Wickham, I let you speak for me. I let you bear the burden I ought to have borne."
William interrupted. "Do not be too harsh on yourself. You are not strong enough." She held up a finger.
"True, but I allowed you to continue to shoulder my burden when I had grown strong enough to bear it. Yes, I was injured. I felt weak and incapable. It pierced my heart to know how badly I had failed you."
"Georgie."
"William, let me speak."
She bit her tongue. That had come out sharper than she had meant it to. Tanner set down his glass. "You deserved that," he mumbled under his breath. William shot him an annoyed glare, but he said nothing. Georgiana continued,
"I thought I did not deserve to be loved. But you never gave up on me. Even before you married Elizabeth, I saw how hard you tried to comfort me. You brought Arabella into my life because you knew I needed her. And then Elizabeth."
She smiled at Tanner, adding,
"Our family has grown in a wonderful way, and I do not doubt my place in it."
William sighed. Had the weight on him been so heavy? Georgiana continued,
"I thank you for that, William. But I owe you an apology which my own blindness has prevented me from giving. Now that I see its necessity, I do not hesitate to give it. I am sorry it has taken me so long to stand on my own."
"You owe me nothing. You have only ever been kind and gracious. It was my job to protect you, and I do so willingly, because I love you. There is no cause for you to apologize."
"Yes, there is. I did not speak up when I should have. Once Wickham revealed his true nature so not even I could deny it. I ought to have been the one to tell him to leave."
William shook his head. "Had I perceived his threat to you sooner, you never would have suffered at his hand. I will not allow you to accept responsibility for my failure." Oh, why had she not spoken sooner? Guilt consumed William's features, furrowing his brow and tensing his shoulders. Yet he was no more to blame than Michael was for Mr. Bradford's death. It had to stop.
"Pray do not blame yourself."
He clenched his fists. "Why should I not? Aside from being your guardian, I am your brother. Since your birth, you have been my dearest, closest relation. I want you to be happy. It is all I have wanted since our father passed away, and I saw how oppressive to you he had been in my absence."
"You are not responsible for my mistakes, nor for those of our father. You are not responsible for my happiness. The guilt you carry is undeserved, and I must insist you release its hold on you immediately. My happiness depends on me and me alone. I know my own mind. I know what I want, and I am not afraid to go after it from now on."
William's hands shook as he set down his glass. He rubbed his hands over his face, his eyes glistening when he looked at her. Why do I get the sense this is a goodbye? Tanner rubbed his eyes and sniffed. They grow up too fast. Their open displays of emotion provoked tears of her own, but Georgiana's heart was lighter than it had ever been. I am not going far, if indeed I go anywhere at all. William sighed. Mrs. Wiggins will be happy to hear her services as a companion are no longer needed. I fear we shall have to invent another position for her. Nelson makes you happy? Georgiana tried to calm her smile. She knew it pained her brothers. He does. And what is more, I know I can make him happy. He needs me. He needs us, all of us. Tanner said gruffly, I tried blasted hard not to like him. William nodded. I know what you mean. I tried too. I even had my man look into him. You did not, Georgiana gasped. He shrugged. He did not look repentant in the least. Nelson has nothing to hide. He is as honorable as he is trustworthy and good. He can also provide for you much better than I had supposed. That had been the least of Georgiana's concerns. Tanner sat forward in his chair. Really? His frayed coat is more of an indication of a lack of time rather than a need for coin. He has saved what he does not have time to spend. They will not have a large estate like Pemberley, but they will be comfortable, William explained. Georgiana was about to interrupt the conversation her brothers seemed to forget she was listening to, but the butler came to announce dinner before she had opened her mouth. She walked between them down to the dining room, each of them holding her arm close to his side. Chapter 33. Michael cleaned up fabulously, his hair still damp and his chin freshly shaved. His eyes bore the puffy remnants of grief, bringing up the green in them, but he was at ease, content. And when Georgiana took her place across from him, he granted her a real smile. When they had settled and the white soup was served, Mr. Bennet said, Very good. Now that this ordeal is done, what do you plan to do, Mr. Nelson? Pulling his gaze away from Georgiana, he said, I must return to my duties at the chambers. Georgiana's heart sped in her chest. You will stay in London? She asked, her voice rising to a squeak. But she did not care. All that mattered was that Michael stay. Otherwise, she would have to conjure a reason to follow him, and that would be awkward for everyone. I would not leave right now if they asked me to. She exhaled through her broadening grin. Good answer. She determined to learn the dates and locations of the circuit assizes. What a good deal of the country she would see. How many people she would meet. She would have no end of inspiration for her stories. If only he would ask. Michael cleared his throat. Mr. Darcy, Mr. Tanner. Georgiana sat taller in her chair. This was it. He was going to ask something important. She could tell from his serious tone. Her brothers knew it too. They looked down at their soup with equally matched intensity, their jaws clenched. She hoped it was what she wished him to ask. She bit her tongue to keep from blurting out an untimely yes, as badly as Georgiana wanted to claim what she most desired. She wanted to hear Michael say the words she longed to hear. He continued, If it is agreeable to Miss Darcy, I request your permission to court her. It is my intention to marry her as soon as she will have me, If she will have me. I am already hers." Georgiana thought she would burst. Unabashed joy pinched her cheeks and fluttered in her stomach. She pushed her fidgeting legs down with her hands to keep from moving the table. William said, "You have my permission, but my sister does not need for me to speak for her. She speaks for herself with the support of her family. Is that not so, Tanner?" Tanner grimaced, but he nodded his agreement when Arabella made him the target of her pointed stare. Georgiana could contain herself no longer. "Yes, yes, 1,000,000 times yes." Tanner raised his wine glass, and the congratulations around the table ensued. That is to say, all except for Lydia, who pouted between weak smiles. Georgiana appreciated her attempts to be happy for her sake, but understood how horribly aware Lydia would be now that she was the only unattached individual in their present company. Mr. Bennet, who was more attached to Mrs. Bennet after her passing than he had bothered himself to be before, teased, "I did not realize where my question would lead. Allow me to offer my heartfelt congratulations." He patted his pockets, mumbling, "Where is it? I know I put it where I would be certain to remember. Shocking how quickly it came." He pulled his spectacles out of his waistcoat pocket and resumed his search anew. When he had gained the attention of everyone around the table, he said, "An invitation was delivered just before dinner was announced, and I seem to have misplaced it already. Where could it have gone to?" Lydia perked up beside him, just like Chloe did when she spotted sliced ham. "Invitation?" she asked. Mr. Bennet said absently, "From that Lord something or other." Lydia helped him pat his pockets, finding the invitation before he did. As he had known she would. It was clever of Mr. Bennet to give her the pleasure of its discovery. He chuckled. "Sometimes you remind me so much of your dear mother. Part hunter when she set her cap to an unmarried gentleman." Lydia waved the invitation in the air, squealing, "It is from Lord Kendall, and so soon." Glancing at the pages, Lydia said, "We are invited to join Lord Kendall and Lady Eleanor tomorrow evening to dine. Oh, Papa, I am so happy I could die." Mr. Bennet removed his spectacles. "Do not do something so insensible, after all the trouble we have taken to get you back to us alive." Tapping the paper against her chin and nibbling on her lip, Lydia said, "I must have a new gown." Mr. Bennet sighed. Elizabeth rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Lydia was back. That was all that mattered to them. Georgiana was thrilled. Her friend's happiness increased her own. The evening was perfect. There was only one more matter to see to, and now was the time. Tapping her glass, Georgiana said, "There is one more thing I must tell you. I have been keeping a secret these 5 years." Lydia clapped her hands. "It is a good one, too," she assured them. Stunned silence overcame her audience. As was to be expected, Lydia was not known for her ability to keep a secret, much less keep one for 5 years. Georgiana continued, "As you know, Lydia and I have exchanged letters often over the years. When she was away at finishing school, I would relate some of the incidents that befell our family, so she would not feel she was missing out on all of the fun. She thought my narrative so diverting. She challenged me to write our stories in a book. She promised me that if I did, she would find a publisher for it. I did not take her seriously. I certainly never thought anything would become of it. But I enjoyed reliving our adventures so much, I wrote them." More silence. However, the notable absence of frowns was encouraging. Emboldened, Georgiana continued. Using her uncle's address, I wrote under the name of George E. Gardiner. The publisher has 4 volumes ready and only waits for me to sign the contract to begin printing. He is already impatient for more. Michael broke their silence. Remarkable, he said with a silly grin. When can I read it? Asked Elizabeth. Mr. Bennet interrupted. You mean to say my Lydia has read something other than a fashion magazine or Debrett's Peerage? She has read all of it, it pleased Georgiana to say. Mr. Bennet took Lydia's hand between his own, looking at her as if he were seeing her for the first time. Impressive, my dear girl, impressive. Basking in the glow of her father's praise, Lydia said, Surprising, is it not? They were such good stories. I could not put them down. In fact, I begged Georgiana to write faster. William bunched his eyebrows thoughtfully. You said these are our stories. Georgiana understood his meaning. She said, I changed your names and certain details, of course, but the first 3 volumes feature you and Elizabeth. Your names are Edward and Margaret. The 4th book is about Tanner and Arabella, or Thomas and Ruby, as I named you. And now, I have a grand story for the 5th installment. After that, I do not foresee having any trouble coming up with new material. Michael raised his hand. I can help with that. Georgiana laughed. She could hardly wait to hear his stories and bring their experiences to life on the page. As much joy as she felt at that moment, she owed her family an apology. You are not angry? I am sorry I kept the secret for so long. Please understand, I never believed anything could come of it, and when it did, I had been silent for so long I did not know how to tell you. It will not happen again. I do not like secrets. William said, I only wish I could have read them before now. Georgiana returned his warm smile. You know what happens. After all, you lived it. I merely enhanced certain bits to add a touch more drama. I should like to live it again from the safety of my armchair, and now I will have the opportunity to do so because of you. Thank you, Georgie. Or should I say, George E.? It was the most perfect ending to the most eventful day of Georgiana's life. Or perhaps, better put, it was the perfect beginning. Epilogue. 2 months later. Michael finally went to the tailor. He needed a wedding coat. Georgiana would never forget how handsome he was, or how cherished she felt when her brothers walked her to him to exchange their vows. The wedding feast afterward was a joyous occasion, made merrier for the presence of her relatives. Michael loved meeting them, and they welcomed him to the family as if he had always belonged. Not even Aunt Catherine spoiled the fun. Then again, Lord Havisham hovered over her. At first, Georgiana thought he was doing her a favour by keeping Aunt Catherine from putting a damper on the day. But when he leaned down and kissed Aunt Catherine on the cheek, provoking a maelstrom of questions, as you can imagine, he stunned everyone when he announced they had been married by special licence 2 days before. The Archbishop of Canterbury was a personal friend of Lord Havisham, Aunt Catherine made certain to point out. Their stay in London for Georgiana's wedding was the first stop on what was to be an extensive wedding tour. Once the shock had subsided and Aunt Catherine was out of hearing range, he shrugged his shoulders. You know the old adage, Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. The only way I could have any peace at all was to keep Cathy at my side. I can think of no one I would rather argue with in the years to come."
As opinionated as she is, you shall never run out of topics on which to argue, Georgiana owned.
Lord Havisham chuckled. "It is easier on our grandchildren to have us together. Besides, I rather like it when she calls me Lord in public. She is far too pretentious for her own good, but I will use it to advantage," he added, with a mischievous wink.
"But you despise being addressed by your title," Georgiana said, swept up in his good humour.
"It is good for her. I do hope, however, that you continue to call me Harvey," he said, turning to Michael and adding, "That goes for you as well, young man. We would love for you to stay with us when we return from our tour. You are welcome any time."
Harvey took to Michael immediately, especially once he found out what he planned to do with Mr. Bradford's home and properties. His admiration was encouraged all the more when Aunt Catherine expressed her strong opinion that they ought to live in the fine residence. He would not agree with his new wife when she provided him with an ideal occasion in which to voice his contrary stand. Having no other family, Nathan Bradford had willed his fortune, properties, investments, and possessions to Michael. But Michael could not bear to set foot in his friend's home, much less live in it. Understandably so. When he suggested they turn the ample residence into an orphanage with a school to teach the boys attending a trade with which they could earn a decent wage, Georgiana supported him wholeheartedly. It meant the servants in the household could keep their positions, and the futures of the children who applied themselves to their studies would be vastly improved. The house's location guaranteed its success, and the continued patronage of the wealthy out to do a good turn. After the cake was served, Georgiana brought out the presents she had stayed up too late the night before, wrapping. Lydia helped her distribute them. Lydia was soon to become Lord Kendall's lady, and she took advantage of every opportunity to prance about the room to show off the diamond necklace he had given to her as an engagement gift. Even Chloe stepped a little higher with the matching collar he had made specially for her. William tore off the paper, his hand smoothing over the cover of the volume. "The Meryton Mysteries," he read aloud. Seeing the work of her hands bound into a volume was better than Georgiana had imagined it would be. She could not help but hug it to her whenever she held one of her creations. "It is where our adventures started, and everyone in this room played a role in the story," Georgiana said. Lydia huffed. "Surely my kidnapping deserves its own book." Georgiana had expected such a reaction. "I am still writing the next installment, but rest assured you get a well-deserved happy ending." More than that, she would not say. Lydia looped her arm through Lord Kendall's, snuggling into his side. Though her ankle had healed weeks before, she insisted it was still weak, and often relied on his arm to steady herself. She said, "I should hope so. If it is to improve on reality at all, it will have to be grand indeed." Georgiana looked at Michael. He comprised everything she had dreamed about for her own happily ever after, and she was certain that whatever adventures befell them, they would face them together. It would be a happy life, a grand life. Michael was thoroughly charmed by Georgiana's family. His family now. But when he was able to steal Georgiana away to the townhouse he had leased at a convenient distance between the courts and Darcy House, he wasted no time. What he had not expected was for her to disappear soon after his efforts to get her home. When she reappeared, she held another wrapped package in her hands.
Extending it to him, she said, "This one is yours." It was a handwritten work bound together with string. He brushed his fingers over her writing. The hours she must have spent bent over the pages at her desk filled him with awe. "It is the quickest I have written yet, but I wanted to finish it for you today. It is done," she said, wringing her indigo-stained fingers. "Except for the final lines of the last chapter." Michael flipped through the pages, his smile widening as he skimmed over what she had done. "It is our story. I should have liked to have been named Alexander. It is a solid name," he teased. She blushed, stepping closer to him. "I wanted to make sure to remember every last detail, so we never forget." Michael held her manuscript against his chest. "It is the perfect gift. It makes the instrument I bought you pale in comparison." He set the pages down and reached for her, pulling her closer. "I love my new pianoforte, and my fingers itch to acquaint myself with the music you got. But I will not be distracted. I have yet to write the ending. It has given me some difficulty. I want it to be perfect." She chewed on her bottom lip and looked up at him through her eyelashes. Michael's heart skipped a beat. Her blue eyes captivated him, and he pulled her closer, close enough for her breath to tickle his neck. She stepped away, picking up the manuscript and teasing him with the sweet smell of roses clinging to her hair. "I was hoping you could help me. Please, Michael." She held it in front of him again. He wanted to kiss her, not to read. But it was important to Georgiana, and he could not deny her. Taking the volume, he skipped to the end and read aloud. He pulled her into his arms, holding her so close he could not discern where he ended and she began. Tilting her chin upward, he whispered, "I love you." She rose to her toes and... The words ended. Georgiana wrapped her hands around Michael's neck, pulling him to her. "Every love story should end with a kiss." Her peppermint-scented breath brushed against his cheeks. To think he had once believed her shy. There was nothing shy about the impatient woman in his arms demanding a kiss. He played along, and not just any kiss. It must tell the reader that the dear couple lived happily ever after. They must not doubt it. Georgiana tugged on his collar. "Kiss me, Michael." And he did, most thoroughly. He would leave the words to Georgiana. Michael only concerned himself with pleasing his wife, and his efforts were rewarded in full when she melted into his embrace and kissed him breathless. This has been The Remarkable Miss Darcy, a Pride and Prejudice variation, A Meryton Mystery, Book 5. Written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Nancy Peterson. Copyright 2019 by Jennifer Joy Ramirez. Production copyright by Jennifer Joy Ramirez.
Did you enjoy listening to The Remarkable Miss Darcy? Did you enjoy the Meryton series? I sure hope you did. If you did enjoy the series, then please like this video and subscribe to my channel so you don't miss anything new. I have more audiobooks to come. Now, at the beginning, I mentioned that Mr. Darcy and Tanner did an interview with me, and I would like for you to read it. It was so much fun, and I think you'll get a few laughs out of it. You can find it right here. Until the next audiobook then, bye!